Part 1. The Magic Words. Chapter 1. Mrs. Pena looked across the seat at me and held her hands up in a beseeching manner. She spoke in a heavy accent, choosing English to make her final pitch directly to me.
"Please, you help me, Mr. Mickey?"
I looked at Rojas, who was turned around in the front seat, even though I didn't need him to translate. I then looked past Mrs. Pena, over her shoulder and through the car's window, to the home she desperately wanted to hold on to. It was a bleached pink two-bedroom house with a hard-scrabble yard behind a wire fence. The concrete step to the front stoop had graffiti sprayed across it, indecipherable except for the number 13. It wasn't the address. It was a pledge of allegiance. My eyes finally came back to her. She was 44 years old and attractive in a worn sort of way. She was the single mother of 3 teenage boys and had not paid her mortgage in 9 months. Now the bank had foreclosed and was moving in to sell the house out from under her. The auction would take place in 3 days. It didn't matter that the house was worth little or that it sat in a gang-infested neighborhood in South LA. Somebody would buy it, and Mrs. Pena would become a renter instead of an owner. That is, if the new owner didn't evict her. For years, she had relied on the protection of the Florencia 13. But times were different. No gang allegiance could help her now. She needed a lawyer. She needed me. "Tell her I will try my best," I said. "Tell her I am pretty certain I will be able to stop the auction and challenge the validity of the foreclosure. It will at least slow things down. It will give us time to work up a long-range plan, maybe get her back on her feet." I nodded and waited while Rojas translated. I had been using Rojas as my driver and interpreter ever since I had bought the advertising package on the Spanish radio stations. I felt the cell phone in my pocket vibrate. My upper thigh read this as a text message as opposed to an actual phone call, which had a longer vibration. Either way, I ignored it. When Rojas completed the translation, I jumped in before Mrs. Pena could respond. "Tell her that she has to understand that this isn't a solution to her problems. I can delay things, and we can negotiate with her bank, but I am not promising that she won't lose the house. In fact, she's already lost the house. I'm going to get it back, but then she'll still have to face the bank." Rojas translated, making hand gestures where I had not. The truth was that Mrs. Pena would have to leave eventually. It was just a question of how far she wanted me to take it. Personal bankruptcy would tack another year onto foreclosure defense, but she didn't have to decide that now. "Now tell her that I also need to be paid for my work. Give her the schedule, $1,000 up front, and the monthly payment plan." "How much on the monthly and how long?" I looked out at the house again. Mrs. Pena had invited me inside, but I preferred meeting in the car. This was drive-by territory, and I was in my Lincoln Town Car BPS. That stood for Ballistic Protection Series. I bought it used from the widow of a murdered enforcer with the Sinaloa cartel. There was armored plating in the doors, and the windows were constructed of 3 layers of laminated glass. They were bulletproof. The windows in Mrs. Pena's pink house were not. The lesson learned from the Sinaloa man was that you don't leave the car unless you have to. Mrs. Pena had explained earlier that the mortgage payments she had stopped making 9 months ago had been $700 a month. She would continue to withhold payments to the bank while I worked the case. She would have a free ride for as long as I kept the bank at bay, so there was money to be made here. "Make it $250 a month. I'll give her the cut rate plan. Make sure she knows she's getting a deal and that she can never be late with the payments. We can take a credit card if she has one with any juice on it. Just make sure it doesn't expire until at least 2012. Rojas translated, with more gestures and many more words than I had used, while I pulled my phone. The text had come from Lorna Taylor. "Call me ASAP." I'd have to get back to her after the client conference. A typical practice would have an office manager and receptionist, but I didn't have an office other than the back seat of my Lincoln, so Lorna ran the business end of things and answered the phones at the West Hollywood condo she shared with my chief investigator. My mother was Mexican-born, and I understood her native language better than I ever let on. When Mrs. Pena responded, I knew what she said, the gist of it, at least. But I let Rojas translate it all back to me anyway. She promised to go inside the house to get the $1,000 cash retainer and to dutifully make the monthly payments. To me, not the bank. I figured that if I could extend her stay in the house to a year, my take would be $4,000 total. Not bad for what was entailed. I would probably never see Mrs. Pena again. I would file a suit challenging the foreclosure and stretch things out. The chances were I wouldn't even make a court appearance. My young associate would do the courthouse legwork. Mrs. Pena would be happy, and so would I. Eventually, though, the hammer would come down. It always does. I thought I had a workable case, even though Mrs. Pena would not be a sympathetic client. Most of my clients stopped making payments to the bank after losing a job or experiencing a medical catastrophe. Mrs. Pena stopped when her 3 sons went to jail for selling drugs, and their weekly financial support abruptly ended. Not a lot of goodwill to be had with that story. But the bank had played dirty. I had looked up her file on my laptop. It was all there, a record of her being served with notices involving demands for payment and then foreclosure. Only Mrs. Pena said she had never received these notices, and I believed her. It wasn't the kind of neighborhood where process servers were known to roam freely. I'd suspected that the notifications had ended up in the trash, and the server had simply lied about it. If I could make that case, then I could back the bank off Mrs. Pena with the leverage it would give me. That would be my defense, that the poor woman was never given proper notice of the peril she was in. The bank took advantage of her, foreclosed on her without allowing her the opportunity to make up the arrears, and should be rebuked by the court for doing so. "Okay, we have a deal," I said. "Tell her to go in and get the money while I print out a contract and receipt. We'll get going on this today." I smiled and nodded at Mrs. Pena. Rojas translated and then jumped out of the car to go around and open her door. Once Mrs. Pena left the car, I opened the Spanish contract template on my laptop and typed in the necessary names and numbers. I sent it to the printer that sat on an electronics platform on the front passenger seat. I then went to work on the receipt for funds to be deposited into my client trust account. Everything was above board, always. It was the best way to keep the California bar off my ass. I might have a bulletproof car, but it was the bar I most often checked for over my shoulder. It had been a rough year for Michael Haller and Associates, attorneys at law. Criminal defense had virtually dried up in the down economy. Of course, crime wasn't down. In Los Angeles, crime marched on through any economy. But the paying customers were few and far between. It seemed as though nobody had money to pay a lawyer. Consequently, the public defender's office was busting at the seams with cases and clients while guys like me were left starving. I had expenses and a 14-year-old kid in private school who talked about USC whenever the subject of colleges came up. I had to do something, and so I did what I had once held as unthinkable. I went civil. The only growth industry in the law business was foreclosure defense. I attended a few bar seminars, got up to speed on it, and started running new ads in 2 languages. I built a few websites and started buying the lists of foreclosure filings from the county clerk's office. That's how I got Mrs. Pena as a client. Direct mail. Her name was on the list, and I had sent her a letter in Spanish offering my services. She told me that my letter happened to be the first indication she had ever received that she was in foreclosure. The saying goes that if you build it, they will come. It was true. I was getting more work than I could handle. 6 more appointments after Mrs. Pena today, and had even hired an actual associate to Michael Haller and Associates for the first time ever. The national epidemic of real estate foreclosure was slowing, but by no means abating. In Los Angeles County, I could be feeding at the trough for years to come. The cases only went for $4 or $5 grand a pop, but this was a quantity over quality period in my professional life. I currently had more than 90 foreclosure clients on my docket. No doubt my kid could start planning on USC. Hell, she could start thinking about staying for a master's degree. There were those who believed I was part of the problem, that I was merely helping the deadbeats game the system while delaying the economic recovery of the whole. That description fits some of my clients for sure, but I viewed most of them as repeat victims, initially scammed with the American dream of home ownership when lured into mortgages they had no business even qualifying for, and then victimized again when the bubble burst and unscrupulous lenders ran roughshod over them in the subsequent foreclosure frenzy. Most of these once proud homeowners didn't stand a chance under California's streamlined foreclosure regulations. A bank didn't even need a judge's approval to take away someone's house. The great financial minds thought this was the way to go. Just keep it moving. The sooner the crisis hit bottom, the sooner the recovery would begin. I say tell that to Mrs. Pena. There was a theory out there that this was all part of a conspiracy among the top banks in the country to undermine property laws, sabotage the judicial system, and create a perpetually cycling foreclosure industry that had them profiting from both ends of the process. Me, I wasn't exactly buying into that. But during my short time in this area of the law, I had seen enough predatory and unethical acts by so-called legitimate businessmen to make me miss good old-fashioned criminal law. Rojas was waiting outside the car for Mrs. Pena to return with the money. I checked my watch and noted we were running late on my next appointment, a commercial foreclosure over in Compton. I tried to bunch my new client consultations geographically to save time and gas and mileage on the car. Today I worked the South End. Tomorrow I would hit East LA. 2 days a week I was in the car, signing up new clients. The rest of the time I worked the cases. "Let's go, Mrs. Pena," I said. "We gotta roll." I decided to use the waiting time to call Lorna. 3 months earlier I had started blocking the ID on my phone. I never did that when I practiced criminal, but in my brave new world of foreclosure defense, I usually didn't want people having my direct number, and that included the lender attorneys as well as my own clients. "Law offices of Michael Haller and Associates," Lorna said when she picked up. "How can I—" "It's me. What's up?" "Mickey, you have to get over to Van Nuys Division right away." There was a strong urgency in her voice. Van Nuys Division was the LAPD's central command for operations in the sprawling San Fernando Valley, on the north side of the city. "I'm working the South End today. What's going on?" "They have Lisa Trammell there. She called." Lisa Trammell was a client. In fact, my very first foreclosure client. I had kept her in her home for going on 8 months. I was confident I could take it at least another year further before we dropped the bankruptcy bomb. But she was consumed by the frustrations and inequities of her life and could not be calmed or controlled. She'd taken to marching in front of the bank with a placard, decrying its fraudulent practices and heartless actions. That is, until the bank got a temporary restraining order against her. "Did she violate the TRO? Are they holding her?" "Mickey, they're holding her for murder." That wasn't what I was expecting to hear. Murder? Who's the victim? "She said they're charging her with killing Mitchell Bondurant." That gave me another great big pause. I looked out the window and saw Mrs. Pena coming out through her front door. She held a wad of cash in her hand. "All right, get on the phone and reschedule the rest of today's appointments. And tell Cisco to head up to Van Nuys. I'll meet him there." "You got it. Do you want Bullocks to take the afternoon appointments?" Bullocks was what we called Jennifer Aronson, the associate I had hired out of Southwestern, a law school housed in the old Bullocks department store building on Wilshire. "No, I don't want her doing intake. Just reschedule him. And listen, I think I have the Trammell file with me, but you have the call list. Track down her sister. Lisa's got a kid. He's probably in school, and somebody's going to have to take him if Lisa can't." We made every client fill out an extensive contact list because sometimes it was hard to find them for court hearings and to get them to pay for my work. "I'll start on that," Lorna said. "Good luck, Mickey." "Same to you." I closed the phone and thought about Lisa Trammell. Somehow, I wasn't surprised that she'd been arrested for killing the man who was trying to take her home away from her. It's not that I had thought it would come to this, not even close. But deep down, I had known it was going to come to something. Chapter 2. I quickly took Mrs. Pena's cash and gave her a receipt. We both signed the contract, and she got a copy for her own records. I took a credit card number from her, and she promised it would withstand a $250 a month hit while I was working for her. I then thanked her, shook her hand, and had Rojas walk her back to her front door. While he did that, I popped the trunk with the remote I carried and got out. The Lincoln's trunk was spacious enough to hold 3 cardboard file boxes as well as all my office supplies. I found the Trammell file in the 3rd box and pulled it. I also grabbed the fancy briefcase I used for police station visits. When I closed the trunk, I saw the stylized 13 spray-painted in silver on the lid's black paint. Son of a bitch. I looked around. 3 front yards down, a couple of kids were playing in the dirt, but they looked too young to be graffiti artists. The rest of the street was deserted. I was baffled. Not only had I not heard or noticed the assault on my car that had taken place while I was having a client conference inside it, but it was barely past 1, and I knew most gangbangers didn't get up and embrace the day and all its possibilities until late afternoon. They were night creatures. I headed back to my open door with the file. I noticed Rojas was standing at the front stoop, chatting with Mrs. Pena. I whistled and signaled him back to the car. We had to get going. I got in. Message received. Rojas trotted back to the car and jumped in himself. "Compton?" he asked. "No, change of plans. We've got to get up to Van Nuys fast." "Okay, boss." He pulled away from the curb and started making his way back to the 110 freeway. There was no direct freeway route to Van Nuys. We would have to take the 110 into downtown where we'd pick up the 101 north. We couldn't have been starting off from a worse position in the city. "What was she saying at the front door?" I asked Rojas. "She was asking about you." "What do you mean?" "She said you look like you shouldn't need a translator, you know?" I nodded. I got that a lot. My mother's genes made me look more south of the border than north. "She also wanted to know if you were married, boss. I told her you were. But if you want to circle back and tap that, it'll be there. She probably want a discount on the fees, though." "Thanks, Rojas," I said dryly. "She already got a discount, but I'll keep it in mind." Before opening the file, I scrolled through the contacts list on my phone. I was looking for the name of someone in the Van Nuys detective squad who might share some information with me. But there was nobody. I was going in blind on a murder case. Not a good starting point either. I closed the phone and put it into its charger, then opened the file. Lisa Trammell had become my client after responding to the generic letter I sent to the owners of all homes in foreclosure. I assumed I wasn't the only lawyer in Los Angeles who did this, but for some reason, Lisa answered my letter and not theirs. As an attorney in private practice, you get to choose your own clients most of the time. Sometimes you choose wrong. Lisa was one of those times with me. I was eager to start the new line of work. I was looking for clients who were in jams or who had been taken advantage of. People who were too naive to know their rights or options. I was looking for underdogs and thought I had found one in Lisa. No doubt she fit the bill. She was losing her house because of a set of circumstances that had fallen like dominoes out of her control. And her lender had turned her case over to a foreclosure mill that had cut corners and even violated the rules. I signed Lisa up, put her on the credit card plan, and started to fight her fight. It was a good case, and I was excited. It was only after this that Lisa became a nuisance client. Lisa Trammell was 35 years old. She was the married mother of a 9-year-old boy named Tyler, and their house was on Melba in Woodland Hills. At the time she and her husband Jeffrey bought the house in 2005, Lisa taught social studies at Grant High, while Jeffrey sold BMWs at the dealership in Calabasas. Their 3-bedroom house carried a $750,000 mortgage against an appraised value of $900,000. The market was strong then, and mortgages were plentiful and easy to get. They used an independent mortgage broker who shopped their file around and got them into a low-interest loan that carried a balloon payment at the 5-year mark. The loan was then folded into an investment block of mortgages and reassigned twice before finding its permanent home at Westland Financial, a subsidiary of Westland National, the Los Angeles-based bank headquartered in Sherman Oaks. All was well and good for the family of 3 until Jeff Trammell decided he didn't want to be a husband and father anymore. A few months before the $750,000 note on the house was due, Jeff took off, leaving his BMW M3 demo in the parking lot at Union Station and Lisa holding the balloon. Down to a single income and a child to care for, Lisa looked at the reality of her situation and made choices. By now, the economy had stalled out, like a plane lumbering into the sky without enough airspeed. Given her teacher's income, no institution was going to refinance the balloon. She stopped making payments on the loan and ignored all communications from the bank. When the note came due, the property went into foreclosure, and that was when I came onto the scene. I sent Jeff and Lisa a letter, not realizing Jeff was no longer in the picture. Lisa answered it. I define a nuisance client as one who does not understand the bounds of our relationship, even after I clearly and sometimes repeatedly delineate them. Lisa came to me with her first notice of foreclosure. I took the case and told her to sit back and wait while I went to work. But Lisa couldn't sit back. She couldn't wait. She called me every day. After I filed a lawsuit putting the foreclosure before a judge, she showed up at court for routine filings and continuances. She had to be there, and she had to know every move I made, see every letter I sent, and be summarized on every call I received. She often called me and yelled when she perceived that I was not giving her case my fullest attention. I began to understand why her husband had hightailed it. He had to get away from her. I began to wonder about Lisa's mental health and suspected a bipolar affliction. The incessant calls and activities were cyclical. There were weeks when I heard nothing, alternating with weeks where she would call daily and repeatedly until she got me on the line. 3 months into the case, she told me she had lost her job with the LA County School District because of unexcused absences. It was then that she talked about seeking damages from the bank that was foreclosing on her home. A sense of entitlement moved into the discourse. The bank was responsible for everything: the abandonment by her husband, the loss of her job, the taking of her home. I made a mistake in revealing to her some of my case intelligence and strategy. I did it to appease her, to get her off the line. Our examination of the loan record had turned up inconsistencies and issues in the mortgage's repeated reassignment to various holding companies. There were indications of fraud that I thought I could use to swing leverage to Lisa's side when it came time to negotiate an out. But the information only galvanized Lisa's belief in her victimization at the hands of the bank. Never did she acknowledge the fact that she had signed for a loan and was obligated to repay it. She saw the bank only as the source of her woes. The first thing she did was register a website. She used www.californiaforeclosurefighters.com to launch an organization called Foreclosure Litigants Against Greed. It worked better as an acronym, FLAG. She effectively made use of the American flag on her protest signs, the message being that fighting foreclosure was as American as apple pie. She then took to marching in front of Westland's corporate headquarters on Ventura Boulevard, sometimes by herself, sometimes with her young son, and sometimes with people she had attracted to the cause. She carried signs that decried the bank's involvement in illegal foreclosures and in putting families out of their homes and onto the streets. Lisa was quick to alert local media outlets to her activities. She got on TV repeatedly and was always ready with a soundbite that gave voice to people in her situation, casting them as victims of the foreclosure epidemic, not garden variety deadbeats. I had noticed that on Channel 5, she had even become part of the stock footage thrown up on the screen whenever there was an update on nationwide foreclosure issues or statistics. California was the third leading state in the country for foreclosures, and Los Angeles was the hotbed. As these facts were reported, there would be Lisa and her group on the screen carrying their signs, "Don't take my home. Stop illegal foreclosure now." Alleging that her protests were illegal gatherings that impeded traffic and endangered pedestrians, Westland sought and received a restraining order that kept Lisa 100 yards from any bank facility and its employees. Undaunted, she took her signs and her fellow protesters to the county courthouse, where foreclosures were fought every day. Mitchell Bondurant was a senior vice president at Westland. He headed up the mortgage loan division. His name was on the loan documents relating to Lisa Trammell's house. As such, his name was on all of my filings. I had also written him a letter, outlining what I described as indications of fraudulent practices by the foreclosure mill Westland had contracted with to carry out the dirty work of taking the homes and other properties of their default customers. Lisa was entitled to see all documents arising from her case. She was copied on the letter and everything else. Despite being the human face of the effort to take her home away, Bondurant remained above the fray, hiding behind the bank's legal team. He never responded to my letter, and I never met him. I had no knowledge that Lisa Trammell had ever met or spoken with him either. But now, he was dead, and the police had Lisa in custody. We exited the 101 at Van Nuys Boulevard and headed north. The Civic Center was a plaza surrounded by 2 courthouses, a library, City Hall North, and the Valley Bureau Police Complex, which included the Van Nuys Division. Various other government agencies and buildings were clustered around the main grouping. Parking was always a problem, but it wasn't my worry. I pulled my phone and called my investigator, Dennis Wojciechowski. "Cisco, it's me. You close?" In his early years, Wojciechowski was associated with the Road Saints Motorcycle Club, but there was already a member named Dennis. Nobody could pronounce Wojciechowski's last name, so they called him the Cisco Kid because of his dark looks and mustache. The mustache was now gone, but the name had stuck. "Already here. I'll meet you on the bench by the front stairs to the PD." "I'll be there at 5. Have you talked to anyone yet?" "I've got nothing." Yeah, your old pal Curlin's running lead on this. The victim, Mitchell Bondurant, was found in the parking garage at Westland's headquarters on Ventura about 9 this morning. He was on the ground between two cars. Not clear how long he was down, but he was dead on scene. Do we know the cause yet? There it gets a little hinky. At first, they put out that he'd been shot because an employee who was on another level of the garage told responding police she had heard 2 popping sounds, like shots. But when they examined the body on the scene, it looked like he had been beaten to death, hit with something. Was Lisa Tremmel arrested there? No. From what I understand, she was picked up at her home in Woodland Hills. I still have some calls out, but that's about the extent of what I've got so far. Sorry, Mick. Don't worry about it. We'll know everything soon enough. Is Curlin at the scene or with the suspect? I was told he and his partner picked up Trammell and took her in. The partner's a female named Cynthia Longstreth. She's a D1. I've never heard of her. I had never heard of her either, but since she was a Detective 1, my guess was that she was new to the homicide beat and paired with the veteran Curlin, a D3, to get some seasoning. I looked out the window. We were passing a BMW dealership, and it made me think of the missing husband who had sold Beamers before pulling the plug on the marriage and disappearing. I wondered if Jeff Trammell would show up now that his wife was arrested for murder. Would he take custody of the son he had abandoned? You want me to get Valenzuela over here? Cisco asked. He's only a block away. Fernando Valenzuela was a bail bondsman I used on Valley cases, but I knew he wouldn't be needed this time. I'd wait on that. If they've tagged her with murder, she isn't going to make bail. Right, yeah. Do you know if a DA's been assigned yet? I was thinking about my ex-wife who worked for the district attorney's office in Van Nuys. She might be a useful source of back-channel information, unless she'd been put on the case. Then there'd be a conflict of interest. It had happened before. Maggie McFierce wouldn't like that. I've got nothing on that. I considered what little we knew and what might be the best way to proceed. My feeling was that once the police understood what they had in this case, a murder that could draw wide attention to one of the great financial catastrophes of the time, they would quickly go to lockdown, putting a lid on all sources of information. The time to make moves was now. Cisco, I changed my mind. Don't wait for me. Go over to the scene and see what you can find out. Talk to people before they get locked down. You sure? Yeah. I'll handle the PD, and I'll call if I need anything. Got it. Good luck. You too. I closed the phone and looked to the back of my driver's head. Rojas, turn right at Delano and take me up Silmar. No problem. I don't know how long I'll be. I want you to drop me and then go back up Van Nuys Boulevard and find a body shop. See if they can get the paint off the back of the car. Rojas looked at me in the rearview mirror. What paint? Chapter 3. The Van Nuys Police Building is a 4-story structure serving many purposes. It houses the Van Nuys Police Division, as well as the Valley Bureau Command offices and the main jail facility serving the northern part of the city. I had been here before on cases, and knew that as with most LAPD stations large or small, there would be multiple obstacles standing between my client and me. I've always had the suspicion that officers assigned to front desk duty were chosen by cunning supervisors because of their skills in obfuscation and disinformation. If you doubt this, walk into any police station in this city and tell the desk officer who greets you that you wish to make a complaint against a police officer. See how long it takes him to find the proper form. Desk cops are usually young and dumb and unintentionally ignorant, or old and obdurate and completely deliberate in their actions. At the front desk at Van Nuys Station, I was met by an officer with the name Crimmins printed on his crisp uniform. He was a silver-haired veteran, and therefore highly accomplished when it came to the dead-eyed stare. He showed this to me when I identified myself as a defense attorney with a client waiting to see me in the detective squad. His response consisted of pursing his lips and pointing to a row of plastic chairs where I was supposed to meekly go to wait until he deemed it time to call upstairs. Guys like Crimmins are used to a cowering public. People who do exactly as he says because they are too intimidated to do anything else. I wasn't part of that public. No, that's not how this works, I said. Crimmins squinted. He hadn't been challenged by anybody all day, let alone a criminal defense attorney. Emphasis on criminal. His first move was to fire up the sarcasm responders. "Is that right?" "Yes, that's right. So pick up the phone and call upstairs to Detective Curlin. Tell him Mickey Haller is on the way up, and that if I don't see my client in the next 10 minutes, I'll just walk across the plaza to the courthouse and go see Judge Mills." I paused to let the name register. "I'm sure you know of Judge Roger Mills. Lucky for me, he used to be a criminal defense attorney before he got elected to the bench. He didn't like being jacked around by the police back then and doesn't like it much when he hears about it now. He'll drag both you and Curlin into court and make you explain why you were playing this same old game of stopping a citizen from exercising her constitutional rights to consult an attorney. Last time it went down like that, Judge Mills didn't like the answers he got and fined the guy who was sitting where you are $500. Crimmins looked like he'd had a hard time following my words. He was a short sentence man, I guessed. He blinked twice and reached for the phone. I heard him confer directly with Curlin. He then hung up. "You know the way, smart guy?" "I know the way. Thank you for your help, Officer Crimmins." "Catch you later." He pointed his finger at me like it was a gun, getting the last shot in, so he could tell himself that he had handled that son of a bitch lawyer. I left the desk and headed into the nearby alcove where I knew the elevator was located. On the 3rd floor, Detective Howard Curlin was waiting for me with a smile on his face. It wasn't a friendly smile. He looked like the cat who just ate the canary. "Have fun down there, counselor?" "Oh, yeah." "Well, you're too late up here." "How's that? You booked her?" He spread his hands in a phony sorry about that gesture. "It's funny. My partner took her out of here just before I got the call from downstairs." "Wow, what a coincidence. I still want to talk to her." "You'll have to go through the jail." This would probably take me an extra hour of waiting, and this was why Curlin was smiling. "You sure you can't have your partner turn around and bring her down? I won't be long with her." I said it, even though I thought I was spitting into the wind. But Curlin surprised me and pulled his phone off his belt. He hit a speed dial button. It was either an elaborate hoax, or he was actually doing what I asked. Curlin and I had a history. We had squared off against each other on prior cases. I had attempted on more than one occasion to destroy his credibility on the witness stand. I was never very successful at it, but the experience still made it hard to be cordial afterward. But now, he was doing me a good turn, and I wasn't sure why. "It's me," Curlin said into the phone. "Bring her back here." He listened for a moment. "Because I told you to. Now bring her back." He closed the phone without another word to his partner and looked at me. "You owe me one, Haller. I could have hung you up for a couple of hours. In the old days, I would have." "I know. I appreciate it." He headed back toward the squad room and signaled me to follow. He spoke casually as he walked. "So, when she told us to call you, she said you were handling her foreclosure." "That's right. My sister got divorced, and now she's in a mess like that." There it was. The quid pro quo. "You want me to talk to her?" "No, I just want to know if it's best to fight these things or just get it over with." The squad room looked like it was in a time warp. It was vintage 1970s with a linoleum floor, two-tone yellow walls, and gray government-issued desks with rubber stripping around the edges. Curlin remained standing while waiting for his partner to come back with my client. I pulled a card out of my pocket and handed it to him. "You're talking to a fighter, so that's my answer. I couldn't handle her case because of conflict of interest between you and me, but have her call the office and we'll get her hooked up with somebody good. Make sure she mentions your name." Curlin nodded and picked a DVD case off his desk and handed it to me. "Might as well give you this now." I looked at the disc. "What's this?" "Our interview with your client. You will clearly see that we stopped talking to her as soon as she said the magic words, 'I want a lawyer.'" "I'll be sure to check that out, Detective. You want to tell me why she's your suspect?" "Sure. She's our suspect and we're charging her because she did it, and she made admissions about it before asking to call her lawyer. Sorry about that, counselor, but we played by the rules." I held the disc up as if it were my client. "You're telling me she admitted killing Bondurant?" "Not in so many words, but she made admissions and contradictions. I'll leave it at that." "Did she by any chance say, in so many words, why she did it?" "She didn't have to. The victim was in the process of taking away her house. That's plenty enough motive right there. We're as good as gold on motive." I could have told him that he had that wrong, That I was in the process of stopping the foreclosure, but I kept my mouth shut about that. My job was to gather information here, not give it away. What else you got, Detective? Nothing that I'd care to share with you at the moment. You'll have to wait to get the rest through discovery. I'll do that. Has the DA been assigned yet? Not that I heard. Curlin nodded toward the back of the room, and I turned to see Lisa Trammell being walked toward the door of an interrogation room. She had the classic deer-in-the-headlights look in her eyes. You've got 15 minutes, Curlin said. And that's only because I'm being nice. I figure there's no need to start a war. Not yet, at least, I thought, as I headed toward the interrogation room. Hey, wait a minute, Curlin called to my back. I have to check the briefcase. Rules, you know. He was referring to the leather-over aluminum attaché case I was carrying. I could have made an argument about the search infringing on attorney-client privilege, but I wanted to talk to my client. I stepped back toward him and swung the case up onto a counter, then popped it open. All it contained was the Lisa Trammell file, a fresh legal pad, and the new contracts and power of attorney form I had printed out while driving up. I figured I needed Lisa to re-sign, since my representation was crossing from civil to criminal. Curlin gave it a quick once-over and signaled me to close it. Hand-tooled Italian leather, he said. Looks like a fancy drug dealer's case. You haven't been associating with the wrong people, have you, Holler? He put on that canary smile again. Cop humor was truly unique in all the world. As a matter of fact, it did belong to a courier, I said. A client. But where he was going, he wasn't going to need it anymore, so I took it in trade. You want to see the secret compartment? It's kind of a pain to open. I think I'll pass. You're good. I closed the case and headed back to the interrogation room. And it's Colombian leather, I said. Curlin's partner was waiting at the room's door. I didn't know her, but didn't bother to introduce myself. We were never going to be friendly, and I guessed she would be the type to stiff me on the handshake in order to impress Curlin. She held the door open, and I stopped at the threshold. All listening and recording devices in this room are off, correct? You got it. If they're not, that would be a violation of my client's. We know the drill. Yeah, but sometimes you conveniently forget it, don't you? You've got 14 minutes now, sir. You want to talk to her or keep talking to me? Right. I went in and the door was closed behind me. It was a 9x6 room. I looked at Lisa and put a finger to my lips. What? She asked. That means don't say a word, Lisa, until I tell you to. Her response was to break down into a cascade of tears and a loud and long wail that tailed off into a sentence that was completely unintelligible. She was sitting at a square table with a chair opposite her. I quickly took the open chair and put my case up on the table. I knew she would be positioned to face the room's hidden camera, so I didn't bother to look around for it. I snapped open the case and pulled it close to my body, hoping that my back would act as a blind to the camera. I had to assume that Curlin and his partner were listening and watching. One more reason for his being nice. While one by one I took out the legal pad and documents with my right hand, I used the left to open the case's secret compartment. I hit the engage button on the Paquin 2000 acoustic jammer. The device emitted a low-frequency RF signal that clogged any listening device within 25 feet with electronic disinformation. If Curlin and his partner were illegally listening in, they were now hearing white noise. The case and its hidden device were almost 10 years old, and as far as I knew, the original owner was still in federal prison. I'd taken it in trade at least 7 years ago, back when drug cases were my bread and butter. I knew law enforcement was always trying to build a better mousetrap, and in 10 years, the electronic eavesdropping business must have undergone at least 2 revolutions. So I was not completely put at ease. I would still need to exercise caution in what I said, and hoped my client would as well. Lisa, we're not going to talk a whole lot here, because we don't know who may be listening. You understand?
I think so, but what is happening here? I don't understand what's happening!
Her voice had risen progressively through the sentence, until she was screaming the last word. This was an emotional speaking pattern she had used several times on the phone with me when I was only handling her foreclosure. Now the stakes were higher, and I had to draw the line. None of that, Lisa, I said firmly. You do not scream at me.
You understand? If I'm going to represent you on this, you do not scream at me. Okay, sorry, but they're saying I did something I didn't do. I know, and we're going to fight it, but no screaming. Because they had pulled her back before the booking process had begun, Lisa was still in her own clothes. She was wearing a white t-shirt with a flower pattern on the front. I saw no blood on it or anywhere else. Her face was streaked with tears, and her brown curly hair was unkempt. She was a small woman, and seemed even more so in the harsh light of the room. I need to ask you some questions, I said. Where were you when the police found you? I was home. Why are they doing this to me? Lisa, listen to me. You have to calm down and let me ask the questions. This is very important. But what's going on? No one tells me anything. They said I was under arrest for murdering Mitchell Bondurant. When? How? I didn't go near that man. I didn't break the TRO. I realized that it would have been better if I'd viewed Curlin's DVD before speaking with her, but it was par for the course to come into a case at a disadvantage. Lisa, you are indeed under arrest for the murder of Mitchell Bondurant. Detective Curlin, he's the older one, told me that you made admissions to them in She shrieked and brought her hands to her face. I saw that she was cuffed at the wrists. A new round of tears started. I didn't admit anything. I didn't do anything. Calm down, Lisa. That's why I'm here, to defend you. But we don't have a lot of time right now. They're giving me 10 minutes and they're going to book you. I'm going to jail? I nodded reluctantly. Well, what about bail? It is very hard to get bail on a murder charge, and even if I could get something set, you don't have Another piercing wail filled the tiny room. I lost my patience. Lisa, stop doing that! Now listen, your life is at stake here, okay? You have to calm down and listen to me. I am your attorney, and I will do my best to get you out of here, but it's going to take some time. Now listen to my questions and answer them without all the, what about my son? What about Tyler? Someone from my office is making contact with your sister, and we will arrange for him to be with her until we can get you out. I was very careful not to introduce a hard timeline for her release. Until we can get you out. As far as I was concerned, that might be days, weeks, or even years. It might never happen, but I did not need to get specific. Lisa nodded, as if there was some relief in knowing her son would be with her sister. What about your husband? You have a contact number for him? No, I don't know where he is, and I don't want you contacting him anyway. Not even for your son. Especially not for my son. My sister will take care of him. I nodded and let it go. Now was not the time to ask about her failed marriage. Okay, calmly now. Let's talk about this morning. I have the disc from the detectives, but I want to go over this myself. You said you were home when Detective Curlin and his partner arrived. What were you doing? I was on the computer. I was sending emails. Okay, to who? To my friends, to people in Flag. I was telling them that we were going to meet tomorrow at the courthouse at 10 and to bring the placards. Okay, and when the detectives showed up, what exactly did they say? The man did all the talking. Curlin. Yes, they came in and he asked me some things. Then he asked if I wouldn't mind coming to the station to answer questions. I said about what, and he said Mitch Bondurant. He didn't say anything about him being dead or killed. So I said yes. I thought maybe they were finally investigating him. I didn't know they were investigating me. Well, did he tell you that you had certain rights not to speak to him and to contact a lawyer? Yes, like on TV. He told me my rights. When exactly? When we were already here. When he said I was under arrest. Did you ride with him here? Yes. And did you speak in the car? No, he was on his cell phone almost the whole time. I heard him say things like, I have her with me, and like that. Were you handcuffed? In the car? No. Smart Curlin. He risked riding in the car with an uncuffed murder suspect in order to keep her suspicions down and to lull her into agreeing to speak with him. You can't build a better mousetrap than that. It would also allow the prosecution to argue that Lisa was not under arrest yet, and therefore her statements were voluntary. So you were brought here and you agreed to talk to him? Yes. I had no idea they were going to arrest me. I thought I was helping them with a case.
But Curlin didn't say what the case was.
No, never. Not until he said I was under arrest and that I could make a call. And that's when they handcuffed me, too.
Curlin had used some of the oldest tricks in the book, but they were still in the book because they worked. I had to watch the DVD to know exactly what Lisa had admitted to, if anything. Asking her about it while she was upset was not the best use of my limited time. As if to underscore this, there was a sudden and sharp knock on the door, followed by a muffled voice saying I had 2 minutes. Okay, I am going to work on this, Lisa. I need you to sign a couple of documents first, though. The first one is a new contract that covers criminal defense. I slid the one-page document over to her and put a pen on top of it. She started to scan it.
All these fees, she said. $150,000 for a trial? I can't pay you this. I don't have it.
That's a standard fee, and only if we go to trial. And as far as what you can pay, that's what these other documents are for. This one gives me your power of attorney, allowing me to solicit book and movie deals, things like that, coming from the case. I have an agent I work with on this stuff. If there's a deal out there, he'll get it. The last document puts a lien on any of those funds so that the defense gets paid first. I knew this case was going to draw attention. The foreclosure epidemic was the country's biggest ongoing financial catastrophe. There could be a book in this, maybe even a film, and I could end up getting paid. She picked up the pen and signed the documents without reading further. I took them back and put them away. Okay, Lisa, what I'm about to tell you now is the most important piece of advice in the world. So I want you to listen and then tell me you understand.
Okay.
Do not talk about this case with anyone other than me. Do not talk to detectives, jailers, other jail inmates. Don't even talk to your sister or son about it. Whenever anyone asks, and believe me, they will, you simply tell them that you cannot talk about your case.
But I didn't do anything wrong. I'm innocent. It's people who are guilty who don't talk.
I held my finger up to admonish her. No, you're wrong. And it sounds to me like you are not taking what I say seriously, Lisa.
No, I am.
Then do what I'm telling you. Talk to no one. And that includes the phone in the jail. All calls are recorded, Lisa. Don't talk on the phone about your case, even to me.
Okay. I got it.
If it makes you feel any better, you can answer all questions by saying, I am innocent of the charges, but on the advice of my attorney, I'm not going to talk about the case. Okay? How's that?
Good, I guess.
The door opened, and Curlin was standing there. He was giving me the squint of suspicion, which told me it was a good thing I'd brought the Paquin jammer with me. I looked back at Lisa. Okay, Lisa, it gets bad before it gets good. Hang in there, and remember the golden rule. Talk to no one. I stood up. The next time you'll see me will be at first appearance, and we'll be able to talk then. Now, go with Detective Curlin. Chapter 4. The following morning, Lisa Trammell made her first appearance in Los Angeles Superior Court on charges of first-degree murder. A special circumstances count of lying in wait was added by the district attorney's office, which made her eligible for a sentence of life without parole or even the death penalty. It was a bargaining chip for the prosecution. I could see the DA wanting this case to go away with a plea agreement before public sympathy swung behind the defendant. What better way to get that result than to hold the LWOP or the death penalty over the defendant's head? The courtroom was crowded to standing room only, with members of the media as well as flag recruits and sympathizers. Overnight, the story had grown exponentially as word spread about the police and prosecution's theory that a home foreclosure may have spawned the murder of a banker. It put a blood and guts twist on the nationwide financial plague, and that, in turn, packed the house. Lisa had calmed considerably after almost 24 hours in jail. She stood zombie-like in the custody pen, awaiting her 2-minute hearing. I assured her first that her son was safe in the loving hands of her sister, and second, that Haller and Associates would do all that was possible to provide her with the best and most rigorous defense. Her immediate concern was in getting out of jail, to take care of her son, and to assist her legal team. Though the first appearance hearing was primarily just an official acknowledgement of the charges and the starting point of the judicial process,
there would also be an opportunity to request and argue for bail. I was planning to do just that, as my general philosophy was to leave no stone unturned and no issue unargued. But I was pessimistic about the outcome. By law, bail would be set, but in reality, bail in murder cases was usually set in the millions, thereby making it unattainable for the common man. My client was an unemployed single mother with a house in foreclosure. A 7-figure bail meant Lisa wouldn't be getting out of jail. Judge Stephen Fluharty pushed the Trammell case to the top of the docket in an effort to accommodate the media. Andrea Freeman, the prosecutor assigned to the case, read the charges and the judge scheduled the arraignment for the following week. Trammell would not enter a plea until then. These routine procedures were dispensed with quickly. Fluharty was about to call a short recess so the media could pack up equipment and leave en masse when I interrupted and made a motion requesting him to set bail for my client. The second reason for doing this was to see how the prosecution responded. Every now and then I got lucky, and the prosecutor revealed evidence or strategy while arguing for a high bail amount. But Freeman was too cagey to make such a slip. She argued that Lisa Trammell was a danger to the community and should continue to be held without bail until further into the proceedings of the case. She noted that the victim of the crime was not the only individual involved in foreclosing on Lisa's place of residence, but only one link in a chain. Other people and institutions in that chain could be endangered if Trammell was set free. There was no big reveal there. It seemed obvious from the start that the prosecution would use the foreclosure as the motive for the murder of Mitchell Bondurant. Freeman had said just enough to make a convincing argument against bail, but had mentioned little about the murder case she was building. She was good, and we had faced each other on cases before. As far as I remembered, I had lost them all. When it was my turn, I argued that there was no indication, let alone evidence, that Trammell was either a danger to the community or a flight risk. Barring such evidence, the judge could not deny the defendant bail. Fluharty split his decision right down the middle, giving the defense a victory by ruling that bail should be set, and giving the prosecution a win by setting it at $2 million. The upshot was that Lisa wasn't going anywhere. She would need $2 million in collateral or a bail bondsman. A 10% bond would cost her $200,000 in cash, and that was out of the question. She was staying in jail. The judge finally called for the recess, and that gave me a few more minutes with Lisa before she was removed by the courtroom deputies. As the media filed out, I quickly admonished her one more time to keep her mouth shut. It's even more important now, Lisa, with all of the media on this case. They may try to get to you in jail, either directly or through other inmates or visitors you think you can trust. So remember, talk to no one. I get it. Good. Now I also want you to know that my entire staff is meeting this afternoon to review the case and set some strategies. Can you think of anything you want brought up or discussed? Anything that can help us? I just have a question, and it's for you. What is it? How come you haven't asked me if I did it? I saw one of the courtroom deputies enter the pen and come up behind Lisa, ready to take her back. I don't need to ask you, Lisa, I said. I don't need to know the answer to do my job. Then ours is a pitiful system. I'm not sure I can have a lawyer defending me who doesn't believe in me. Well, it's certainly your choice, and I'm sure there would be a line of lawyers out the door of the courthouse who would love to have this case, but nobody knows the circumstances of this case or the foreclosure like I do. And just because somebody says they believe you, it doesn't mean they really do. With me, you don't get that bullshit, Lisa. With me, it's don't ask, don't tell. And that goes both ways. Don't ask me if I believe you, and I won't tell you. I paused to see if she wanted to respond. She didn't. So are we good? I don't want to be spinning my wheels on this if you're going to be looking for a believer to take my place. We're good, I guess. All right, then I'll be by to see you tomorrow to discuss the case and what direction we're going to be moving in. I'm hoping that my investigator will have a preliminary take on what the evidence is showing by then. Can I ask you a question, Mickey? Of course you can. Could you lend me the money for the bail? I was not taken aback. I long ago lost track of how many clients hit me up for bail money. This might have been the highest amount so far, but I doubted it would be the last time I was asked. I can't do that, Lisa. Number one, I don't have that kind of money. And number two, it's a conflict of interest for an attorney to provide bail for his own client. So I can't help you there. What I think you need to do is get used to the idea that you are going to be incarcerated at least through your trial. The bail is set at $2 million, and that means you would need at least $200,000 just to get a bond. It's a lot of money, Lisa, and if you had it, I'd want half of it to pay for the defense. So either way, you'd still be in jail. I smiled, but she didn't see any humor in what I was telling her. When you put up a bond like that, do you get it back after trial? She asked. No, that goes to the bail bondsman to cover his risk, because he'd be the one on the hook for the whole $2 million if you were to flee. Lisa looked incensed. I'm not going to flee. I'm going to stay right here and fight this thing. I just want to be with my son. He needs his mother. Lisa, I was not referring to you specifically. I was just telling you how bail and bonds work. Anyway, the deputy behind you has been very patient. You need to go with him, and I need to get back to work on your defense. We'll talk tomorrow. I nodded to the deputy, and he moved in to take Lisa back to the courthouse lockup. As they went through the steel door off the side of the custody pen, Lisa looked back at me with scared eyes. There was no way she could know what lay ahead, that this was only the start of what would be the most harrowing ordeal of her life. Andrea Freeman had stopped to talk with a fellow prosecutor, and that allowed me to catch up with her as she was leaving the courtroom. Do you want to grab a cup of coffee and talk? I asked as I came up beside her. Don't you need to talk to your people? My people? All the people with cameras. They'll be lined up outside the door. I'd rather talk to you, and we could even discuss media guidelines if you would like. I think I can spare a few minutes. You want to go down to the basement, or come back with me to the office for some DA coffee? Let's hit the basement. I'd be looking over my shoulder too much in your office. Your ex-wife? Her and others, though my ex and I are in a good phase right now. Glad to hear it. You know Maggie. There were at least 8 deputy DAs working out of Van Nuys. In passing. We left the courtroom and stood side by side in front of the assembled media to announce that we would not be commenting on the case at this early stage. As we headed to the elevators, at least 6 reporters, most of them from out of town, shoved business cards into my hand. New York Times, CNN, Dateline, Salon, and the holy grail of them all, 60 Minutes. In less than 24 hours, I had gone from scrounging $250 a month foreclosure cases in South LA to being lead defense attorney on a case that threatened to be the signature story of this financial epoch. And I liked it. They're gone, Freeman said once we were on the elevator. You can wipe the shit-eating grin off your face. I looked at her and really smiled. That obvious, huh? Oh yeah, all I can say is enjoy it while you can. That was a not-so-subtle reminder of what I was facing with this case. Freeman was an up-and-comer in the DA's office, and some said she would someday run for the top job herself. The conventional wisdom was to attribute her rise and rep in the prosecutor's office to her skin color and to internal politics, to suggest she got the good cases because she was a minority who was the protege of another minority. But I knew this was a deadly mistake. Andrea Freeman was damn good at what she did, and I had the winless record against her to prove it. When I got the word the night before that she had been assigned the Trammell case, I had felt it like a poke in the ribs. It hurt, but there was nothing I could do about it. In the basement cafeteria, we poured cups of coffee from the urns and found a table in a quiet corner. She took the seat that allowed her to see the entrance. It was a law enforcement thing that extended from patrol officers to detectives to prosecutors. Never turn your back on a potential point of attack. So, I said, here we are. You're in the position of having to prosecute a potential American hero. Freeman laughed like I was insane. Yeah, right. Last I heard, we don't make heroes out of murderers. I could think of an infamous case prosecuted locally that might challenge that statement, but I let it go. Maybe that is overreaching a bit, I said. Let's just say that I think public sympathy is going to be running high on the defendant's side of the aisle on this one. I think fanning the media flames will only heighten it. For now, sure, but as the evidence gets out there and the details become known, I don't think public sympathy is going to be an issue, at least not from my standpoint. But what are you saying, Holler? You want to talk about a plea before the case is even a day old? I shook my head. No, not at all. I don't want to talk about anything like that. My client says she is innocent. I brought up the sympathy angle because of the attention the case is already getting. I just picked up a card from a producer at 60 Minutes. So I'd like to set up some guidelines and agreements on how we proceed with the media. You just mentioned the evidence and how it gets out there into the public domain. I hope you were talking about evidence presented in court, and not selectively fed to the LA Times or anybody else in the Fourth Estate. Hey, I'd be happy to call it a no-fly zone right now. Nobody talks to the media under any circumstances. I frowned. I'm not ready to go that far yet. She gave me the knowing nod. I didn't think so, so all I'll say then is be careful, both of us. I, for one, won't hesitate to go to the judge if I think you're trying to taint the jury pool. Then same here. Good. Then that's settled for now. What else? When am I going to start seeing some discovery? She took a long draw on her coffee before answering. You know from prior cases, I'm not into I'll show you mine if you show me yours. That's always a one-way street because the defense doesn't show dick, so I like to keep it nice and tight. I think we need to come to an accommodation, counselor. Well, when we get a judge, you can talk to the judge, but I'm not playing nice with a murderer, no matter who her lawyer is. And just so you know, I already came down hard on your buddy Curlin for giving you that disc yesterday. That should not have happened, and he's lucky I didn't have him removed from the case. Consider it a gift from the prosecution. But it's the only one you'll be getting, counselor. It was the answer I was expecting. Freeman was a damn good prosecutor, but in my view she didn't play fair. A trial was supposed to be a spirited contesting of facts and evidence, both sides with equal footing in the law and the rules of the game. But using the rules to hide or withhold facts and evidence was the routine with Freeman. She liked a tilted game. She didn't carry the light. She didn't even see the light. Andrea, come on. The cops took my client's computer and all her paperwork. It's her stuff, and I need it to even start to build the defense. You can't treat that like discovery. Freeman scrunched her mouth to the side and posed as though she was actually considering a compromise. I should have seen it for the act it was. I'll tell you what, she said. As soon as we are assigned a judge, you go in and ask about that. If a judge tells me to turn it over, I'll turn it over. Otherwise, it's mine, and I ain't sharing. Thanks a lot, she smiled. You're welcome. Her response to my request for cooperation and her smiling way of delivering it only served to underline a thought I had growing in the back of my mind since I had gotten word she was on the case. I had to find a way to make Freeman see the light. Chapter 5. Michael Haller and Associates had a full staff meeting that afternoon in the living room of Lorna Taylor's condo in West Hollywood. Attending were Lorna, of course, as well as my investigator, Cisco Wojciechowski. It was his living room, too. And the junior associate of the firm, Jennifer Aronson. I noticed that Aronson looked uncomfortable in the surroundings, and I had to admit it was unprofessional. I'd rented a temporary office the year before when I was engaged in the Jason Jessup case, and it had worked out well. I knew that it would be best to have a real office instead of 2 staff members' living room for the Trammell case. The only problem was it would add another expense I would have to eat until I manufactured fees out of the movie and book rights of the case, if I managed to make that happen. This had made me reluctant to pull the trigger, but seeing Aronson's disappointment made the decision for me. Okay, let's start, I said, after Lorna had served everybody soda or iced tea. I know this is not the most professional way to run a law firm, and we'll be looking into getting some office space as soon as we can. In the Really? Lorna said, clearly surprised by this information. Yes, I just sort of decided that. Oh, well, I'm glad you like my place so much. It's not that, Lorna. I've just been thinking lately, with taking on Bullocks here, it's like we've got a real firm now, and maybe we should have a legit address. So clients can come in instead of us always going to them. Fine with me, as long as I don't have to open shop till 10 and I can wear my bedroom slippers to work. I'm kind of used to that. I could tell I had insulted her. We had been married once for a short time, and I knew the signs. But I would have to deal with it later. It was time to put the focus on the Lisa Trammell defense. So, anyway, let's talk about Lisa Trammell. I had my first sit-down with the prosecutor after first appearance this morning, and it didn't go so well. I've done the dance with Andrea Freeman before, and she's a give-no-quarter kind of prosecutor. If it's something that can be argued, then she's going to argue it. If it's discoverable material that she can sit on until the judge orders her to give it up, then she'll do that too. In a way, I admire her, but not when we're on the same case. The bottom line is that getting discovery out of her is going to be like pulling teeth. Well, is there even going to be a trial? Lorna asked.
We have to assume so, I answered. In my brief discussions with our client, she has expressed only a desire to fight this thing. She says she didn't do it, so for now that means no plea agreement. We plan on a trial, but remain open to other possibilities.
Wait a minute, Aronson said. You emailed me last night saying you wanted me to look at the video you got of the interrogation. That's discovery. Didn't that come from the prosecution?
Aronson was a petite 25-year-old with short hair that was carefully made to look stylishly unkempt. She wore retro-style glasses that partially hid brilliant green eyes. She came from a law school that didn't turn any heads in the silk-stocking firms downtown, but when I interviewed her, I sensed that she had a drive that was fueled by negative motivation. She was out to prove those silk-stocking assholes wrong. I hired her on the spot. The video disc came from the lead detective, and the prosecutor wasn't happy about it at all, so don't be expecting anything else. We want something, we go to the judge, or we go out and get it ourselves. Which brings us to Cisco. Tell us what you've got so far, big man. All eyes turned to my investigator, who sat in a leather swivel chair next to a fireplace that was filled with potted plants. He was dressed up today, meaning he had sleeves on his t-shirt. Still, the shirt did little to hide the tats and the gun show. His bulging biceps made him look more like a strip club bouncer than a seasoned investigator with a lot of finesse in his kit. It had taken me a long time to get over the idea of this giant beef dish being my replacement with Lorna. But I had worked it through, and besides, I knew of no better defense investigator. Early in his life, when he was cruising with the Road Saints, the cops had tried to set him up twice on drug raps. It built a lasting distrust of police in him. Most people give the police the benefit of the doubt. Cisco didn't, and that made him very good at what he did. Okay, I'm going to break this into 2 reports, he said. The crime scene in the client's house, which was searched by police for several hours yesterday. First, the crime scene. Without using any notes, he proceeded to detail all of his findings from Westland National's headquarters. Mitchell Bondurant had been surprised by his attacker while getting out of his car to report for work. He was struck at least twice on the head with an unknown object, most likely attacked from behind. There were no defensive wounds on his hands or arms, indicating he was incapacitated almost immediately. A spilled cup of Joe's Joe coffee was found on the ground next to him, along with his briefcase, which was found open beside the back tire of his car. So what about the gunshots somebody said they heard? I asked. Cisco shrugged. I think they're looking at that as car backfire. 2 backfires? It could happen. There was no gunplay involved here. He went back to his report. The autopsy results were not yet in, but Cisco was betting on blunt force trauma being the cause of death. At the moment, time of death was a bit wide open, listed as between 8:30 and 8:50 a.m. There was a receipt in Bondurant's pocket from a Joe's Joe 4 blocks away. It was time-stamped 8:21 a.m., and investigators figured the fastest he could have gotten from the coffee shop to his parking space in the bank garage was 9 minutes. The 911 call from the bank employee who found his body was logged at 8:52 a.m. So, estimated time of death had an approximate 20-minute swing. It wasn't a lot of time, but when it came to things like documenting a defendant's movements for the purpose of alibi, it was an eternity. Police interviewed everyone who was parking on the same level, as well as all of those who worked in Bondurant's department at the bank. Lisa Trammell's name came up early and often during these interviews. She was named as an individual Bondurant had reportedly felt threatened by. His department kept a threat assessment file, and she was number 1 on the list. As we all knew, she had been served with a restraining order keeping her away from the bank. The police hit the jackpot when one bank employee reported seeing Lisa Trammell walking away from the bank on Ventura Boulevard within minutes of the murder. Who is this witness? I asked, zeroing in on the most damaging part of his report. Her name is Margot Schaefer. She's a bank teller. According to my sources, she's never had contact with Trammell. She works in the bank, not the loan operation. But Trammell's photo was circulated to staff after they got the TRO against her. Everybody was told to be aware of her and to report it if she was seen, so she recognized her. And this was on bank property? No, it was on the sidewalk a half block away. She was supposedly walking east on Ventura, away from the bank. Do we know anything about this Margot Schaefer? Not now, but we will. I'm on it. I nodded. It usually wasn't necessary for me to tell Cisco what to investigate. He moved on to the second part of his report, the search of Lisa Trammell's house. This time, he referred to a document he pulled from a file. Lisa Trammell volunteered, their word, to accompany detectives to Van Nuys division about 2 hours after the murder. They're claiming she was not placed under arrest until the conclusion of an interview at the station. Using statements made during that interview as well as the eyewitness account of Margot Schaefer, the detectives obtained a search warrant for Trammell's home. They spent about 6 hours there, looking for evidence, including a possible murder weapon as well as digital and hard copy documentation of a plan to kill Bondurant. Search warrants designate a specific window of time during which the search must take place. Afterward, police must, in a timely manner, file a document with the court called a search warrant return that lists exactly what was seized. It is then the judge's responsibility to review the seizure to make sure that the police acted within the parameters of the warrant. Cisco said Detectives Curlin and Longstreth had filed the return that morning, and he had obtained a copy through the clerk's office. It was a key part of the case at this point, because the police and prosecution weren't sharing information with the defense. Andrea Freeman had shut that down. But the search warrant request and return were public records. Freeman could not stop their release, and they gave me the best look at how the state was building its case. "Give us the highlights," I said, "but then I want a copy of the whole thing." "This is your copy here," Cisco said. "As far as—" "May I please get a copy too?" Aronson asked. Cisco looked at me for permission. It was awkward. He was silently asking if she was truly a member of the team and not just a client handholder I'd brought in from the department store law school. "Absolutely," I said. "You got it," Cisco said. "Now the highlights. As far as the weapon goes, it looks like the detectives went into the garage and took every handheld tool they could find off the workbench. So they don't know what the murder weapon was," I said. "No autopsy yet," Cisco said. "They'll have to make wound comparisons. That will take time, but I've got the medical examiner's office wired. When they know it, I'll know it." "Okay, what else?" "They took her laptop, a 3-year-old MacBook Pro, and various and sundry documents relating to the foreclosure of the home on Melba. This is where they might piss the judge off. They do not specifically list the documents, probably because there were too many. They mention just 3 files. They are marked Flag, Foreclosure 1, and Foreclosure 2. I assumed that any foreclosure documents Lisa had at home were documents I had given her. The flag file, as well as the computer, could hold names of the members of Lisa's group, an indication that the police were possibly looking for co-conspirators. Okay, what else? They took her cell phone, 1 pair of shoes from the garage, and here's the kicker. They seized a personal journal. They don't describe it beyond that or say what was in it. But I'm thinking that if it's got her ranting against the bank or the victim in particular, then we'll have a problem. "I'll ask her about it when I visit her tomorrow," I said. "Back up for a second. This cell phone. Was it specifically stated in the warrant application that they wanted her phone? Are they suggesting a conspiracy? That she had help killing Bondurant?" "No, nothing about co-conspirators in the application. They're probably just making sure they cover all possibilities." I nodded. Seeing the moves the investigators were making against my client was very helpful. "They've probably filed a separate search warrant seeking call records from her service provider," I said. "I'll check into it," Cisco said. "Okay, anything else on the warrant?" "The shoes. The return lists 1 pair of shoes taken from the garage. Doesn't say why, just says they were gardening shoes. They were a woman's shoes. No other shoes taken. Not that they're taking credit for, just these. You've got nothing about shoe prints at the crime scene, right?" "I've got nothing on that." "Okay." I was sure the reason for the seizure of the shoes would become apparent soon enough. On a search warrant, police throw as wide a net as the court allows. It's better to seize as much as possible than leave anything behind. Sometimes that means seizing items that ultimately have nothing to do with the case. "By the way," Cisco said, "if you get the chance, the application makes interesting reading if you can get past the misspellings and grammar issues. They used her interview extensively, but we already saw all of that on the disc Curlin gave you." "Yes, her so-called admissions and his exaggerations." I stood up and started pacing in the middle of the room.
Lorna also got up and took the search warrant from Cisco so she could make a copy. She disappeared into a nearby den where she had her office and where there was a copier. I waited for her to come back and hand a copy of the documents to Aronson before I began. Okay, this is how we're going to do this. First thing is we need to get moving on getting a real office, someplace close to the Van Nuys courthouse where we can set up our command post. You want me on that, Mick? Lorna asked. Yes, I do. I'll make sure there's parking and good food nearby. It would be nice to be able to just walk to court. You got it. Short-term lease? I paused. I liked working out of the back seat of the Lincoln. It had a freedom to it that was conducive to my thought processes. We'll take it for a year, see what happens. I looked at Aronson next. She had her head down and was writing notes on a legal pad. Bullocks, I need you to handhold our current clients and respond with the basics to new callers. The radio ads run through the month so we can expect no downturn in business. I also need you to help out on Trammell. She looked up at me and her eyes brightened at the prospect of being on a murder case less than a year after being admitted to the bar. Don't get too excited, I said. I'm not giving you second chair just yet. You'll be doing a lot of the grunt work. How were you on probable cause back at the department store school? I was the best in my class. Of course you were. Well, you see that document in your hand? I want you to take that search warrant and break it down and tear it apart. We're looking for omissions and misrepresentations, anything that can be used in a motion to suppress. I want all evidence taken from Lisa Trammell's house thrown out. Aronson visibly gulped. This was because I was issuing a tall order, and it was more than grunt work because the task would probably mean a lot of effort for little return. It was rare that evidence was kicked wholesale from a case. I was simply covering all the bases and using Aronson on one of them. She was smart enough to see that, and it was one reason I had hired her. Remember, you're working on a murder case, I said. How many of your classmates can say they've done that yet? Probably none. Damn right. So next, I want you to take the disc of Lisa's police interview and do the same thing. Look for any false move by the cops. Anything we can use to get that knocked out as well. I think there might be something here in light of the Supreme Court's ruling last year. Are you familiar with it? This is my first criminal case. Then get familiar with it. Curlin went out of his way to make it look like she came in for a voluntary interview. But if we can show he had her in his control, cuffs or not, we can make a case for being under arrest from the start. We do that, and everything she said before Miranda goes bye-bye. Okay. Aronson didn't look up from her writing. Do you understand your assignments? Yes. Good. Then go to it. But don't forget about the rest of the clients. They're paying the bills around here. For now. I turned back to Lorna. Which reminds me, Lorna, I need you to make contact with Joel Gottler and get something rolling on this story. The whole thing might go away if there's a plea agreement, so let's try to get a deal now. Tell him we're willing to go low on the back end for some decent upfront cash. We need to fund the defense. Gottler was the Hollywood agent who represented me. I used him whenever Hollywood came calling. This time, we were going to go calling on Hollywood and proactively try to get a deal. Sell him on it, I told Lorna. I've got a business card in the car from a producer at 60 Minutes. That's how big this is getting. I'll call Joel, she said. I know what to say. I stopped pacing to consider what was left and what my role was going to be. I looked at Cisco. You want me on the witness? He asked. That's right, and the victim too. I want the full picture on both of them. My order was punctuated by a sharp buzzing sound from an intercom speaker on the wall next to the kitchen door. Sorry, that's the front gate, Lorna said. She made no move to go to the intercom. You want to answer it? I asked. No, I'm not expecting anyone, and all the delivery guys know the combination. It's probably a solicitor. They walk this neighborhood like zombies. Okay, I said. Then let's move on. The next thing we need to be thinking about is the alternate killer. That drew everyone's undivided attention. We need a setup man, I said. If we take this thing to trial, it's not going to be good enough to just potshot the state's case. We are going to need an aggressive defense. We have to point the jury in a direction away from Lisa. To do that, we need an alternate theory. I was aware of Aronson watching me pacing. I felt like a teacher in law school. What we need is a hypothesis of innocence. If we build that, we win the case. The gate buzzer went off again. It was then followed by 2 more long and insistent buzzes. "What the hell?" Lorna said. Annoyed, she got up and walked to the intercom. She pushed the communication button. "Yes, who is it? Is this the law offices of Mickey Holler?" It was a woman's voice, and it sounded familiar, but I couldn't immediately place it. The speaker was tinny, and the volume turned low. Lorna looked back at us and shook her head as though she was confused. Her address was not on any of our advertising. How did this person get to the front gate? "Yes, but it is by appointment only," Lorna responded. "I can give you the number to call if you want to set up a consultation with Mr. Holler." "Please, I need to speak to him now. This is Lisa Trammell, and I'm already a client. I need to speak with him as soon as possible." I stared at the intercom speaker, as though I believed it to be a direct pipeline to the Van Nuys Women's Jail, where Lisa was supposed to be. Then I looked at Lorna. "I guess you better open the gate." Chapter 6. Lisa Trammell was not alone. When Lorna answered her front door, my client walked through in the company of a man I recognized as having been in court during Lisa's first appearance. He had been in the front row of the gallery and stood out to me because he didn't look like a lawyer or journalist. He looked Hollywood, and not the glitzy, confident Hollywood. The other one, the Hollywood on the make. Either a toupee or amateur dye job on the hair, requisite matching fringe on the chin, wattled throat. He looked like a 60-year-old trying without a lot of success to pass for 40. He wore a black leather sport coat over a maroon turtleneck. A gold chain hung from his neck with a peace sign on it. Whoever he was, I had to suspect he was the reason Lisa was walking free. "Well, you either escaped from Van Nuys jail or you made bail," I said. "I'm thinking that somehow, someway, it's the latter." "Smart man," Lisa said. "Everyone, this is Herbert Dahl, my friend and benefactor." "That's D-A-H-L, said the smiling benefactor. "Benefactor?" I asked. "Does that mean you put up Lisa's bail?" "A bond, actually," Dahl said. "Who did you use?" "A guy named Valenzuela. His place is right by the jail. Very convenient, and he said he knew you." "Right." I paused for a moment, wondering how to proceed, and Lisa filled in the space. "Herb is a true hero, rescuing me from that horrible place," she said. "Now I'm out and free to help our team fight these false charges." Lisa had worked previously with Aronson, but not directly with Lorna or Cisco. She stepped over and put her hand out to them, introducing herself and shaking hands as if this was all part of a routine day, and it was time to get down to business. Cisco glanced over at me and gave me a look that said, "What the hell is this?" I shrugged. I didn't know. Lisa had never mentioned Herb Dahl to me, a dear enough friend and benefactor that he was willing to drop $200K on a bond. This, and the fact that she hadn't tapped his largesse to pay for her defense, did not surprise me. Her barging in all bluster and business, ready to be part of the team, didn't either. I believed that with strangers, Lisa was very skilled at keeping her personal and emotional issues beneath the surface. She could charm the stripes off a tiger, and I wondered if Herb Dahl knew what he was getting into. I assumed he was working an angle, but he might not understand that he was being worked as well. "Lisa," I said, "can we step back here into Lorna's office and speak privately for a moment? I think Herb should hear whatever it is you have to say. He's going to be documenting the case." "Well, he's not going to document our conversations because communications between you and your attorney are private and privileged. He can be compelled to testify in court about anything he hears or sees." "Oh, well, isn't there a way of deputizing him or something to make him part of the legal team?" "Lisa, just come back here for a few minutes." I pointed toward the den, and Lisa finally started moving in that direction. "Lorna, why don't you get Mr. Dahl something to drink?" I followed Lisa into the den and closed the door. There were 2 desks, one for Lorna and one for Cisco. I pulled a side chair over in front of Lorna's and told Lisa to sit down. I then went behind the desk and sat down to face her. "This is a strange law office," she said. "It feels like somebody's home or something." "It's temporary. Let's talk about your hero out there, Lisa. How long have you known him?" "Just a couple months or so." "How did you meet him?" "On the courthouse steps. He came to one of the flag protests. He said he was interested in us from a filmmaker's perspective.
Really? So he's a filmmaker. Where's his camera?
Well, he actually puts things together. He's very successful. He does like book deals and movies. He's going to handle all of that. This case is going to get massive attention, Mickey. At the jail, they told me I had interview requests from 36 reporters. Of course, they didn't let me speak to them, only Herb.
Herb got to you in the jail, did he? He must be relentless.
He said that when he sees a story, he stops at nothing. Remember that little girl who lived for a week on the side of the mountain with her dead father after he crashed off the road? He got her a TV movie.
That's impressive.
I know. He's very successful.
Yes, you said that. So, did you make some sort of agreement with him?
Yes. He'll put all the deals together, and we split everything 50-50 after his expenses and he gets the bail money back. I mean, that's only fair. But he's talking about a lot of money. I might be able to save my house, Mickey.
Did you sign something? A contract or any sort of agreement?
Oh yes, it's all legal and binding. He has to give me my share.
You know that because you showed it to your lawyer?
No. But Herb said it was standard boilerplate. You know, legal mumbo-jumbo. But I read it.
Sure she did. Just like when she signed the contracts with me. Can I see the contract, Lisa?
Herb kept it. You can ask him.
I will. Now, did you happen to tell him about our agreements?
Our agreements?
Yes, you signed contracts with me yesterday at the police station, remember? One was for me to represent you criminally, and the others granted me power of attorney to represent you and negotiate any sale of story rights so that we can fund your defense. You remember that you signed a lien? She didn't answer. Did you see I have 3 people out there, Lisa? We're all working on your case, and you haven't paid us a penny so far. So that means I have to come up with all their salaries, all their expenses, every week. That's why in the agreements you signed yesterday, you were giving me the authority to make book and film deals.
Oh, I didn't read that part.
Let me ask you something. Which is more important to you, Lisa, that you have the best defense possible and try to defy the odds and win this case, or that you have a book or movie deal? Lisa put a pouting look on her face and then promptly deflected the question.
But you don't understand. I'm innocent.
No, you don't understand. Whether you're innocent or not has nothing to do with this equation. It's what we can prove or disprove in court. And when I say we, I really mean me, Lisa. Me. I'm your hero, not Herb Dahl out there in the leather jacket and Hollywood peace sign. And I mean that as in piece of the pie. She paused for a long moment before responding.
I can't, Mickey. He just bailed me out. It cost him $200,000. He has to make that back.
While your defense team goes hungry.
No, you're going to get paid, Mickey, I promise. I get half of everything. I'll pay you.
After he gets his $200,000 back plus expenses. Expenses that could be anything, it sounds like.
He said he got $500,000 for one of Michael Jackson's doctors. And that was just for a tabloid story. We might get a movie.
I was on the verge of losing it with her. Lorna had a stress release squeeze toy on the desk. It was a small judge's gavel, a sample of a giveaway she was considering for marketing and promotional purposes. The name and number of the firm could be printed on the side. I grabbed it and squeezed hard on the barrel, thinking of it as Herb Dahl's windpipe. After a few moments, the anger eased. The thing actually worked. I made a mental note to tell Lorna to go ahead with the purchase. We'd give them out at bail bond offices and street fairs. Okay, I said. We'll talk about this later. We're going to go back out there now. You are still going to send Herb home because we are going to talk about your case, and we do not do that in front of people who are not in the circle of privilege. Later, you are going to call him and tell him he is not to make any deal or move without my approval. Do you understand, Lisa?
Yes.
She sounded chastised and meek. Do you want me to tell him to leave, or do you want to handle it?
Can you handle it, Mickey?
No problem. I think we're done here. We stepped back into the living room and caught Dahl as he was finishing a story. And that was before he made Titanic! He laughed at the kicker, but the others in the room failed to show the same sense of Hollywood humor. Okay, Herb, we're going to get back to work on the case and we need to talk with Lisa.
I said. I'm going to walk you out now. But how will she get home? I have a driver. We can handle that. He hesitated and looked to Lisa to save him. It's okay, Herb, she said. We need to talk about the case. I'll call you as soon as I get home. Promise? Promise. Mick, I can walk him out, Lorna offered. No, that's okay. I have to go to the car anyway. Everyone said goodbye to the man with the peace sign, and Doll and I left the condo. Each unit in the building had an exterior exit. We walked down a pathway to the front gate on Kings Road. I saw a delivery of phone books underneath the mailbox and used one stack to prop the gate open so I could get back in. We walked out to my car, which was parked against a red curb in front. Rojas was leaning on the front fender smoking a cigarette. I had left my remote in the cup holder, so I called to him. Rojas, the trunk. He pulled his keys and popped the rear lid. I told Doll there was something I wanted to give him, and he followed me over. You're not going to stuff me in there, are you? Not quite, Herb. I just want to give you something. We went behind the car, and I pushed the trunk all the way open. Geez, you got it all set up back here, he said when he saw the file boxes. I didn't respond. I grabbed the contracts file and pulled out the agreements Lisa had signed the day before. I moved around the car and copied it on the multi-purpose machine on the front seat. I handed the copies to Doll and kept the originals. There, read that stuff when you have a few minutes. What is it? It is my representation contract with Lisa, standard boilerplate. There's also a power of attorney and a lien on any and all income derived from her case. You'll notice that she signed and dated them all yesterday. That means they supersede your contract, Herb. Check the small print. It gives me control of all story rights. Books, movies, TV, everything. I saw his eyes harden. Wait, No, Herb, you wait a minute. I know you just shelled out 200 big ones on the bond, plus whatever you paid to get to her in the jail. I get it. You've got a huge investment riding on this. I'll see that you get it back. Eventually. But you're in second position here, buddy. Accept it and step the fuck back. You make no moves or deals without talking to me first. I tapped the contract he was staring at. You don't listen to me, and you're going to need a lawyer. A good one. I'll tie you up for 2 years, and you won't ever see a dime of that 200 back. I slammed the door to punctuate the point. Have a nice day. I left him there and went to the trunk to return the originals to the file. When I closed the lid, I noticed that I could still see the shadow of the graffiti. The spray paint had been removed, but it had permanently marred the gloss on the car's finish. The Florencia 13 still had its mark on me. I looked down at the license plate on the bumper. I walk 'em. That was going to be easier said than done this time. I passed by Doll, who was still standing on the sidewalk looking at the contracts. Back at the condo gate, I picked a phone book off the stack that was propping it open. I thumbed the corner back on a random page. My ad was there. My smiling face on the corner. Save your home. Don't let them foreclose without a fight. Michael Haller and Associates, Attorneys at Law. Call 323-988-0761 or visit www.stopfinancialruin.com. Se habla español. I checked a few other pages to make sure the ad was on every page, which I had paid for, and then dropped the book back onto the stack. I wasn't even sure who still used phone books, but my message was there just in case. The others were waiting silently for me when I got back to the condo. Lisa's arrival with her benefactor had put an awkward spin on things. I tried to get the meeting restarted in a way that would promote team unity. Okay, so everybody's met everybody. Lisa, we were in the middle of discussions about how we are going to proceed and what we need to know as we go forward. We didn't have the advantage of having you here because, frankly, I was pretty sure you weren't going to be getting out of jail until we got the not guilty verdict at the end. But now you're here, and I certainly want to include you in our strategies. Do you have anything you want to say to the group? I felt like I was leading a group therapy session at the Oaks, but Lisa lit up at the chance to hold the floor. Yes, I first wanted to say that I am very grateful for all of your efforts on my behalf. I know that in the law things like guilt and innocence don't really matter. It's what you can prove. I understand that, but I thought it might be good for you to hear it, even if it is only this one time. I am innocent of these charges. I did not kill Mr. Bondurant. I hope that you believe me, and that at trial we prove it. I have a little boy, and he badly needs to be with his mother." No one spoke, but everybody nodded somberly. "Okay," I said. "Before your arrival, we were going through the division of labor. Who's in charge of what? Who needs to do what? That sort of thing. I'd like to include you in the assignments as well. Whatever I can do." She was sitting bolt upright on the edge of her chair. "The police spent several hours in your house after your arrest. They searched it top to bottom and, subject to the authority the search warrant gave them, they took several items that might be evidence in the case. We have a list which you are welcome to look at. Included are your laptop and the 3 files marked Flag and Foreclosure 1 and 2. This is where you come in. The minute we are assigned a courtroom and a judge, we will file a motion asking to be immediately allowed to examine the laptop and the files. But until then, I need you to list as best you can what was in the files and on the computer. In other words, Lisa, what is in these documents that would make the cops seize them? Do you understand?" "Of course, and yes, I can do this. I'll start on it tonight." "Thank you. There is one other thing I want to ask you about. You see, if this thing goes to trial, then I don't want any loose ends. I don't want anybody showing up out of the woodwork or—" "Why do you say if?" "Excuse me? You said if. If this thing goes to trial. There are no ifs." "Sorry, slip of the tongue. But just so you know, a good attorney will always listen to an offer from the prosecution, because many times these negotiations allow you a sneak peek into the state's case. So if I tell you that I'm talking to the prosecution about a deal, remember that I have an ulterior motive, okay?" "Okay, but I'm telling you now, I won't plead guilty to anything I haven't done. There's a killer out there walking free while they try to do this to me. Last night I couldn't sleep in that terrible place. I kept thinking about my son. I could never face him if I pleaded guilty to something I'm not guilty of." I thought she was about to turn on the faucet, but she held back. "I understand," I said softly. "Now, Lisa, this other thing I want to talk about is your husband." "Why?" I immediately saw the warning flags go up. We were crossing into difficult terrain. "He's a loose end. When was the last time you heard from him? Is he going to show up and cause us a problem? Could he testify about you? About any prior acts of retribution or revenge? We need to know what is out there, Lisa. Whether it ever materializes doesn't matter. If there is a threat, I need to know about it." "I thought a spouse could not testify against a partner." "There is a privilege that you get to invoke, but it can be a gray area, especially with you two no longer living together. So I want to tie up the loose end. Do you have any idea where your husband is at this time?" I wasn't being fully accurate on the law, but I needed to get to the husband to further understand the dynamic of their marriage, and how it might or might not play into the defense. Estranged spouses were wild cards. You might be able to prevent them from testifying against your client, but that didn't mean you could keep them from cooperating with the state outside the courtroom. "No, none," she answered. "But I assume he will show up sooner or later." "Why?" Lisa turned her palms up, as if to show the answer was easy. "There's money to be made. If he is anywhere near a TV or a newspaper, and he gets wind of what's going on, he'll show up. You can count on it." It seemed like an odd answer, as though there was a history of her husband being a money grubber, when I knew that wherever he was spending very little of it. "You told me he maxed out your credit card in Mexico." "That's right, Rosarito Beach. He put $4,400 on the visa and exceeded the limit. I had to cancel it, and that was the only card we had left. But I didn't realize that by canceling it, I would lose the ability to track him. So the answer is, I don't know where he is now." Cisco cleared his throat and entered the interview. "What about contact? Any phone calls, emails, texts?" "There were a few emails at first, then nothing until he called on our son's birthday. That was 6 weeks ago." "Did your son ask him where he was?" Lisa hesitated and then said no. She wasn't a good liar. I could tell there was something more there. "What is it, Lisa?" I asked. She paused and then relented. "You'll all think I'm a terrible mother, but I didn't let him talk to Tyler. We got into an argument and I just hung up on him. Later I felt bad, but I couldn't call back because the number had been blocked." "But he does have a cell phone?" I asked. "No, He did, but that number's been out of service for a while. He didn't call on his phone. He either borrowed a phone or got a new number, which he hasn't given me.
Could have been a throwaway, Cisco said. They sell them in every convenience store.
I nodded. The story of marital disintegration left everyone somber. Finally, I spoke up. Lisa, if he makes new contact, you let me know right away. I will. I looked from her to my investigator. We locked eyes, and in the silent transmission, I told him to check everything he could about Lisa's wandering husband. I didn't want him popping up in the middle of trial. Cisco gave me the nod. He was on it. A couple other things, Lisa, and we'll have enough to get started. Okay. When the police searched your house yesterday, they took some other things we haven't talked about. One was described as a journal. Do you know what this was? Yes, I was writing a book about my journey. Your journey? Yes, the journey to finding myself in this cause, the movement, helping people fight to save their homes. Okay, so it was like a diary of the protests and things like that. That's right. Do you remember if you ever put Mitchell Bondurant's name in the journal? She looked down as she searched her memory. I don't think so, but I may have mentioned him. Said that he was the man behind everything. Nothing about hurting him. No, nothing like that. And I didn't hurt him. I didn't do this. I'm not asking you that, Lisa. I'm trying to figure out what evidence they have against you. So you're saying that this journal is not going to be a problem for us, correct? That's right. It will be no problem. There's nothing bad in there. Okay, good. I looked at the other members of my staff. The verbal sparring with Lisa had made me forget the next question. Cisco prompted me.
The witness.
Right. Lisa, yesterday morning at the time of the murder, were you anywhere near the Westland National Building in Sherman Oaks? She didn't answer right away, which told me we had a problem. Lisa? My son goes to school in Sherman Oaks. I take him in the mornings and I drive right by that building. That's okay. So you drove by yesterday. What time would that have been? About 7:45. That was taking him to school, right? Right. What about after you drop him off? Do you go back the same way? Yes, most days. What about yesterday? We're talking about yesterday. Did you drive back by? I think so, yes. You don't remember? No, I did. I take Ventura to Van Nuys and then up to the freeway. So did you go back by after dropping off Tyler, or did you do something else? I stopped to get coffee and then I went home. I drove by then. What time? I'm not sure. I wasn't watching the clock. I think it was around 8:30. Did you ever get out of your car in the vicinity of Westland National? No, of course not. You are sure? Of course I'm sure. I would remember that, don't you think? Okay. Where did you stop to get your coffee? At the Joe's Joe on Ventura by Woodman. I always go there. I paused. I looked at Cisco, and then at Aronson. Cisco had previously reported that Mitchell Bondurant had been carrying a cup of Joe's Joe when attacked. I decided not to ask the obvious question yet, about whether Lisa had seen or interacted with Bondurant at the coffee shop. As Lisa's defense attorney, I would be bound by what I knew. I could never assist in perjury. If Lisa was to tell me that she had seen Bondurant and even exchanged words with him, then I would not be allowed to have her spin a different story at trial if she was to testify. I had to be careful about soliciting information that would constrain me this early in the case. I knew this was a contradiction. My mission was to know all I could, and yet there were things I didn't want to know right now. Sometimes knowing things limits you. Not knowing them gives you more latitude in crafting a defense. Aronson was staring at me, obviously wondering why I wasn't asking the follow-up question. I just gave her a quick headshake. I would explain my reasons to her later. One more lesson they didn't teach her in law school. I stood up. Lisa, I think that's enough for today. You've given us a lot of information, and we'll go to work on it. I'll have my driver take you home now. Chapter 7. She was 14 years old and still liked to eat pancakes for dinner. My daughter and I had a booth at the Dupars in Studio City, our Wednesday night ritual. I picked her up from her mother's, and we stopped for pancakes on the way back to my place. She did her homework and I did my casework. It was my most treasured routine. The official custody arrangement was that I had Haley every Wednesday night and then every other weekend. We alternated Christmases and Thanksgivings, and I also had her for 2 weeks in the summer. But that was just the official arrangement. Things had been going well over the past year, and often the three of us did things together. On Christmas, we had dinner as a family. Sometimes my ex-wife even joined us for pancakes, and that was worth treasuring too. But on this night, it was just Haley and me. My casework involved my review of the protocol from the autopsy of Mitchell Bondurant. It included photos of the procedure, as well as the body where it was found in the bank's garage. So I was leaning back in the booth and trying to make sure neither Haley nor anybody else in the restaurant saw the gruesome images. They wouldn't go well with pancakes. Meantime, Haley was doing her science homework, studying changes in matter and the elements of combustion. Cisco had been right. The autopsy concluded that Bondurant had died from brain hemorrhaging caused by multiple points of blunt force trauma to the head. 3 points exactly. The protocol contained a line drawing of the top of the victim's head. 3 points of impact were delineated on the crown in a grouping so tight that all 3 could have been covered with a teacup. Seeing this drawing got me excited. I flipped to the front page of the protocol where the body being examined was described. Mitchell Bondurant was described as 6'1" and 180 pounds. I did not have Lisa Trammell's dimensions handy, so I called the number of the cell phone Cisco had dropped off to her that morning, since her own phone had been seized by the police. It was always a priority to make sure a client could be contacted at any time. "Lisa, it's Mickey. Real quick, how tall are you?" "What? Mickey, I'm in the middle of dinner with—" "Just tell me how tall you are and I'll let you go. Don't lie. What's it say on your driver's license?" 5'3", I think." "Is that accurate?" "Yes, what is—" "Okay, that's all I needed. You can go back to dinner. Have a good night." "What?" I hung up the phone and wrote her height down on the legal pad I had on the table. Next to it, I wrote down Bondurant's height. The exciting point was that he had 10 inches on his suspected killer, and yet the impacts that punctured his skull and killed him were delivered to the crown of his head. This raised what I called a question of physics. The kind of question a jury can puzzle over and decide for themselves. The kind of question a good defense attorney can make something with. This was if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit stuff. The question here was how did diminutive Lisa Trammell hit 6'1" Mitchell Bondurant on the top of the head? Of course, the answer depended on the dimensions of the weapon as well as a few other things such as the victim's position. If he was on the ground when attacked, then none of this would matter. But it was something to grab onto at the moment. I quickly went to one of the files on the table and pulled out the search warrant return. "Who is that you called?" Haley asked. "My client. I had to find out how tall she was." "How come?" "Because it might have something to do with whether she could do what they're saying she did." I checked the list of items seized. As Cisco had reported, only one pair of shoes was on it, and they were described as gardening shoes taken from the garage. No high heels, no platform sandals or any other footwear. Of course, the detectives conducted the search prior to the autopsy and before they knew its findings. I considered all of this and concluded that gardening shoes probably didn't have much of a heel on them. If they were suggesting the shoes were worn during the killing, then Bondurant still probably had 10 inches on my client if he was standing when attacked. This was good. I underlined the notes on heights 3 times on my legal pad. But then I also started thinking about the seizure of only one pair of shoes. The search warrant return did not say why the gardening shoes were taken, but the warrant gave the police authority to seize anything that could have been used in the commission of the crime. They had zeroed in on the gardening shoes, and I was at a loss to explain why. "Mom said you have a really big case now." I looked at my daughter. She rarely talked to me about my work. I believed that this was because, at her young age, she still saw things as black and white, and without any gray areas. People were either good or bad, and I represented the bad ones for a living. So there was nothing to talk about. "Did she?" "Yeah, well, it's getting a lot of attention. It's the lady who killed the man taking away her house, right? Was that her you just talked to?" "She's accused of killing the man. She hasn't been convicted of anything. But yes, that was her." "How come you need to know how tall she is?" "You really want to know?" "Uh-huh. Well, they're saying she killed a man who was a lot taller than her by hitting him on the top of the head with some kind of tool or something. So I'm just wondering if she's tall enough to have done it. So Andy will have to prove that she was, right? Andy? Mom's friend. She's the prosecutor on your case, Mom said. You mean Andrea Freeman? Tall black lady with real short hair? Yeah. So it was Andy now, I thought. Andy who said she knew my ex-wife only in passing. So she and Mom are pretty good friends? I didn't know that. They do yoga, and sometimes Andy comes by when I have Gina and they go out. She lives in Sherman Oaks, too. Gina was the sitter my ex used when I wasn't available or when she didn't want me to know about her social activities, or when we went out together. Well, do me a favor, hey. Don't tell anybody what we were talking about or what you heard me saying on the phone. It's sort of private stuff, and I don't want it getting back to Andy. I probably shouldn't have made that call in front of you. Okay, I won't. Thanks, sweetie. I waited to see if she would say more about the case, but she went back to the science workbook in front of her. I turned back to the autopsy protocol and the photos of the fatal wounds on Bondurant's head. The medical examiner had shaved the victim's head in the vicinity of the wounds. A ruler had been placed in the photo to give dimension. On the skin, the impacts were pinkish and circular. The skin was broken, but the blood had been washed away to show the wounds. 2 overlapped, and the third was only an inch away. The circular shape of the weapon's impact surface led me to think that Bondurant had been attacked with a hammer. I'm not much of a home fix-it man, but I know my way around a toolbox, and I knew that the striking surface of many hammers was circular, something ovoid. I was sure this would be confirmed by the coroner's tool mark expert, but it was always good to be a step ahead and anticipate their moves. I noticed that there was a small V-shaped notch in each of the impact marks and wasn't sure what it meant. I checked the search warrant return again and saw that the police had not listed a hammer among the tools seized from Lisa Trammell's garage. This was curious, because so many other less common tools were seized. Again, it may have been because the search was carried out before the autopsy was conducted and such facts were known. The police took all tools, rather than a specific tool. It still left the question, though. Where was the hammer? Was there a hammer? This, of course, was the case's first double-edged sword. The prosecution would hold that the lack of a hammer in a fully stocked workbench was an indication of culpability. The defendant used the hammer to strike and kill the victim, then discarded it to hide her involvement in the crime. The defense's side of that argument was that the missing hammer was exculpatory. You have no murder weapon, you have no connection to the defendant, you have no case. On paper, it should be a wash, but not always. Jurors typically lean toward the prosecution in such questions. Call it the home field advantage. The prosecution is always the home team. Still, I made a note to tell Cisco to chase down the hammer as best he could. Talk to Lisa Trammell, see what she knew. Track down her husband, if only to ask if there ever was a hammer and what had happened to it. The next photos from the autopsy were of the shadowed skull itself, after the scalp had been pulled back over the cranium. The damage was extensive, the skull having been punctured by all 3 of the blows and fractured in almost wave-like patterns emanating from the impact areas. The wounds were described as unsurvivable, and the photos completely backed this conclusion. The autopsy listed several other lacerations and abrasions on the body, and even a fracture as well as 3 broken teeth. But the examiner interpreted all of these as injuries sustained when Bondurant fell face forward to the ground during the attack. He was unconscious, if not already dead, before he hit the garage floor. There were no defensive wounds listed. Part of the autopsy protocol contained color photocopies of the crime scene photos provided to the examiner by the LAPD. It was not a complete set, but just 6 shots that showed the body's orientation in situ, meaning situated as it had been found. I would have rather had a full set of prints of the actual photographs, but I wouldn't get those until I got a judge to ease the discovery embargo placed on the case by Andy Freeman. The crime scene photos showed Bondurant's body from numerous angles. It was sprawled between 2 cars in the garage. The driver's side door of a Lexus SUV was open. There was a Joe's Joe coffee cup on the ground and a pool of spilled coffee. Nearby was an open briefcase. Bondurant was face down on the ground, the back and top of his head matted with blood. His eyes were open and appeared to be staring at concrete. In the photos, there were evidence markers next to blood drips on the concrete. There was no analysis to determine if this was blood spatter from the attack itself or drippings from the murder weapon. I found the briefcase to be a curious thing. Why was it open? Had anything been taken? Had the murderer taken the time to rifle through the case after killing Bondurant? If so, this would seem to be a cold and calculated move. The garage was filling with employees coming to work at the bank. To take the time to go through a briefcase while the body of your victim lies nearby seemed like an extreme risk, but not the sort of move a killer fueled by emotion and vengeance would make. It was not the move of an amateur. I wrote a few more notes in regard to these questions, and then a final reminder. I would have Cisco find out if there was assigned parking in the garage. Did Bondurant have his name on the wall at the front of the stall? The lying in wait tag, added to the murder charge, indicated the prosecution believed Trammell knew where Bondurant would be and when. They would have to prove that at trial. I closed the Trammell files and wrapped a rubber band around them and the legal pad. "You doing okay?" I asked Haley. "Sure. Are you almost finished?" "My food or my homework?" "Both." "I'm finished eating, but I still have social studies and English. But we can go if you want." "I still have a few other files to look at. I have court tomorrow." "For the murder case?" "No, other cases." "Like where you're trying to let people stay in their houses?" "That's right." "How come there are so many cases like that?" "Out of the mouths of babes. Greed, honey. It all comes down to greed on everybody's part." I looked at her to see if that would suffice, but she didn't go back to her homework. She looked at me expecting more. A 14-year-old who was interested in what most of the country was not. Well, what happens is that it takes a lot of money to buy a house or a condo most of the time. That's why so many people rent their homes instead. Most people who buy a home put down a big chunk of money, but they almost never have enough to buy the whole house, so they go to the bank for a loan. The bank decides if they have enough money and make enough money to pay back the loan, which is called a mortgage. So if everything looks good, they buy the home they want and pay back the mortgage with monthly payments for many years. Does this make sense? You mean like they pay rent to the bank? Sort of, but when you rent from a landlord, you don't get any ownership. There is supposed to be ownership involved when you have a mortgage. It is your home, and they say the American dream is to own your own home. Do you own yours? I do. And your mom owns hers. She nodded, but I wasn't so sure we were talking at a level understandable to a 14-year-old. She didn't see much of the American dream in her parents having separate mortgages to go with their separate addresses. Okay, so a while back, they started making it easier to buy a home. And soon, practically anybody who walked into a bank or went to see a mortgage broker was being given a loan on a home. There was a lot of fraud and corruption, and there were a lot of loans given to people who shouldn't have been given them. Some people lied to get loans, and sometimes it was the loan makers who lied. We're talking about millions of loans, hey, and when you have that much going on, there are not enough people or rules to control it all. Was it like nobody made anybody pay? There was some of that, but it was mostly that people were taking on more than they could handle. And these loans had interest rates that changed. These rates dictated how much the homeowner had to pay each month, and they could go up by a lot. Sometimes they had what's called a balloon payment, where you have to pay it all back at the end of 5 years. To make a long and complicated story short, the country's economy went down, and the values of the homes went down with it. It became a crisis because millions of people in the country couldn't pay for the houses they bought, and they couldn't sell them because they were worth less than what was owed on them. But the banks and other lenders and these investment syndicates that held all the mortgages didn't really care about that. They just wanted their money back. So when people couldn't pay, they started taking their houses. So those people hire you. Some of them do. But there are millions of foreclosures going on. These lenders all want their money back, and so some of them do bad things, and some of them hire people to do bad things. They lie and cheat, and they take away people's houses without doing it fairly or under the law. And that's where I come in. I looked at her.
I had probably lost her already. I pulled over the second stack of files I had on the table and opened the top one. I spoke as I read. Okay, now here's one. This family bought a house 6 years ago, and the monthly payment was $900. 2 years later, when the shit started to hit the... 2 years later, when things started going wrong in this country, their interest rate went up, and so did their payment. At the same time, the husband lost his job as a school bus driver because he had an accident. So the husband and wife went to the bank and said, "Hey, we have a problem. Can we change or restructure our loan so we can still pay for our house?" This is called loan modification, and it's pretty much a joke. These people did the right thing going in like that, but the bank led them on and said, "Yes, we'll work with you. You keep paying what you can while we go to work on this." So they paid what they could, but it wasn't enough. They waited and waited, but they never heard anything from the bank. That is, until they got the notice in the mail that they were being foreclosed on. So it's this kind of stuff that is wrong, and I try to do something about it. It's David and Goliath stuff, hey. The giant financial institutions are running roughshod over people, and they don't have too many guys like me standing up for them. It was during my explanation to my young daughter that I finally realized why I had been drawn to this particular practice of law. Yes, some of my clients were just gaming the system. They were charlatans, no better than the banks they were taking on. But some of my clients were the downtrodden and disadvantaged. They were the true underdogs in society, and I wanted to stand for them and keep them in their homes for as long as I possibly could. Haley had raised her pencil and was itching to go back to work as soon as I dismissed her. She was polite that way and must have gotten it from her mother. Anyway, that's what it's all about. You can go back to work now. You want something else to drink or a dessert? Dad, pancakes are like dessert. She had braces and had chosen lime green bands. When she spoke, my attention was constantly drawn to her teeth. Oh, right, yeah. Then what about something else to drink? More milk? No, I'm fine. Okay. I went back to work too, and separated the 3 foreclosure files in front of me. I had been getting so much business off the radio ads that we had been bundling court appearances. That is, trying to schedule together hearings and appearances on all cases that I had before a particular judge. In the morning, I had 3 hearings before Judge Alfred Byrne in the downtown county courthouse. All 3 were defenses based on claims of wrongful foreclosure and fraud perpetrated by the lender or the loan servicing agent employed by the lender. In each of the cases, I had stayed foreclosure with my court filings. My clients were in their homes and not required to make their monthly payments. The other side viewed this as a scam equal in size to the foreclosure epidemic. I was despised by opposing counsel for perpetuating fraud myself and only delaying an inevitable outcome. That was okay by me. When you come from the criminal defense bar, you're used to being despised. Am I too late for pancakes? I looked up to see my ex-wife slide into the booth next to our daughter. She landed a kiss on Haley's cheek before the girl could go on the defensive. She was at that age. I wished Maggie had slid into my side of the booth and planted one on me. But I could wait. I smiled at her as I started pulling all the files off the table to make room. It's never too late for pancakes, I said. Chapter 8. Lisa Trammell was formally arraigned in Van Nuys the following Tuesday. It was a routine hearing intended to put her plea on record and to start the clock in order to meet the state's speedy trial requirement. However, because my client was free on bail, we would likely be waiving speedy trial. There was no reason to hurry as long as she was breathing free air. The case would slowly build momentum like a summer storm and begin when the defense was fully prepared. But the arraignment did serve the purpose of putting Lisa's forthright and emphatic not guilty on the court record, as well as on video for the gathered media. Though attendance was lower than it was at her first appearance, because the national media tends to retreat from the ongoing mundane processes of a case as it passes through the justice system, the local media still showed in force, and the 15-minute hearing was well documented. The case had been assigned to Superior Court Judge Dario Morales for arraignment and preliminary hearing. The latter would be a perfunctory rubber stamping of the charges. Lisa would undoubtedly be held to answer, and the case would then be assigned to another judge for the main event, the trial. Though I had talked to her on the phone almost daily since her arrest, I had not seen Lisa in more than a week.
She had declined my invitations to meet in person, and now I knew why. She looked like a different woman when she showed up in court. Her hair had been cut into a stylish wave, and her face looked both excessively pink and smooth. Whispers in the courtroom hinted that Lisa had had a Botox facial treatment in order to become more visually appealing. I believed these physical changes, as well as the smart new suit Lisa was wearing, were the work of Herb Dahl. He and Lisa seemed inseparable, and Dahl's involvement was becoming more and more troubling. He had begun incessantly referring producers and screenwriters to my office number. This left Lorna constantly deflecting their attempts to secure a piece of the Lisa Trammell story. Quick checks of the Internet Movie Database usually revealed these Herb Dahl referrals to be Hollywood hacks and bottom feeders of the lowest caliber. It wasn't that we couldn't use a nice big infusion of Hollywood cash to defray our mounting costs, but these were all deal now, pay later people, and that wouldn't do. Meantime, my own agent was out there trying to sew up a deal with an upfront fee that would cover a few salaries and the rent on an office, and still leave enough to pay back Dahl and make him go away. With almost any court hearing, the most important information and actions are not what ends up on the record. So too with Lisa's arraignment. After her plea was routinely put on record, and Morales scheduled a status hearing for 2 weeks later, I told the judge that the defense had a number of motions to submit to the court for consideration. He welcomed them, and I stepped forward and handed his clerk 5 separate motions. I gave Andrea Freeman copies as well. The first 3 motions had been prepared by Aronson after her in-depth review of the LAPD's search warrant application, the video of Detective Curlin interviewing Lisa Trammell, and the questions regarding Miranda and when Lisa was actually placed under arrest. Aronson had found inconsistencies, procedural errors, and exaggerations of fact. She drew up motions to suppress, asking that the taped interview be disallowed in the case, and that all evidence gathered from the search of the defendant's home be excluded as well. The motions were well thought out and cogently written. I was proud of Aronson and pleased with myself for seeing her as a diamond in the rough when her resume had crossed my desk. But the truth was, I knew her motions didn't stand much of a chance. No judge elected to the bench wants to throw out the evidence in a murder case. Not if he wants the voting public to keep him on the bench. So the jurist will look for ways to maintain status quo and get the decisions on evidence before a jury. Nevertheless, Aronson's motions played an important role in the defense strategy, because accompanying them were 2 other motions. One sought to jumpstart the discovery process by requesting defense access to all records and internal memoranda pertaining to Lisa Trammell and Mitchell Bondurant held by Westland Financial. The other was a motion compelling the prosecution to allow the defense to examine Trammell's laptop computer, cell phone, and all personal documents seized in the search of her home. Since Morales would want to act equitably toward both the defense and prosecution, my strategy was to push the judge toward a Solomonic solution. Split the baby. Dismiss the motions to suppress, but give the defense the access requested in the other 2 motions. Of course, both Morales and Freeman had been around the block a few times and would see this strategy coming from a mile away. Still, just because they knew what I was doing didn't mean they could stop it. Besides that, I had a 6th motion in my pocket that I had not yet filed with the court, and it was going to be my ace in the hole. Morales gave Freeman 10 days to respond to the motions and adjourned the hearing, quickly moving on to his next case. A good judge always keeps the cases moving. I turned to Lisa and told her to wait for me in the hallway because I was going to speak to the prosecutor. I noticed Dahl waiting for her at the gate. He would be more than happy to escort her out. I decided to deal with him later and went over to the prosecution table. Freeman had her head down and was writing a note on a legal pad. "Hey, Andy?" She looked up at me. She had just begun to smile, expecting to see some friend who typically called her Andy. When she saw it was me, the smile disappeared in an instant. I placed the 6th motion down on the table in front of her. "Take a look at that when you have a minute. I'm going to file it tomorrow morning. Didn't want to inundate the court with a blizzard of paper today, you know. Tomorrow morning should be fine, but I thought I'd give you a heads up since it involves you." "Me? What are you talking about?" I didn't answer. I left her there and made my way through the gate and out of the courtroom. As I stepped through the double doors, I saw my client and Herb Dahl already holding court in front of a deep semicircle of reporters and cameras. I quickly walked up behind Lisa, took her by the arm, and pulled her away while she was in mid-sentence. That's all, folks, I said in my best Porky Pig. Lisa struggled against my pull, but I still managed to get her away from the pack and start walking her down the hallway. "What are you doing?" she protested. "You are embarrassing me." "Embarrassing you? Lisa, you are embarrassing yourself with that guy. I told you to drop him. Now look at you, all done up like you're some kind of movie star. This is a trial, Lisa, not Entertainment Tonight." "I was telling them my story." I stopped walking when we were far enough away from the crowd not to be overheard. "Lisa, you can't talk openly to the media like that. It can come back to bite you on the ass." "What are you talking about? It was a perfect opportunity to give my side of this. I'm being railroaded here, and it's time to speak out. I told you, it's guilty people who don't speak. The problem is, the DA has a media unit, and they copy and record every story about you that is printed and aired. Everything you say, they have a copy of it. And if you ever change your story even slightly from one statement to the next, then they've got you. They'll crucify you with it in front of a jury. What I'm trying to say is it's not worth the risk, Lisa. You should let me do the talking for you. But if you can't do that, and really want to put out your story yourself, then we'll prepare and rehearse you, and plan it with strategic hits in the media." "But that's where Herb comes in. He was making sure I didn't—" "Let me explain it again to you, Lisa. Herb Dahl is not your attorney, and does not have your best interests as his priority. He has Herb Dahl's, okay? I can't seem to get the message through to you. You have to cut him loose. No, I can't. I won't. He's the only one who truly cares." "Oh, that's really breaking my heart, Lisa. If he's the only one who cares about you, what's he doing still talking to those people?" I pointed to the knot of reporters and photographers. Sure enough, Dahl was still holding forth, feeding them whatever they needed. "What is he saying to them, Lisa? Do you know? Because I sure as shit don't. And that's sort of funny because you're the defendant and I'm the defense attorney. Who's he?" "He can speak for me," Lisa said. As we watched Dahl pointing his finger to call on reporters, I saw the door to the courtroom we had just left swing open. Andrea Freeman strode out, holding my sixth motion in her hand, her eyes scanning the hallway. At first she zeroed in on the media knot, but then she saw it was not me at the center of it. When her radar picked me up, she corrected her course and made a beeline right toward me. A few of the reporters called to her, but she sharply waved them off with the document. "Lisa, go over to one of those benches and sit down and wait for me, and don't talk to any reporters." "What about just do it?" As Lisa walked away, Freeman came up on me. She was mad, and I could see the fire in her eyes. "What is this shit, Holler?" She held up the paper. I maintained a calm demeanor, even as she stepped right into my personal space. "Well," I said, "I think it's pretty obvious what it is. It's a motion to have you dismissed from the case because you have a conflict of interest." "I have a conflict of interest? What conflict?" "Look, Andy. I can call you Andy, right? I mean, my daughter does, so I should too, don't you think?" "Cut the shit, Holler." "Sure, I can do that. The conflict that I'm objecting to is that you have been discussing this case with my ex-wife, and who happens to be a prosecutor working in the same office as me." "That's true, but these discussions haven't taken place in the office exclusively. In fact, they've taken place at yoga, and in front of my daughter, and probably all over the valley as far as I know." "Oh, come on. This is such bullshit." "Really? Then why did you lie to me?" "I've never lied. What are you—" "I asked you if you knew my ex-wife, and you said in passing. That's not really the truth, is it?" "I just didn't want to get into it with you." "So you lied. I didn't mention that in the motion, but I could add it before I file it. The judge could decide if it is important." She blew out her breath in agitated surrender. "What do you want?" I looked around. No one could hear us. "What do I want? I want to show you that I can play it your way, too. You want to be a hard ass with me? I can be one with you." "Meaning what, Holler? What's the quid pro quo?" I nodded. We were getting down to the deal now. "You know if I file this tomorrow, you are history. The judge will err on the side of the defense. He'll avoid anything that might have any chance of getting him reversed. Besides, he knows there are 300 able-bodied prosecutors in the DA's office. They can just send in a replacement." I pointed to the gaggle of reporters assembled in the hall, most of them still surrounding Herb Dahl. "You see all of those reporters and all that attention? All of that will go away. Probably the biggest case of your career, and it all goes away. No press conferences, no headlines, no spotlight. It all goes to whoever they send in to take your place. First of all, I will fight this thing, and it is not a given that Judge Morales will fall for your bullshit. I would tell him exactly what you were doing, trying to DA shop, trying to get rid of a prosecutor that you are flat out scared of. You can tell him all you like, but you'll still have to tell the judge, in open court, how it is that my 14-year-old daughter was reciting facts of this case back to me at dinner last week. That is bullshit. You should be ashamed of using your... What, are you saying that I'm the liar or my daughter is the liar? Because we can bring her into court too. I'm not so sure your bosses are going to like the spectacle this will cause, or the headlines. You know, D.A. Grill's 14-year-old calls the kid a liar. Kind of tawdry, don't you think? Freeman turned her back and took a step to walk away from me, but then stopped. I knew I had her. She should walk away from me and the case, but she couldn't. She wanted the case, and all that it could bring her. She turned back to me. She looked at me as though I were not even there, as if I were dead. Again, what do you want? I'd rather not file this tomorrow. I'd rather just withdraw the motions I had to make to get my client's property back and to see the Westland documents. All I want is cooperation, a friendly give and take on discovery. I want it to start flowing now, not later. I don't want to go to the judge every time I want something I'm entitled to. I could complain to the bar about you. Good. We can make cross complaints. They'll investigate both of us and find that only you acted inappropriately by discussing the case with defense counsel's ex-wife and daughter. I didn't discuss it with your daughter. She was just there. I'm sure the bar will make that distinction. I let her twist for a moment. It was her move, but she needed one final push. Oh, and by the way, if I file the motion tomorrow, I'll be sure to drop a dime to the Times. Who's their court reporter? Salters? I'd think she'd find this to be an interesting little side story. A nice exclusive. She nodded, as though her predicament had just become crystal clear in front of her. Withdraw your motions, she said. You will have everything you asked for by the end of the day Friday. Tomorrow. That's not enough time. I have to pull it together and get it copied. The copy shop is always backed up. Then Thursday by noon, or I file the motion. Fine, asshole. Good. Once I go through it all, maybe we can start talking about a plea. Thank you, Andy. Fuck you, Holler. And there isn't going to be a plea. We've got her nailed, and I'm going to be looking at you, not her, when the verdict comes in. She pivoted and started to walk away, but then turned right back to me. And don't call me Andy. You don't get to call me that. She marched away then, moving in long, angry strides toward the elevator lobby, totally ignoring a reporter who trotted up to her and tried to get a quote. I knew there would be no plea agreement. My client wouldn't allow it, but I gave Freeman the opening so she could throw it back in my face. I wanted her to go away angry, but not that angry. I wanted her to think she had salvaged something. It would make her easier to deal with. I looked around and saw Lisa waiting dutifully on the bench I had earlier pointed her to. I signaled her to get up. Okay, Lisa, let's get out of here. But what about Herb? I drove in with him. Your car or his? His. Then he's fine. My guy will drive you home. We walked into the elevator alcove. Thankfully, Andrea Freeman had already caught a ride down to the DA's office on the second floor. I pushed the button, but the elevator didn't come soon enough. We were joined by Dahl. What? Were you leaving without me? I didn't respond to his question and quickly dispensed with any guise of civility. You know, you're fucking me up by talking to the media like that. You think you're helping the cause, but you're not, unless Herbert Dahl is the cause. Whoa, what's with the language? We're in a courthouse. I don't care where we are. Do not speak for my client. Do you understand? If you do it again, I'm going to call a press conference, and you're not going to like what I have to say about you. Fine, that was it. My last press conference. But now I got a question. What's going on with all these people I've been sending your way? Some of them called me back and said they were treated pretty rudely by your staff. Yeah, you keep sending them, and we'll keep treating them that way. Hey, I know the business, and these are legitimate people. The grind side? Dahl looked confused. He looked at Lisa, and then back at me. What's that mean?
The grind side. Come on, you mean you haven't heard of The Grind Side?
You mean The Blind Side? The movie about the lady who adopts the football player?
No, I mean The Grind Side. The movie made by one of the producers you sent over to us. It's about this lady who adopts a football player and then has sex with him 3 or 4 times a day. Then when that gets boring, she invites the whole football team over. I don't think it made as much money as The Blind Side. Lisa was turning pale. I got the feeling that what I was saying about Dahl's Hollywood connections wasn't matching up with what Dahl had been putting in her ears for weeks. Yeah, this is what he's doing for you, Lisa. These are the kind of people he wants to put you with.
Look, Dahl said, do you have any idea how hard it is to get something going in this town? A project? There are those who can and those who can't. I don't care what the guy made before as long as he can get something going now. You understand? These are legitimate people, and I have a lot of money on the line here, Haller.
An elevator finally arrived. I directed Lisa onto it, but then put my hand on Dahl's chest and slowly pushed him away from the door. Just back off, Dahl. You'll get your money and then some, but you just back off. I stepped into the elevator and turned to make sure Dahl didn't attempt to jump on at the last moment. He didn't try it, but he didn't move either. I held his hateful stare until the doors closed on it. Chapter 9. We moved into our new offices on Saturday morning. It was a 3-room suite in a building at Victory and Van Nuys Boulevards. The place was even called the Victory Building, which I liked. It was also fully furnished, and only 2 blocks from the courthouse where Lisa Trammell would face trial. All hands were on deck to help with the move, including Rojas, who wore a t-shirt and baggies, showing off the tattoos that completely covered his arms and legs. I didn't know which was more shocking, seeing the tattoos or seeing Rojas in anything other than the suit he always wore while driving me. The setup in the new place was that I got my own office, while Cisco and Aronson shared the other, larger office, and Lorna anchored the reception area in between. Going from the back seat of a Lincoln to an office with 10-foot ceilings, a full desk, and a nap couch was a big change. The first thing I did upon settling in was use the open space and polished wood floor to spread out the 800-plus pages of discovery documents I'd received from Andrea Freeman. Most of it was from Westland, and a lot of it was filler. It was Freeman's passive-aggressive response to being maneuvered by the defense. There were dozens of pages and packets on bank policy and procedures and other forms I didn't need. These all went into one pile. There were also copies of all communications that went directly to Lisa Trammell, most of which I already had and was familiar with. These went into a second pile. And finally, there were copies of internal bank communications as well as communications between the victim, Mitchell Bondurant, and the outside company the bank used to carry out its foreclosures. This company was called Aloft, and I was already quite familiar with it because it was my adversary on at least a third of my foreclosure cases. Aloft was a mill, a company that filed and tracked all documents required in the lengthy foreclosure process. It was a go-between that allowed bankers and other lenders to keep their hands clean in the dirty business of taking people's homes away from them. Companies like Aloft got the job done without the banks so much as having to send a letter to the customer faced with foreclosure. It was this stack of correspondence that I was most interested in, and it was here that I found the document that would change the course of the case. I moved behind my desk, sat down, and studied the phone. There were more buttons on it than I would ever have use for. I finally found the intercom button for the other office and pushed it. Hello? Nothing. I pushed it again. Cisco. Bullocks, are you there? Nothing. I got up and started toward the door, intent on communicating with my staff the old-fashioned way, when a response finally came over the phone speaker. Mickey, is that you? It was Cisco's voice. I hurried back to the desk and pushed the button. Yeah, it's me. Can you come in here? And bring Bullocks. Roger and out. A few minutes later, my investigator and associate counsel entered. Hey, boss? Cisco asked, looking at the stacks of documents on the floor. The point of the office is to put stuff in drawers and file cabinets and up on shelves. I'll get around to it, I said. Shut the door and have a seat. Once we were all in place, I looked at them across my big rented desk and laughed. This is weird, I said. I could get used to it, having an office, Cisco said. But Bullocks doesn't know from nothing. Yes, I do, Aronson protested.
Last summer I interned at Chandler, Massey & Ortiz, and I had my own office.
Well, maybe next time you get your own with us, I said. So now, down to business. Cisco, did you get the laptop to your guy? Yeah, dropped it off yesterday morning. I told him it was a rush job. We were talking about Lisa's laptop, which had been returned by the DA's office along with her cell phone and the 4 boxes of documents. And he's going to be able to tell us what the DA was looking at? He said he'll be able to provide a list of the files they opened and how long they were opened. From that, we should be able to get an idea of what they paid attention to. But don't get your hopes up. Why? Because Freeman gave in on this way too easily. I don't think she would have given us back the computer if it was that important to her. Maybe. Neither he nor Aronson were aware of the deal I made with Freeman or the leverage I'd used. I turned my attention to Aronson. After she completed the motions to suppress earlier in the week, I had put her on backgrounding the victim. This came after Cisco had picked up some preliminary indications in his investigations that all was not well in Mitchell Bondurant's personal world. Bullocks, what have you got in our victim?
Well, there's still a lot I need to check out, but there's no doubt that he was heading over the falls. Financially, that is.
How so?
Well, when the going was good and the financing came easy, he was a definite player in the real estate market. Between 2002 and 2007, he bought and flipped 21 properties, mostly residential real estate, made good money, and plowed it back into bigger deals. Then the economy tanked and he was caught holding the bag.
He was upside down?
Exactly. At the time of his death, he owned 5 large properties that suddenly weren't worth what he had paid for them. It looks like he had been trying to sell them for more than a year. No takers. And 3 of them had balloons that were going to pop this year. It added up to over $2 million he would owe.
I stood up and came around the desk. I started pacing. Aronson's report was exciting. I didn't know exactly how it fit in, but I was confident I could make it fit. We just had to talk it out. Okay, so Bondurant, the senior vice president in charge of the home loan side of Westland, was falling victim to the same sort of situation as many of the people he was foreclosing on. When the money was flowing, he took mortgages with 5-year balloon notes, thinking like everybody else that he'd turn the properties over or remortgage long before the 5 years were up.
Except the economy goes into the toilet, Aronson said. He can't sell them, and he can't remortgage them because they aren't worth what he paid for them. No bank would touch his paper, not even his own.
Aronson had a glum look on her face. This is all good work, Bullocks. What's wrong?
Well, I'm just wondering what all this has to do with the murder.
Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. I went back to the desk and sat down. I handed her the 3-page document I'd found in the volumes the prosecution had provided. She took it and held it so she and Cisco could both look at it.
What's this?
She asked. I think it's our smoking gun. I forgot my glasses in the other office, Cisco said. Read it, Bullocks.
It's a copy of a certified letter from Bondurant to Louis Aparicio at A. Louis Aparicio Financial Technologies, or Aloft for short. It says, Dear Louis, attached you will find correspondence from an attorney named Michael Haller who is representing the homeowner in one of the foreclosure cases you are handling for Westland. It gives Lisa's name, loan number, and the address of the house. Then it goes, In his letter, Mr. Haller makes allegations that the file is replete with fraudulent actions perpetrated in the case. You will note that he gives specific instances, all of which were carried out by Aloft. As you know, and we have discussed, there have been other complaints. These new allegations against Aloft, if true, have put Westland in a vulnerable position, especially considering the government's recent interest in this aspect of the mortgage business. Unless we come to some sort of arrangement and understanding in regard to this, I will be recommending to the board that Westland withdraw from its contract with your company for cause and any ongoing business be terminated. This action would also require the bank to file an SAR with appropriate authorities. Please contact me at your earliest convenience to further discuss these matters. That's it. A copy of your original letter is attached and a copy of the return card from the post office. The letter was signed for by someone named Natalie, and I can't read the last name. Begins with an L.
I leaned back in my leather executive chair and smiled at them while rolling a paperclip over my fingers like a magician. Aronson, eager to impress, jumped in first.
So, Bondurant was covering his ass. He had to have known what Aloft was doing. The banks have a wink-wink relationship with all these foreclosure mills. They don't care how it's done, they just want it done. But by sending this letter, he was distancing himself from Aloft and the underhanded practices.
I shrugged as if to say, maybe. Arrangement and understanding, I said. They both looked at me blankly. That's what he said in the letter, unless we come to some sort of arrangement and understanding.
Okay, what's it mean? Aronson asked.
Read between the lines. I don't think he was distancing himself. I think the letter was a threat. I think it means he wanted a piece of Aloft's action. He wanted in, and he was covering his ass, yes, by sending the letter, but I think there was another message. He wanted some of the action, or he was going to take it away from Aparicio. He was even threatening to file an SAR.
What exactly is an SAR? Aronson asked.
Suspicious activity report, Cisco said. A routine form. The banks file them over anything.
With who?
Federal Trade, FBI, Secret Service, whoever they want to, really. I could tell I had not sold them on anything yet.
Do you have any idea what sort of money Aloft is raking in? I asked. It's easily involved in a third of our cases. I know it's unscientific, but if you take that out across the board, and Aloft's got a third of the cases in LA County, then you were talking about millions and millions in fees from this one county. They say that in California alone, there will be 3 million foreclosures before this plays out over the next few years. Plus, there's the acquisition.
What acquisition? Aronson asked.
You gotta read the papers. Aparicio is in the process of selling Aloft to a big investment fund, a company called Lemure. It's publicly traded, and any sort of controversy regarding one of its satellite acquisitions could affect the deal as well as the stock price. So don't kid yourself. If Bondurant was desperate enough, he could make some waves. He may have made more than he was counting on.
Cisco nodded, the first to tumble to my theory. Okay, so we have Bondurant facing personal financial disaster, he said. 3 balloons about to pop. So he turns around and tries to muscle in on Aparicio, the Lemure deal, and the whole foreclosure gravy train, and it gets him killed.
That's right. Cisco was sold. I now swiveled in my chair, so that I was looking directly at Aronson. I don't know, she said. It's a big jump, and it's going to be hard to prove.
Who says we have to prove it? We just have to figure out how to get it before the jury.
The reality was we didn't need to prove a damn thing. We only had to suggest it and let a jury do the rest. I just had to plant seeds of reasonable doubt, to build the hypothesis of innocence. I leaned forward across my big wooden desk and looked at my team. This is our defense theory. Aparicio is our straw man. He's the guy we paint as guilty. The jury points the finger at him, and our client walks. I looked at both their faces and got no reaction. I kept going. Cisco, I want you to focus on Luis Aparicio and his company. Get me everything that's out there. History, known associates, everything. All the details of the merger. I want to know more about that deal and this guy than even he knows. By the end of next week, I want to subpoena records from Aloft. They'll fight it, but it ought to stir things up a bit. Aronson shook her head. But wait a minute, she said. Are you saying this is all bullshit? Just a defense gambit, and this guy Aparicio didn't really do it? What if we're right about Aparicio and they're wrong about Lisa Trammell? What if she's innocent? She looked at me with eyes full of naive hope. I smiled and looked at Cisco. Tell her. My investigator turned to face my young associate.
Kid, you're new at this, so you get a pass. But we never ask that question. It doesn't matter if our clients are guilty or innocent. They all get the same bang for the buck.
Yes, but there are no buts, I said. We are talking about avenues of defense here. Ways to provide our client with the best defense possible. These are strategies we will follow, regardless of guilt or innocence. You want to do criminal defense? This is what you have to understand. You never ask your client if he did it. Yes or no, the answer is only a distraction, so you don't need to know. She tightened her lips into a thin, straight line. How are you on Tennyson? I asked. The charge of the Light Brigade. What is? Theirs is not to reason why. Theirs is but to do or die. We're the Light Brigade, bullocks. We go up against an army that has more people, more weapons, more everything. Most of the time it amounts to little more than a suicide run. No chance of survival, no chance of winning. But sometimes, you get a case where you have a shot. It might be a long shot, but it's a shot nonetheless. So you take it,
You charge. You don't ask questions like that.
Actually, I think it's do and die. That was the point of the poem. They didn't have the choice to do or die. They had to do and die.
So you know your Tennyson.
I like do or die better. The point is, did Lisa Trammell kill Mitchell Bondurant? I really don't know. She says she didn't, and that's good enough for me. If it's not good enough for you, then I'll take you off this one and put you back on foreclosures full time.
No, Aronson said quickly.
I want to stay. I'm in.
That's good. Not many lawyers get to sit second chair on a murder case 10 months out of law school. She looked at me, eyes wide.
Second chair?
I nodded.
You deserve it. You've done some really good work on this.
But the light quickly faded. What?
I just don't know why you can't have it both ways. You know, give unbridled effort in your defense, but be conscientious about your work. Try for the best outcome.
The best outcome for who? Your client? Society? Or for yourself? Your responsibility is to your client and the law, Bullocks. That's it. I gave her a long stare before continuing. Don't go growing a conscience on me, I said. I've been down that road. It doesn't lead you to anything good. Chapter 10. After spending most of the day setting up the office, I didn't get home till almost 8. I found my ex-wife sitting on the steps leading up to the front deck. Our daughter wasn't with her. In the past year, there had been several encounters between us that did not include Haley, and I was thrilled by the aspect of another. I was dog-tired from the day's mental and physical work, but I could easily rally for Maggie McFierce. Hey, Mags, you forget the key? She got up, and just from her stiff posture and the way she dusted off the backside of her jeans all businesslike, I knew something wasn't right. When I got to the top step, I moved in for a kiss, just on the cheek. But she immediately made an evasive maneuver, and my suspicion was confirmed. That's where Haley gets it, I said. The old duck and roll when I give her a kiss.
Well, I'm not here for that, Holler. I didn't use my key because I thought you might consider it some sort of conflict of interest if you found a prosecutor in your house.
Now I got it. Yoga today? You saw Andrea Freeman?
That's right.
Suddenly I didn't feel the strength to rally anymore. I unlocked the door like a prisoner punished with the indignity of letting himself into the room where they give you the needle. Come on in. I guess we'll get this over with. She came in quickly, my last comment throwing another log on her fire.
What you did was despicable, using our daughter in such an underhanded way.
I wheeled around on her.
Using our daughter? I did no such thing. Our daughter was put in the middle of this thing, and I only learned of it by accident. It doesn't matter. You're disgusting.
Now, I'm a defense lawyer, and your good pal Andy was discussing me and my case with my ex-wife in front of my daughter. And then she outright lied to me.
What are you talking about? She doesn't lie.
I'm not talking about Haley. I'm talking about Andy. I asked her on the first day she was on the case if she knew you, and she said she knew you only in passing. I think we can agree that that is not the case. And I don't know for sure, but I would guess that if we described this situation to 10 different judges, that maybe 10 would consider it a conflict.
Look, we weren't discussing you or the case. It came up when we were having lunch. Haley happened to be there. What am I supposed to do? Disavow my friends because of you? It doesn't work that way.
If it was no big deal, why did she lie to me?
It wasn't a direct lie. It's not like we're best friends or anything. Besides, she probably didn't want you to get into it like you have anyway.
So now we're qualifying lies on a sliding scale. Some are indirect and no big deal. Don't worry about those lies.
Holler, don't be an asshole.
Look, you want something to drink?
I don't want anything. I came to tell you that you not only embarrassed me and your daughter, but yourself. It was low, Holler. You used something innocent from your own daughter to get an edge. It was really low.
I was still holding my briefcase. I put it down on the table in the dining alcove. I put my hands on the top of one of the chairs and leaned down on it as I thought out my comeback.
Come on,
Maggie said, baiting me.
You always have a quick answer for everything. The great defender. Let's hear it this time.
I laughed and shook my head. She was so damn beautiful when she was mad. It was disarming. And the bad part was I think she knew it.
Oh, so this is funny. You threaten to ruin someone's career and then can laugh about it. I didn't threaten to ruin her career. I threatened to kick her off the case. And no, it's not funny. It's just that... What, Holler? It's just that what? I've been sitting out there for 2 hours, wondering if you were going to show up because I want to know how you could do this. I stepped away from the table and went on the offensive, moving toward her as I spoke, making her step back and then crowding her into a corner, ending my words with my finger pointing inches from her chest. I did it because I'm a defense attorney, and as a defense attorney, I have taken an oath to defend my clients to the best of my ability. So yes, I saw an advantage here. Your good pal Andy, and you, clearly crossed a line. Sure, no harm was done as far as I know, but that doesn't mean the line wasn't crossed. If you jump a fence with a sign on it that says no trespassing, then you were still trespassing, even if you jump right back across. So I became aware of this trespass, and I used it to my advantage to get something I need to defend my client. Something I should have been given as a matter of course, but which your friend was holding back simply because she could. Was she within the rules? Yes. Was it fair? No. And one reason you're all hot and bothered about it is that you know it wasn't fair and that I made the right move. It was something you would have done yourself. Never in a million years. I would never stoop so low. Bullshit. I turned away from her. She stayed in the corner. What are you doing here, Maggie? What do you mean? I just told you why I'm here. Yeah, but you could have picked up a phone or sent me an email. Why did you come here? I wanted to see your face when you gave an explanation. I turned back to her. The whole thing was a sideshow. I moved in on her and put my hand on the wall right next to her head. It was bullshit arguments like this that wrecked our marriage, I said. I know. You know, it's been 8 years. We've been divorced as long as we were married. 8 years, and I still couldn't shake her. 8 years, and here we are. Yes, here we are. You know, you're the trespasser, Holler. You jump over everybody's fences. Come in and out of our lives whenever you want. And we just let you. I slowly leaned in closer until we were breathing the same air. I kissed her lightly, and then harder when she tried to say something. I didn't want to hear any more words. I was finished with words. Part 2. The Hypothesis of Innocence. Chapter 11. The office was closed and locked for the evening, but I was still in place at my desk, prepping for the preliminary hearing. It was a Tuesday in early March, and I wished I could have opened a window to let in the cool evening breeze, but the office was hermetically sealed with vertical windows that did not open. Lorna hadn't noticed that when she'd inspected the place and signed the lease. It made me miss working out of the back seat of the Lincoln, where I could slide a window down and catch the breeze whenever I wanted. The preliminary hearing was a week away. By prepping, I mean I was trying to anticipate what my opponent, Andrea Freeman, would be willing to part with when she put her case before the judge. A preliminary hearing is a routine step on the way to a trial. It is 100% the prosecution's show. The state is charged with presenting its case to the court, and the judge then rules on whether there is sufficient evidence to take it forward to a jury trial. This isn't the reasonable doubt threshold, not even close. The judge only has to decide if a preponderance of the evidence supports the charges. If so, then the next stop is a full-blown trial. The trick, for Freeman, would be to parcel out just enough evidence to cross that preponderance line and get the judge's nod of approval without giving away the whole store. Because she knew that I would be going to school on whatever she presented. There is no doubt that the prosecution's burden is no burden at all. Though the idea of a preliminary hearing is to provide a check on the system and to make sure the government does not run roughshod over the individual, it is still a fixed game. The California State Assembly saw to that. Frustrated by the seemingly interminable duration of criminal cases as they slowly wound through the justice system, the politicians in Sacramento took action. The prevailing view was that justice delayed was justice denied. Never mind that this sentiment conflicted with a basic component of the adversarial system, a strong and vigorous defense. The Assembly sidestepped that minor inconvenience and voted for change, installing measures that streamlined the process. The preliminary hearing went from a full airing of the prosecution's evidence to what is essentially a game of hide and seek.
Few witnesses had to be called besides the lead investigator. Hearsay was approved rather than discouraged, and the prosecution need not offer even half of its evidence, just enough to get by. The result was that it was beyond rare that a case did not measure up to the level of preponderance, and the preliminary hearing became a routine rubber stamping of the charges on the way to trial. Still, there was a value for the defense in the proceedings. I still got a peek at what was to come, and I would still get an opportunity to raise questions about what witnesses and evidence were presented. And therein was the prep work. I needed to anticipate which cards Freeman would show and decide how I would play against them. We were way past any notion of a plea agreement. Freeman still wasn't giving on that end, and my client still wasn't taking. We were on a direct course toward a trial in April or May, and I can't say I was unhappy about it. We had a legitimate shot, and if Lisa Trammell wanted to go for it, I was going to be ready. In recent weeks, we had gotten some good news as well as bad on the evidence front. As expected, Judge Morales ruled against our motions to suppress the police interview and the search of Lisa's home. This cleared the way for the prosecution to build its case around the pillars of motivation, opportunity, and the single eyewitness account. They had the foreclosure action. They had Lisa's history of protest against the bank. They had her incriminating admissions during her interview. And most of all, they had the eyewitness, Margot Schaefer, who claimed to have seen Lisa just a block from the bank and only minutes after the killing. But we were building a defense case that attacked these pillars and contained much evidence that was indeed exculpatory. No murder weapon had been identified or found yet, and the state's zeal to prove that a tiny blemish of blood found on a pipe wrench taken from the tool bench in Lisa's garage had backfired when testing concluded it was not Mitchell Bondurant's blood. Of course, the prosecution would not bring this up at the preliminary hearing or the trial, but I could and would. It is the defense's job to take the miscues and mistakes of the investigation and ram them down the state's throat. I would not hold back. Additionally, my investigator had gathered information that would put into question the observations of the state's key witness, even though we would not get that shot until trial. And we also had the hypothesis of innocence. The alternate theory was building nicely. We had served subpoenas on Louis Aparicio and his company. Aloft the foreclosure mill was at the center of the defense strategy. I anticipated that no defense tactics or evidence would come up during the preliminary hearing. Freeman would put Detective Curlin on the stand, and he would walk the judge through the entire case, making sure to sidestep any weaknesses of the evidence. She would also put on the medical examiner and possibly a forensic analyst. Schaefer, the witness, was the only question. My first thought was that Freeman would hold her back. She could rely on Curlin to present information from his interview with her, thereby bringing out what Schaefer would eventually testify to at trial. No more was needed for a prelim. On the other hand, Freeman might put Schaefer on the stand in a bid to see what I had. If I revealed during cross-examination how I planned to handle the witness, it would help Freeman prepare for what was ahead at trial. It was all strategy and games at this point, and I had to admit it was the best part of a trial. The moves made outside the courtroom were always more significant than those made inside. The inside moves were all prepped and choreographed. I preferred the improvisation done away from the courtroom. I was underlining the name Schaefer on my legal pad when I heard the phone ring in the reception area. I could have taken it on my set but didn't bother. It was well after hours, and I knew the number on the phone book ad had been forwarded to the new office number. Anybody calling this late was probably looking for foreclosure advice. They could leave a message. I pulled the blood analysis file to front and center on the desk. It contained the DNA comparison report that had been run on blood extracted from a crevice in the handle of the pipe wrench from Lisa's tool bench. It had been a rush job, the prosecution popping for an expensive analysis from an outside firm, rather than wait for the regional lab to do it. I imagined the disappointment Freeman must have felt when the report came in negative. Not Mitchell Bondurant's blood. Not only was it a setback for the prosecution, a match would have killed any chance Lisa had at an acquittal and forced her into a plea agreement. But now Freeman knew I could wave the report in front of the jury and say, see, their case is full of wrong turns and wrong evidence. We also scored when footage from video cameras in the bank building and garage entrance failed to show Lisa Trammell during the time before and after the killing. The cameras did not cover the entire facility, but that was beside the point. It was exculpatory evidence. Now my cell phone started to vibrate. I pulled it out of my pocket and looked at the ID. It was my agent, Joel Gottler, calling. I hesitated, but then took the call. "You're working late," I said by way of answering.
"Yeah, don't you read your emails?" Gottler said. "I've been trying to reach you."
"Sorry, my computer's right here, but I've been busy. What's going on?"
"We've got a big problem. Do you read Deadline Hollywood?"
"No, what's that?"
"It's a blog. Look it up on your computer."
"Now?"
"Yeah, now. Do it."
I closed the blood file and slid it aside. I pulled my laptop over and opened it. I went online and navigated to the Deadline Hollywood site. I started scrolling. It looked like a list of short reports on Hollywood deals, box office estimates, and studio comings and goings. Who bought and sold what, who left what agency, who was going down and who was going up, that sort of thing. Okay, what am I looking for here?
Scroll down to 3:45 this afternoon.
The posts on the blog were time-stamped. I did as instructed and came to the late afternoon post Gottler wanted me to see. The headline alone kicked me in the nuts. Archway grabs real-life murder mystery. Doll/McReynolds to produce. Sources tell me that Archway Pictures has anteed up 6 figures against a 7-figure back end to acquire rights to the foreclosure revenge case currently twisting its way through the justice system here in La La Land. The accused, Lisa Trammell, was represented by Herb Dahl in the deal, and he will produce alongside Archway's Clegg McReynolds. The multi-tiered deal includes TV and documentary rights. The ending of the story, however, has yet to be written as Trammell still faces trial in the murder of the banker who was trying to foreclose on her house. In a press release, McReynolds said Trammell's story will be used to put a magnifying glass on the foreclosure epidemic that has swept across the country in recent years. She is expected to go to trial in 2 months. "That motherfucker," I said.
"Yeah, that's about right," Gottler said. "What the hell is going on? I'm out there trying to sell this thing and was very close to a deal with Lakeshore, and then I read this? Are you kidding me, Holler? You stabbed me in the back like this?"
"Look, I don't know exactly what is going on here, but I have a contract with Lisa Trammell, and—"
"Do you know this guy, Dahl?" "I do, and he's a complete sleaze."
I know. He tried to make a move and I shut his ass down. He got Lisa to sign something, but—"
"Aw, geez, she signed with this guy?"
"No, I mean yes, but after she signed with me. I have a contract. I have I stopped right there. The contracts. I remembered making copies and giving them to Dahl. I then put the originals back in the file in the trunk of the Lincoln. Dahl saw the whole thing. Son of a bitch.
"What is it?"
I looked at the stack of files on the corner of my desk. They had all been generated by the Lisa Trammell case, but I had not brought in the files from the trunk of the Lincoln because I'd been lazy. I figured they were all old contracts and old cases, and maybe I wasn't sure how I would ultimately like working out of a brick-and-mortar office. The contracts file was still in the trunk. "Joel, I'll call you right back."
"Hey, what is—"
I closed the phone and headed to the door. The Victory Building had its own 2-level garage, but it was not attached. I had to leave the building and walk to the garage next door. I trotted up the ramp and on the 2nd level headed to my car, popping the trunk with the remote as I approached. My Lincoln was the only vehicle left on the upper level. I pulled the contracts file and leaned under the light from the trunk lid to look for the agreement Lisa Trammell had signed. It wasn't there. To say I was angry was an understatement. I shoved the file back into its slot and slammed the lid. I pulled my phone and called Lisa as I headed back to the ramp. The call went to message. "Lisa, this is your attorney. I thought we agreed that when I called you, you would answer, no matter what time, no matter what you were doing. But here I am calling and you're not answering. Call me back. I want to talk to you about your little friend Herb and the deal he just made. I am sure you were aware of it, but what you may not be aware of is that I'm going to be suing his ass for this stunt. I'm going to put him under the earth, Lisa, so call me back, now." I closed the phone and squeezed it as I headed down the ramp. I barely noticed the 2 men walking up the ramp until one of them called to me. "Hey, you're that guy, right?" I stopped, confused by the question, my mind still firmly wrapped around Herb Dahl and Lisa Trammell. "Excuse me?" "The lawyer. You're the famous lawyer from TV." They both moved toward me. They were young guys in bomber jackets, hands in their pockets. I didn't want to stop to make small talk. No, I think you've got the wrong... No, man, that's you. I seen you on the TV, right? I gave up. Yeah, I have a case. It gets me on TV. Right. And what's your name again? Mickey Holler. As soon as I said my name, I saw the silent one take his hands out of his jacket pockets and square his shoulders toward me. He was wearing black fingerless gloves. It wasn't cool enough for gloves, and in that moment I realized that since there were no other cars up on the second level, these guys hadn't been going up there. They had been looking for me. What's this all... The silent man swung a left fist into my midsection. I doubled over just in time to feel his right fist crush 3 of my left ribs. I remember dropping my phone at that point, but little else. I know I tried to run, but the talker blocked my way, and then turned me around, pinning my elbows at my sides. He was wearing black gloves, too. Chapter 12. They left my face alone, but that was about the only thing that didn't feel bruised or broken when I woke up in ICU at Holy Cross. The final tally included 38 stitches in my scalp, 9 fractured ribs, 4 broken fingers, 2 bruised kidneys, and 1 testicle, twisted 180 degrees before the surgeon straightened it. My torso was the color of a grape popsicle, and my urine the dark hue of Coca-Cola. The last time I had stayed in a hospital, I got hooked on oxycodone, an addiction that nearly cost me my child and career. This time, I told them I'd gut it out without the chemical help, and this, of course, was a painful mistake. 2 hours after taking my stand, I was pleading with the nurses, the orderlies, and anyone who would listen to give me the drip. It finally took care of the pain, but left me floating too close to the ceiling. It took them a couple of days to find the right equilibrium of pain relief and consciousness. That was when I started accepting visitors. 2 of the first were a pair of detectives from the Van Nuys Division CAPS unit. Their names were Stillwell and Iman. They asked me basic questions so that they could complete their paperwork. They had about as much interest in determining who had attacked me as they did in the idea of working through lunch. I was, after all, the defense counsel to an alleged murderer their colleagues down the hall had popped. In other words, they weren't going to get their own balls in a twist over this one. When Stillwell closed his notebook, I knew the interview and the investigation was over. He told me they would check back if anything came up. "You forgot something, didn't you?" I said. I spoke without moving my jaw because somehow moving my jaw set off the pain receptors in my rib cage. "What's that?" Stillwell asked. "You never asked me to describe my attackers. You didn't even ask me what color they were. We can get all of that on our next visit. The doctor told us you need your rest. You want to make an appointment for the next visit?" Neither detective answered. They wouldn't be coming back. "I didn't think so," I said. "Goodbye, detectives. I'm glad the Crimes Against Persons unit is on this. Makes me feel safe." "Look," Stillwell said, "likely this was a random thing. 2 muggers looking for an easy mark. The chances of us, they knew who I was. You said they recognized you from the TV and the newspapers." "I didn't say that. I said they recognized me and made it appear as though it was from TV or something. If you really cared about this, you would have made that distinction." "Are you accusing us of not caring about a random act of violence in this community?" "Pretty much, yeah. And who says it was random?" "You said you didn't know or recognize the assailants. So unless you were changing your mind about that, there was no evidence that this was anything other than a random act. Or at best, a lawyer hate crime. They recognized you and didn't like that you defend murderers and scumbags and decided to relieve their frustrations on your body. Could have been a lot of things." My entire body throbbed with pain, ignited by their indifference. But I was also tired and wanted them gone. "Never mind, detectives," I said. "Go on back to Crimes Against Persons and fill out your paperwork. You can forget about this one. I'll take it from here." I closed my eyes on them then. It was the only thing I could do. The next time my lids came open, I saw Cisco sitting in a chair in the corner of the room staring at me. "Hey, boss," he said gently, as if his usual booming voice might hurt me. "How's it hanging?" I coughed as I came fully awake, and that set off a paroxysm of pain in my testicles. Feels like it's still about 180 degrees to the left. He smiled because he thought I was delirious, but I was lucid enough to know that this was his second visit, and that I had asked him to do some sleuthing when he had come the first time. What time is it? I'm losing track, sleeping so much. 10 after 10. Thursday? No, Friday morning, Mick. I'd been sleeping more than I realized. I tried to sit up, but the movement set off a burning wave of pain across my left side. Jesus Christ. You okay, boss? What do you got for me, Cisco? He stood up and came to the side of the bed. Not a whole lot, but I'm still working on it. I got to look at the police report, however. Not a lot there, but it did say that you were found by the night cleaning crew that came in about 9 o'clock to work in the building. They found you out cold on the garage ramp and called it in. 9 o'clock wasn't too long after. Did they see anything else? No, they didn't. According to the report. I plan to be there tonight to interview them myself. Good. What about the office? Me and Lorna checked as best we could. Doesn't look like anybody was in there. Nothing missing, as far as we can tell. And it was left unlocked the whole night. I think you were the target, Mick, not the office. The medication drip worked on a regulated feed system that parceled out the sweet juice of relief according to impulses sent from a computer in another room and programmed by someone I had never met. But at that moment, that computer nerd was my hero. I felt the cold trickle of a boost moving through my arm and into my chest. I was silent as I waited for my screaming nerve endings to be calmed. What are you thinking, Mick? My mind's a blank. I told you I didn't recognize them. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about who sent them. What's your gut tell you? Aparicio? It certainly would be the choice. He knows we're coming for him. I mean, who else? What about Dahl? I shook my head. What for? He already stole my contract and made the deal. Why beat me up after? Maybe just to slow you down. Maybe to add intrigue to the project. This adds another dimension. It's part of the story. Seems like a stretch. I like Aparicio better. But why would he do it? Same thing. To slow me down. Warn me off. He doesn't want to be a witness, and he doesn't want to be dragged through the shit he knows I have on him. Cisco shrugged. Still not sure I'm buying it. Well, whoever it was doesn't matter. This isn't going to slow me down. What exactly are you going to do about Dahl? He stole the contract. I'm working on it. I'll have a plan for that douchebag by the time I get out of here. When's that supposed to be? They're waiting to see if I'm healing all right. If not, they might take off my left nut. Cisco cringed as though I was talking about his left nut. Yeah, I try not to think about it, I said. Okay, then moving on. What about the two men? I've got two white guys, early 30s, leather bomber jackets and gloves. You remember anything else this time? Nope. No regional or foreign accents? Not that I can remember. Scars, limps, or tattoos? None that I remember. It went down pretty quick. I know. You think you could pick them out of a six-pack? He was talking about a photo spread of mugshots. One of them I could. The one who did all the talking. I didn't look at the other one too much. Once he hit me, I wasn't seeing anything. Right. Well, I'll keep working on it. What else, Cisco? I'm getting tired. I closed my eyes to accentuate the point. Well, I was supposed to call Maggie as soon as you were awake. Her timing's been off. Every time she's been in here with Haley, you've been out. You can call her. Just tell her to wake me up if I'm asleep. I want to see my kid. Okay, I'll tell her to bring her after school. Meantime, Bullocks wants to bring by the motion for a continuance for your approval and signature, before filing it by the end of the day. I opened my eyes. Cisco had moved to the other side of the bed. What continuance? For the prelim. She's going to ask the judge to put it back a few weeks in light of your hospitalization. No. Mick, it's Friday. The prelim's Tuesday. Even if they let you out of here by then, you're not going to be in any kind of condition to... She can handle it. Who? Bullocks? Yes, she's good. She can handle it. She's good, but green. Are you sure you want somebody just out of law school handling a prelim for a murder trial? It's a prelim. Trammell's going to be bound over for trial whether I'm there or not. The best we can hope for is a little peek at the prosecution's case strategy, and Aronson will be able to report back on that. You think the judge is going to allow it? He might see it as a move to set up an ineffective counsel beef if there's an ultimate conviction. If Lisa signs off on it, we'll be okay. I'll call her and tell her it's part of the case strategy. Bullocks can spend some time here with me over the weekend and I'll prep her. But what is the case strategy, Mick? Why not just wait till you're healthy? Because I want them to think they succeeded. Who? Aparicio. Whoever did this to me. Let them think I'm incapacitated or running scared. Whatever. Aronson handles the prelim, and then we push this thing to trial. Cisco nodded. Got it. Good. You go now and call Maggie. Tell her to wake me up no matter what the nurses say, especially if she comes with Haley. Will do, boss, but, there's one more thing. What? Rojas is sitting out there in the waiting room. He wanted a visit, but I told him to wait out there. He came yesterday, too, but you were sleeping. I nodded. Rojas. Did you check the car's trunk? I did. I didn't see any evidence of a pick. No scratches on the tumblers. Okay. When you go out, send him in. You want to see him alone? Yeah, alone. You got it. He left then, and I grabbed the bed's remote. I slowly and painfully raised the bed to about 45 degrees, so I was half sitting up for my next visitor. The adjustment ignited another run of searing pain that burned across my rib cage like an August brush fire. Rojas tentatively entered the room, waving and nodding at me. Hey, Mr. Holler, how you doing? I've had better days, Rojas. How are you doing? I'm good. I just wanted to stop by and say hello and all. He was as nervous as a feral cat, and I thought I knew why. It was nice of you to come by. Why don't you sit in that chair over there? Okay. He took the chair in the corner. This allowed me a full view of him. I would be able to pick up all body movements as I tried to read him. He was already displaying some of the classic tells of a dissembler. Avoidance of eye contact, inappropriate smiling, constant hand movement. Did the doctors tell you how long you have to stay here? He asked. A few more days, I think, at least until I stop pissing blood. Man, that's bad shit. They gonna catch who did it? They don't seem to be working too hard on it. Rojas nodded. I said nothing else. Silence is often a very useful interview tool. My driver then rubbed his palms up and down his thighs a few times and stood up. Well, I didn't want to interrupt you. You probably have to get your sleep or something. No, I'm up for the day, Rojas. It hurts too much to sleep. You can stay. What's the hurry? You're not driving somebody else now, are you? Oh, no, nothing like that. He reluctantly sat down again. Rojas had been a client before he was my driver. He'd been popped on a possession of stolen property beef and had a prior conviction to go with it. The prosecution wanted jail time, but I was able to get him probation. He owed me $3,000 for my efforts, but had lost his job since his employer was also the victim of the theft. I told him he could work it off by driving and translating for me, and he took the job. I started out paying him $500 a week and counted an additional $250 against the debt. After 3 months, the debt was cleared, but he stayed on, collecting the whole $750 now. I thought he was happy and on the straight and narrow path, but maybe once a thief, always a thief. I just want you to know, Mr. Holler, that once you get out of here, I'm on call for you 24 hours a day. I don't want you driving nowhere. If you even have to go down the hill to the Starbucks, I'll be there to take you. Thank you, Rojas. After all, I guess it's the least you can do, right? He looked confused, but not that confused. He knew where this was headed. I decided not to dance around it any longer. How much did he pay you? He fidgeted in his seat. Who? For what? Come on, Rojas. Don't play it this way. It's embarrassing. I really don't know what you're talking about. Maybe I should go after all. He stood up. We don't have an agreement, Rojas. We don't have a contract. No verbal promises, nothing. You walk out of this room, and I fire you, and that's it. Is that what you want? Doesn't matter if there's an agreement. You can't just fire me for no reason. But I have the reason, Rojas. Herb Dahl told me all about it. You should know there's no honor among thieves. He said you called him up and told him you'd get him whatever he needs. The bluff worked. I saw the rage explode in Rojas's eyes. I had my finger on the remote nurse call button just in case.
That greasy little shit-eater!
I nodded. Good description.
How? I didn't call his ass up. The fucker came to me. He said he just wanted 15 seconds in the trunk. I should have known this would blow up on me.
I thought you were smarter than that, Rojas. How much did he pay you?
4 bills.
Not even a week's pay. And now you're not going to have any pay. Rojas came close to the bedside. I held my finger on the call button. I figured he was going to either attack me or ask me for a deal.
Mr. Haller, I need this job. My kids.
This is like last time, Rojas. Didn't you learn a lesson about ripping off your employer?
Yes, sir, I did. Dahl told me he just wanted to look at something, but then he took it. And when I tried to stop him, he said, "What are you going to do about it?" He had me. I couldn't stop him.
You still have the $400?
Yes, I didn't spend a thing. $400 bills, and they looked real to me.
I pointed him back to the chair. I didn't want him so close. Okay, time to make a choice, Rojas. You can walk out that door with your $400 and I'll never see you again. Or, I can give you a second.
I want the second chance. Please, I'm sorry.
Well, you're going to have to earn it. You're going to have to help me make what you did right. I'm going to sue Dahl for taking that document, and I'm going to need you to be the witness who explains exactly what happened.
I'll do it, but who will believe me?
That's where your $400 bills come in. I want you to go home, or to wherever they are, and
I have them right here, in my wallet.
He jumped up from the seat and pulled his wallet. Take them out like this. I held my finger and thumb close together.
They can get fingerprints off money?
They sure can, and if we get Dahl's off those, then it doesn't matter what he says about you. He's nailed. I opened a drawer of the little table to the side of my bed. A plastic Ziploc bag containing my wallet and keys and loose change and currency was there. It had all been bagged by the paramedics, who had been called to the garage of the Victory building. Cisco had secured it and had only just given it back. I dumped the contents into the drawer and then handed the bag to Rojas for the money. Okay, put the money in there and seal it. He did as instructed, and then I waved him over to give me the bag. The hundreds looked crisp and new. Less prior handling of the currency would mean a better shot at pulling prints. Cisco will take it from here. I'll call him and tell him to come back and pick these up. At some point, he'll need your prints. Rojas's eyes were on the bag and the money. What? Will I get that money back? I put the bag in the drawer and slammed it shut. Jesus Christ, Rojas. Get out of here before I change my mind and fire your ass.
Okay. I'm sorry, you know?
You're sorry you got caught, and that's all. Just go. I can't believe I just gave you a second chance. I must be a fucking idiot. Rojas retreated like a dog with its tail between its legs. After he was gone, I slowly lowered the bed and tried not to think about his betrayal, or who had sent the 2 men in black gloves, or anything else to do with the case. I looked up at the bag of clear liquid hanging up there overhead and waited for the blessed boost that would make at least some of the pain go away. Chapter 13. As expected, Lisa Trammell was held to answer and ordered to stand trial for murder by Judge Dario Morales at the end of a day-long preliminary hearing in Van Nuys Superior Court. Using Detective Howard Curlin as her primary carrier of evidence, Prosecutor Andrea Freeman deftly presented a net of circumstantial evidence that quickly enclosed Lisa. Freeman took the case across the preponderance threshold like a 100-meter sprinter, and the judge was equally swift in rendering his ruling. It was routine. Matter of fact, chop, and Lisa was held to answer. My client was there at the defense table for the hearing, but I was not. Jennifer Aronson held forth for the defense as best she could in a one-sided game. The judge had only allowed the hearing to proceed after questioning Lisa exhaustively to assure himself that her decision to go forward without me there was knowing, voluntary, and strategic. Lisa acknowledged in open court that she was aware of Aronson's lack of courtroom experience and waived any claim to the argument of ineffective counsel as grounds for an appeal of the judge's eventual determination. I watched most of it from the confines of my home, where I was continuing to recover from my injuries. KTLA Channel 5 had carried the morning session live, in lieu of other local programming, before flipping back to the usual afternoon slate of insipid talk shows. This meant I missed only the last 2 hours of the hearing. But that was okay, because by this point, I knew how it would go. There were no surprises, and the only disappointment was in not getting any sort of new read on how the prosecution would unfurl the flag at trial when it all counted. As decided during our prep sessions in my room at Holy Cross, Aronson presented no witnesses or any affirmative defense. We chose to reserve any indication of our hypothesis of innocence for trial, when the threshold of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt raised the game to almost an even match. Aronson used cross-examination of the state's witnesses sparingly. These were all seasoned veterans of courtroom testimony, Curlin, a forensic expert, and the medical examiner among them. Freeman chose not to put Margot Schaefer on the stand, using Curlin to recount his interview with the eyewitness who placed Lisa Trammell a block from the murder. There wasn't much to get from the state's lineup, and so our strategy was to observe and wait. To bide our time. We would simply go at them at trial, where we stood the best chance. At the end of the hearing, Lisa was ordered to stand trial before Judge Coleman Perry on the 6th floor of the courthouse. Perry was yet another judge I had never stood before, but since I knew his courtroom was one of 4 possible destinations for my client, I had done some checking with other members of the defense bar. The overall report I got was that Perry was a straight shooter, with a short temper. He was fair until you crossed him, and then he was prone to hold a grudge that might last an entire trial. It was good knowledge to have as the case progressed to its final stage. 2 days later, I finally felt ready to return to the fray. My broken fingers were bound tightly in a form-fitted plaster cast, and my bruised torso was losing the shadings of deep blue and purple for a sickly tone of yellow. My scalp stitches had been removed, and I was able to delicately comb my hair back over the shaved wound, as if I was hiding a bald spot. Best of all, my formerly twisted testicle, which the doctor had ultimately chosen not to remove, was improving a little bit every day, according to the doctor and his power of observation and palpitation. What was left to see was whether it would resume normal activity and function, or die on the vine like an unpicked Roma tomato. By previous arrangement, Rojas had the Lincoln at the bottom of the front steps at 11 o'clock sharp. I slowly made my way down, walking cane firmly in hand. Rojas was there to help me get into the back of the car. We moved carefully, and soon I was in my usual place, ready to roll. Rojas jumped behind the wheel and we jerked forward and down the hill. Easy, Rojas. It hurts too much for me to wear a seatbelt, so don't send me into the front seat. Sorry, boss. I'll do better. Where are we going today? The office? He had gotten that boss stuff from Cisco. I hated being called a boss, even though I knew that was what I was. The office is later. First we go to Archway Pictures on Melrose. You got it. Archway was a second-tier studio across Melrose from one of the behemoths, Paramount Pictures. Started as a studio lot to handle the overflow demand for sound stages and equipment, it grew into a self-sustaining studio under the guidance of the late Walter Elliott. It now made its own slate of films each year and created its own overflow demand. Coincidentally, Elliott happened to be a client of mine at one time. It took Rojas 20 minutes to get from my house above Laurel Canyon to the studio. He pulled up to the security booth at the signature arch that spanned the studio's entrance. I lowered the window and told the security man who approached me that I was there to see Clegg McReynolds. He asked for my name and ID, and I gave him my driver's license. He retreated to the booth and consulted a computer screen. He frowned. I'm sorry, sir, but you're not on the drive-on list. Do you have an appointment? No appointment, but he'll want to see me. I hadn't wanted to give McReynolds too much advance notice. Well, I can't let you in without an appointment. Can you call him and tell him I'm here? He'll want to see me. You know who he is, right? The implication was clear. This was one you didn't want to screw up. The guard slid the door shut while he made the call to McReynolds. Through the glass, I saw him talking. He had a live one on the line. Then he slid the door open and extended the phone to me. It was on a long cord. I took it and then raised the window on the guard. Tit for tat. This is Michael Haller. Is this Mr. McReynolds? No, this is Mr. McReynolds' personal assistant. How can I help you, Mr. Haller? I see no appointment here in the book, and frankly, I don't know who you are. The voice was female, young, and confident. I'm the guy who's going to make your boss's life miserable if you don't get him on the line." There was a bubble of silence before the voice responded. "I don't think I like your threatening manner. Mr. McReynolds is on the set and—" "It was not a threat. I don't make threats. I just speak the truth. Where's the set?" "I'm not telling you that. You're not getting anywhere near Clegg until I know what this is about." I noted that she was on a first-name basis with the boss. A horn blared from behind me. The cars were stacking up. The guard rapped his knuckles on my window, then bent down to try and see in through the smoked glass. I ignored him. A second horn honked from the rear. "This is about saving your boss a lot of grief. Are you familiar with the deal he announced last week, regarding the woman accused of killing the banker, foreclosing on her home?" "Yes, I am." "Well, your boss acquired those rights illegally. I'm assuming this was through no fault or knowledge of his own. If I'm right, he's the victim of a scam, and I'm here to make it right for him. This is a one-time opportunity. After this, Clegg McReynolds gets pulled down into the quicksand." The final threat was punctuated with another long blast from the car directly behind me, and a sharp rap on the window. "Talk to the guard," I said. "Tell him yay or nay." I lowered the window and handed the phone out to the angry guard. He held it to his ear. "What's it going to be? I've got a line of cars out to Melrose here." He listened, and then stepped back into his booth and hung up the phone. Then he looked at me as he pushed the button that opened the gate. "Stage 9, he said. "Straight ahead and left at the end. You can't miss it." I threw him a told-you-so smile as I raised the window, and Rojas drove under the rising gate. Stage 9 was a soundstage big enough to house an aircraft carrier. It was surrounded by equipment trucks, star wagons, and craft services vans. 4 stretched limos were parked end-to-end along one side, their engines running and drivers waiting for filming to end and the anointed to exit. It looked like a major production, but I wasn't going to get the chance to see what it was about. Walking down the middle of the driveway between buildings 9 and 10 were an older man and a younger woman. The woman wore a headset, which I assume made her a PA. She pointed a finger at my approaching car. "Okay, let me out here." Rojas stopped, and as I was opening the door, my phone rang. I pulled it and looked at the screen. ID unavailable. It said that on the calls I used to get from my clients in the drug trade. They used cheap throwaway phones to avoid wiretaps and record searches. I ignored the call and left the phone on the seat. "You want me to answer your call? You gotta tell me who you are." I slowly got out, leaving the cane behind as well. Why advertise a weakness, my father, the great lawyer, always said. I slowly walked toward the producer and his assistant. "You're Holler?" the man called out. "That's me." "I want you to know that this production you just pulled me out of is running $250,000 an hour. They went ahead and shut down inside just so I could come outside to deal with you." "I appreciate that, and I'll make it quick." "Good. Now what the fuck is this about me being scammed? Nobody scams me." I looked at him and waited and said nothing. It only took McReynolds 5 more seconds to blow another gasket. "Well, are you going to tell me or not? I don't have all day here." I looked at his personal assistant and then back at him. He got the message. I'm going to have a witness to anything that's said here. The girl stays." I shrugged and pulled a compact recorder out of my pocket and turned it on. I held it up, its red light glowing. "Then I'll make sure I have a record too." McReynolds looked down at the device, and I could see the concern in his eyes. His voice, his words preserved on tape. That could be dangerous in a place like Hollywood. Visions of Mel Gibson danced in his head. "Okay, turn that off and Jenny goes." "Clegg," Jenny protested. McReynolds reached down and spanked her hard on the rump. "I said go." Humiliated, the young woman hurried off like a schoolgirl. "Sometimes you have to treat him that way," McReynolds explained. "And I'm sure they learned from it." McReynolds nodded in agreement, not picking up on the sarcasm in my voice. "So again, Holler, what's this about?" "It's about you, Clegg, being played for a sucker by Herb Dahl, your partner on the Lisa Trammell deal." McReynolds emphatically shook his head. "No way. Legal's all over that deal. It's squeaky clean. Even the woman signed off. Trammell. I could make her a 300-pound whore who likes black dick in the movie and she couldn't do a thing about it. That deal is perfect." "Yeah, well, what Legal's missed is the part about neither one of them having the rights to the story to sell you in the first place. Those rights happen to reside here, with me.
Trammell signed them over to me before Dahl came along and took second position. He thought he could move up one by stealing the original contracts out of my files, only that's not going to work. I've got a witness to the theft and Dahl's fingerprints. He's going to go down on fraud and theft charges, and your choice here is to decide whether you want to go down with him, Clegg. Are you threatening me? Is this some sort of shakedown? Nobody shakes me down. No shakedown. I just want what's mine. So you can either stick with Dahl as your partner, or you can have the same deal with me. It's too late. I signed. We all signed. The deal is done. He turned to walk away. Have you paid him? He turned back to me. Are you kidding? This is Hollywood. And you probably only signed deal memos, right? That's right. Contracts in 4 weeks. Then your deal is announced, but not done. That's how you do it in Hollywood. But if you want to make a change, you can. If you want to find a deal killer, you can. I don't want to do any of that. I like the project. Dahl brought it to me. I made the deal with him. I nodded like I understood his dilemma. Suit yourself, but I go to the police tomorrow morning and file the suit in the afternoon. You'll be named as a defendant, as someone who colluded in the perpetration of the fraud. I did no such thing. I didn't even know about all this until you told me. That's right. I told you, and you did nothing. You chose to move forward with a thief despite knowing the facts. That's collusion, and that makes my case. I reached into my pocket and pulled the tape recorder out. I held it up so he could see the red light was still on. I'm going to tie this movie up so long, the girl whose ass you just slapped will be running this place by the time it's done. This time I walked away, and he called me back. Wait a minute, Holler. I turned around. He looked off to the north, toward the sign, high on the mountain, that drew everybody here. What do I need to do? He asked. You need to make the same deal with me. I'll take care of Dahl. He deserves something, and he'll get it. I need a phone number to give legal. I pulled a card and gave it to him. Remember, I have to hear something today. You will. By the way, what are the numbers on the deal? 250 against $1 million. Another quarter to produce. I nodded. $250,000 up front would certainly fund Lisa Trammell's defense. There might even be a piece left over for Herb Dahl. It all depended on how I wanted to handle this, and how fair I wanted to be to a thief. Realistically, I'd have liked to put the guy in the ground. But then again, he did find the project a legitimate home. Tell you what, I'm the only guy in town who will ever say this, but I don't want to produce. You keep that part of the deal with Dahl. That's his end. As long as he's not in jail. Put a character clause in the contract. That'll be something new around here. I hope legal can handle it. Pleasure doing business with you, Clegg. Once more I turned and headed back toward my car. This time Clegg came up alongside me and walked with me. We'll be able to reach you, right? We'll need you as a technical advisor, especially on the screenplay. You have my card. I got to the Lincoln, and Rojas had the door open for me. Once again I carefully slipped in, nice and easy on the cojones, and then looked back at McReynolds. One more thing, the producer said. I was thinking of going to Matthew McConaughey with this. He'd be excellent. But who do you think could play you? I smiled at him and reached for the door handle. You're looking at him, Clegg. I pulled the door closed, and through the smoked glass watched the confusion spread on his face. I told Rojas to head toward Van Nuys. Chapter 14. Rojas told me that my phone had been ringing repeatedly while I was talking to McReynolds. I checked it and found no messages. I then opened the call record and saw that a total of 4 calls from a line with an unavailable ID had come in during the 10 minutes I was out of the car. The time intervals were too disparate for it to have been an errant fax call on a repeat dialer. Someone had been trying to reach me, but apparently it wasn't urgent enough to warrant leaving a message. I called Lorna and told her I was on the way in. I filled her in about the deal I had made with McReynolds and said to expect a call from the Archway Legal Department before the end of the day. She was excited about the prospect of money coming in on the case instead of going out. What else? Andrea Freeman's called twice. I thought about the 4 calls on my cell. You give her my cell? I did. I think I just missed her, but she didn't leave a message. Something must be up. Lorna gave me the number Andrea had left with her. Maybe you can reach her if you call right back. I'll let you go.
Okay, but where's everybody at right now? In or out?
Jennifer's here in her office, and I just heard from Cisco. He's heading back from some field work.
What field work?
He didn't say.
Okay, then I'll see everybody when I get there. I disconnected and called the number for Freeman. I had not heard from her since I'd been attacked by the black-gloved boys. Even Curlin had come by to visit and check on me, but not even a get-well-soon card from my worthy opponent. Now 6 calls in one morning, but no messages. I was certainly curious. She answered after 1 ring and got right down to business.
"When can you come in?" she said.
"I'd like to float something by you before we hit the gas and go." It was her way of saying she was open to the possibility of ending this case with a plea agreement before the whole machinery of a trial started to crank to life. I thought you said there wasn't going to be an offer.
Well, let's just say cooler heads have prevailed. I'm not stepping back from what I think of your moves on this case, but I don't see why your client should pay for your actions.
Something was going on. I could sense it. Some sort of problem with her case had come up. A piece of evidence lost, or a witness had changed stories. I've thought of Margot Schaefer. Maybe there was a problem with the eyewitness. After all, Freeman hadn't trotted her out during the prelim. I don't want to come into the DA's office. You can come to my office or we meet on neutral ground.
I'm not afraid to enter the enemy's camp. Where's your office?
I gave her the address, and we agreed to meet in an hour. I disconnected the call and tried to zero in on what could have gone wrong with the state's case at this point in the game. I came back to Schaefer again. It had to be her. My phone vibrated in my hand, and I looked down at the screen. ID unavailable. Freeman was calling me back, probably to cancel the meeting, and reveal that the whole thing was a charade, just another maneuver out of the prosecutorial psych-ops manual. I pushed the button and connected.
Yes?
Silence. Hello? Is this Michael Haller? A male voice, one I didn't recognize. Yes, who is this? Jeff Tremmel. For some reason, it took me a moment to place the name, and then it came through to me big time. The prodigal husband. Jeff Tremmel. Yes, how are you? I'm good, I guess. How did you get this number? I was talking to Lisa this morning. I checked in. She told me I should call you. Well, I'm glad you did, Jeff. Are you aware of the situation your wife is in? Yes, she told me. You didn't see it on the news? There's no TV or anything here. I can't read Spanish. Where exactly are you, Jeff? I'd rather not say. You'd probably tell Lisa, and I'd rather she didn't have that information right now. Will you be coming back for the trial? I don't know. I don't have any money. We could get you some money for travel. You could come back here and be with your wife and son during this difficult time. You could also testify, Jeff. Testify about the house and the bank and all the pressures. No, I couldn't. I don't want to put myself out like that, Mr. Haller. My failings. That wouldn't feel right. Not even to save your wife. More like my ex-wife. We just haven't made it all legal. Jeff, what do you want? Do you want money? There was a long pause. Now we would get down to it. But then he surprised me. I don't want anything, Mr. Haller. Are you sure about that? I just want to be left out of it. It's not my life anymore. Where are you, Jeff? Where is your life now? I'm not telling you that. I shook my head in frustration. I wanted to keep him on the phone like a cop trying for a trace, only there was no trace. Look, Jeff, I hate to bring this up, but it's my job to cover all the bases. You know what I mean? And if we lose this case and there's a conviction, then Lisa will be sentenced. There will be a time when her loved ones and her friends will be able to address the court and say good things about her. We will be able to bring up what we consider to be mitigating factors. Her fight to keep the house, for example. I would want to be able to count on you to come in and testify. Then you think you're going to lose? No, I think we have a damn good chance of winning this thing. I really do. It's an entirely circumstantial case with a witness I think we can blow out of the water. But I have to be prepared for the opposite result. Are you sure you can't tell me where you are, Jeff? I can keep it confidential. I mean, I'll need to know where you are if we're going to send you money. I need to go now. What about the money, Jeff? I'll call you back. Jeff? He was gone. I almost had him, Rojas. Sorry, boss. I put the phone down on the armrest for a moment and looked out to see where we were. The 101 through the Cahuenga Pass. I was still another 20 minutes out. Jeff Trammell hadn't said no to the money the last time I mentioned it. My next call was to my client. When she answered, I heard TV noise in the background. "Lisa, it's Mickey. We need to talk." "Okay. Can you turn that TV off?" "Oh, sure. Sorry." I waited, and soon her end was silent. "Okay. First of all, your husband just called me. You gave him my number?" "Yes, you told me to, remember?" "Yes, that's fine. I was just checking. It didn't go well. It sounds like he wants to stay away." "That's what he told me." "Did he tell you where he is? If I knew that, I could send Cisco to convince him to help us." "He wouldn't tell me." "I think he might still be in Mexico. He said he had no money." "He said the same to me. He wants me to send him some of the movie money." "You told him about that?" "There's going to be a movie, Mickey. He should know." Or maybe she meant that he should have his nose rubbed in it. "Where were you going to send the money?" "He said I could just deposit it in Western Union, and he could access it from any of their offices." I knew there were Western Union offices all over Tijuana and points south. I'd sent money to clients before. We could send the money and then narrow things down by seeing what office Jeff Trammell went into to get the cash. But if he was smart, he wouldn't go to the office closest to where he was living, and we'd be back to square one. "Okay," I said. "We'll think about Jeff later. I also wanted to tell you that the deal Herb Dahl made with Archway has changed." "How so?" "It's with me now. I just left Archway. Herb can still produce if they ever make a movie, and he gets to stay out of jail. So he comes out ahead. You come out ahead because your defense team will now be paid for their work, and you'll get the rest, which, by the way, will be much more than you were ever going to see from Herb." "Mickey, you can't do that. He made that deal." "I just unmade it, Lisa. Clegg McReynolds wasn't interested in being entangled in the legal net I was about to throw over Herb's head. You can tell Herb, or you can have him call me if he wants." She was silent. "There's one more thing, and this is important. You listening?" "Yes, I'm here." "I'm going to the office where I'm going to meet with the prosecutor. She called the meeting. I think something's up. Something's gone wrong for their side. She wants to talk about a deal, and she would have never agreed to come to my office if she didn't have to. I just wanted you to know. I'll call you after the meeting." "No deals, Mickey, unless she's offering to stand on the steps of the courthouse and announce to CNN and Fox and all the others that I'm innocent." I felt the car swerve from course and looked out the window. Rojas was bailing off the freeway early because of traffic. "Well, I don't think that's what she's coming over to offer, but it is my duty to keep you informed of your choices. I don't want you to become some sort of martyr for this cause of yours. You should listen to all offers, Lisa. I'm not pleading guilty. Period. Is there anything else you want to talk about?" "I'm good for now. I will call you later." I put the phone down on the armrest. Enough talk for now. I closed my eyes to rest for a few minutes. I tried to wiggle my fingers in the plaster, and the effort hurt, but was successful. The doctor who studied the x-rays said he believed the damage had occurred when someone stomped on my hand after I was on the ground and already unconscious. Lucky for me, I guess. He predicted full recovery for the fingers. In the dark world behind my eyelids, I saw the men in black gloves moving toward me. It played in a repetitive loop. I saw the dispassionate look in their eyes as they approached me. It was just a piece of business for them. Nothing else on the line. For me, it was 4 decades of confidence and self-esteem, shattered like small bones on the pavement. After a while, I heard Rojas from the front seat. "Hey, boss, we're here." Chapter 15. As I entered the reception area, Lorna waved a hand in warning from behind the desk. She then pointed toward the door to my office. She was telling me that Andrea Freeman was already in there waiting. I made a quick detour to the other office, knocked once, and opened the door. Cisco and Bullocks were behind their desks. I went to Cisco's and put my phone down in front of him. Lisa's husband called. In fact, he called several times. Unavailable ID. Can you see what you can do? He rubbed a finger across his mouth as he considered the request. "Our carrier has a threat trace service. I give the exact time of the calls, and they'll see what they can find. Takes a few days.
but all they'll be able to do is identify the number, not the location. You need law enforcement if you're going to try to triangulate this guy's location. I just want the number. Next time I want to call him instead of the other way around. You got it. As I turned to leave, I looked at Aronson. Bullocks, you want to come in and see what the district attorney's office has to say? Love to. We moved through the suite to my office. Freeman was sitting in a chair in front of my desk, reading email on her phone. She was in non-court clothes, blue jeans and a pullover sweater. It must have been all inside work today. I closed the door, and she looked up. Andrea, can I get you something to drink? No, I'm fine. And you know Jennifer from the prelim? Silent Jennifer, of course. Didn't make a peep at the prelim. As I came around my desk, I checked Aronson and saw her face and neck start to color with embarrassment. I tried to throw her a line. Oh, she wanted to make a peep or two, but she had orders from me. Strategy, you know. Jennifer, pull that chair over. Aronson dragged a side chair toward the desk and sat down. So, here we are, I said. What brings the DA's office to my humble place of work? Well, we're getting close, and I thought, I figured you worked the whole county and might not be as familiar with Judge Perry as I am. That's an understatement. I've never even been in front of him. Well, he likes to keep a clean docket. He doesn't care about headlines and hoopla. He'll just want to know that there was a vigorous effort to end this matter through disposition. So I thought maybe we could have one more discussion about it before we get down to a full-blown trial. One more? I don't remember the first discussion. Do you want to talk about it or not? I leaned back and swiveled in my chair, as if mulling the question over. This was all a little dance, and we both knew it. Freeman wasn't acting out of some desire to please Judge Perry. There was something else unseen in the room. Something had gone wrong, and there was an opportunity for the defense. I wiggled my fingers in the cast, trying to relieve an itch on my palm. Well, I said, I'm not sure what you're thinking. Every time I bring up a plea with my client, she tells me to pound sand. She wants a trial. Of course, I've seen this before. The old no deal, no deal, no deal, yes deal scenario. Right. But my hands are sort of tied here, Andrea. My client has twice forbidden me from approaching your office with a tender. She won't allow me to initiate. So here we are. You've come to me, so that works. But you have to open negotiations. You tell me what you're thinking. Freeman nodded. Fair enough. I did make the call, after all. Are we in agreement that this is off the record? Nothing leaves this room if no agreement is eventually struck. Sure. Aronson nodded along with me. Okay, then. This is what we are thinking. And this already has approval from on high. We drop down to man and recommend the mid-level. I nodded, projecting my lower lip in a manner that suggested that it was an offer with merit. But I knew that if she opened with manslaughter with a mid-range sentence recommendation, it could only get better for my client. I also knew that my instincts were right. There was no way the DA would float an offer like this unless something was seriously wrong. By my estimation, the case was weak from the moment they put the cuffs on my client. But now, something had fallen out of place. Something big, and I had to find out what that was. That's a good offer, I said. You're damn right. We're coming down off premeditated and lying in wait. I'm assuming we're talking voluntary manslaughter. It would be hard even for you to make a case for involuntary. It's not like she just happened to be in that garage. Do you think she'll take it? I don't know. She said since the start, no deals. She wants a trial. I can try to sell it. It's just that... Just that what? I'm curious, Why such a nice offer? Why are you coming down to this? What's gone wrong inside your case that makes you feel you need to cut and run? This is not cutting and running. She'll still go to prison and there will still be justice. There's nothing wrong with our case, but trials are expensive and long. Across the board, the DA's office is trying for dispositions over trials. But dispositions that make sense. This is one of those times. You don't want it. I'm ready to go. I held my hands up in surrender. I could see her focus on the plaster cast on my left hand. It's not whether I want it. It's my client's choice, and I have to give her all the information I can. That's all. I've been in this position before. Usually a deal this good is too good to be true. You take it,
and you end up finding out later that the main witness was going to flake out, or the prosecution just picked up a nice piece of exculpatory evidence you would have gotten in discovery if you'd hung on just a little bit longer. Yeah, well, not this time. It is what it is. You have 24 hours, and then it comes off the table. What about going with the low range? What? It was almost a shriek. Come on, you didn't come in here and give me your last best offer. No one works that way. You have one more give and we both know it. Voluntary manslaughter, low-range sentencing recommendation. She'll do 5 to 7 tops. You're killing me. The press will eat me alive. Maybe, but I know your boss didn't send you over here with one offer, Andrea. She leaned back and looked at Aronson and then around the rest of the room, her eyes trailing over the shelves of books that came with the office. I waited. I glanced at Aronson and winked. I knew what was coming. I'm sorry about your hand, Freeman said. That must have hurt. Actually, it didn't. I was already down for the count when they did it. I never felt a thing. I held up my hand again and wiggled my fingers, their tips moving along the top edge of the cast. I can already move them pretty good. Okay, low range. I still need to hear back in 24 hours, and this is all off the record. Other than to your client, this is not to be revealed outside of this room if it doesn't go. We already agreed to that. Okay, then I guess that's it. I'll be heading back. She stood up and Aronson and I followed. We dropped into the sort of small talk that often follows a meeting of great importance. So, who's going to be the next DA? I asked. Your guess is as good as mine, Freeman said. There's no front-runner yet, that's for sure. The office was currently operating with an interim district attorney, following the appointment of its former holder to a top job in the U.S. Attorney General's office in Washington, D.C. A special election would be held in the fall to fill the slot, and so far the field of candidates was uninspiring. Finished with the pleasantries, we shook hands, and Freeman left the office. Sitting back down, I looked at Aronson. So what do you think? I think you're right. The offer was too good, and then she made it even better. Something's gone wrong in her case. Yeah, but what? We can't exploit it if we don't know what it is. I leaned forward to the phone and pushed the intercom. I told Cisco to come in. I swiveled in silence while we waited. Cisco entered, put my cell phone down on the desk, and then took the seat where Freeman had sat. I have the trace underway. I'd give it 3 days. They don't move that quickly. Thanks. So what's up with the prosecutor? She's running scared, and we don't know why. I know you're vetted against everything she's given us and checked out the witnesses. I want to do it again. Something's changed. Something they thought they had, they no longer have. We have to find out what it is. Margot Schaefer, probably. How so? Cisco shrugged. Just speaking from experience. Eyewitnesses are unreliable. Schaefer is a big part of a very circumstantial case. They lose her, or she turns up shaky, and they have a big problem. We already know it's going to be tough to convince a jury that she saw what she claims she saw. But we still haven't talked to her? She refused to be interviewed, and is under no obligation to do so. I opened the middle drawer of the desk and pulled out a pencil. I pushed its point into the top opening of the cast, and down between 2 fingers, then maneuvered the pencil back and forth to scratch my palm. What are you doing? Cisco asked. What's it look like? Itching my palm. It was driving me crazy the whole meeting. You know what they say about itchy palms, Aronson said. I looked at her, wondering if there was some sort of sexual innuendo to the answer. No, what? If it's your right hand, you're going to come into money. If it's your left, then you are going to pay out money. If you scratch them, you stop it from happening. They teach you that in law school, Bullocks? No, my mother always said it. She was superstitious. She thought it was true. Well, if it is, I just saved us a bunch of money. I pulled the pencil out and put it back in the drawer. Cisco, take another run at Schaefer. Try to catch her off guard. Show up somewhere she'd never expect it. See how she reacts. See if she talks. You got it. If she doesn't talk, take another run at her background. Maybe there's a connection we don't know about. If there is, I'll find it. That's what I'm counting on. Chapter 16. As I'd expected,
Lisa Trammell wanted no part in a plea agreement that would put her in prison for as long as 7 years, even though she faced the possibility of 4 times that amount if convicted at trial. She chose to take her chances on an acquittal, and I couldn't blame her. While I remained at a loss to explain the state's change of heart, the offer of a defense-friendly disposition made me think the prosecution was running scared and that we had a legitimate fighting chance. If my client was willing to roll the dice, then so was I. It wasn't my freedom at stake. I was cruising home at the end of work the next day when I called Andrea Freeman to give her the news. She had left several messages early in the day, and I had strategically not returned them, hoping to make her sweat. It turned out she was anything but feeling the heat. When I told her my client was passing on the offer, she simply laughed. Holler, you might want to start returning your messages a little sooner. I tried several times this morning to get to you. That offer was permanently taken off the table at 10 o'clock. She should have accepted it last night, and it probably would have saved her about 20 years in prison. Who pulled the offer? Your boss? I did. I changed my mind, and that's that. I couldn't think of what could have caused such a dramatic change in less than 24 hours. The only activity on the case that morning that I knew of was Louis Aparisio's attorney filing a motion to quash the subpoena we had served on him. But I didn't see the connection to Freeman's abrupt change in direction on the plea. When I didn't respond, Freeman moved to end the call. So, counselor, I guess I'll see you in court. Yeah, and just so you know, I'm going to find it, Andrea. Find what? Whatever it is you're hiding. The thing that went wrong yesterday, that made you bring me that offer. Doesn't matter if you think it's all fixed now. I'm going to find it, and when we get to trial, I'll have it in my back pocket. She laughed into the phone, in a way that immediately undercut the confidence I'd had in my statement. Like I said, I'll see you in court, she said. Yeah, I'll be there, I said. I put the phone down on the armrest and tried to intuit what was going on. Then it struck me. I might already be carrying Freeman's secret in my back pocket. The letter from Bondurant to Aparicio had been hidden in the haystack of documents Freeman had turned over. Maybe she had found it only recently herself and realized what I could do with it, how I could build a defense case around it. It happens sometimes. A prosecutor gets a case with what seems like overwhelming evidence, and hubris sets in. You go with what you've got, and other potential evidence goes undiscovered until late, sometimes too late. I became convinced. It had to be the letter. A day ago she was running scared because of the letter. Now she was confident. Why? The only difference between yesterday and today was the motion to quash the Aparicio subpoena. All at once I understood her strategy. The prosecution would support the dismissal of the subpoena. If Aparicio didn't testify, I might not be able to get the letter before the jury. If I had it right, then there could be a severe setback for the defense at the hearing on the motion. I now knew I had to be prepared to fight as though my case depended on it, because it did. I decided to put the phone in my pocket. No more calls. It was Friday evening. I would put the case aside and take it all up again in the morning. Everything could wait until then. Rojas, put on some music. It's the weekend, man. Rojas hit the button on the dash to play the CD. I had forgotten what I had in there, but soon identified the song as Ry Cooder singing Teardrops Will Fall, a cover of the 1960s classic on his anthology disc. It sounded good, and it sounded right. A song about lost love and being left alone. The trial would start in less than 3 weeks. Whether or not we figured out what Freeman was hiding, the defense team was locked and loaded and ready to go. We still had some outstanding subpoenas to serve, but otherwise we were fit for battle, and I was growing more confident every day. The following Monday, I would hole up in my office and start choreographing the defense case. The hypothesis of innocence would be carefully revealed piece by piece and witness by witness, until it all came together in a crushing wave of reasonable doubt. But I still had a weekend to fill before that, and I wanted to put as much distance as I could between me and Lisa Trammell and everything else. Cooter was now on to poor man's Shangri-La, the one about the UFOs and space vatos in Chavez Ravine, before they took it away from the people and put up Dodger Stadium. I told Rojas to turn it up. I lowered the back windows and let the wind and music blow through my hair and ears.
I closed my eyes as we cruised. Chapter 17. Rojas dropped me at the steps of my home, and I slowly made my way up while he put the Lincoln in the garage. His own car was parked on the street. He'd take it home and come back Monday, the usual routine. Before opening the door, I stepped to the far end of the deck and looked out at the city. The sun still had a couple of hours of work ahead, then would set on another week. From up here, the city had a certain sound that was as identifiable as a train whistle, the low hiss of a million dreams in competition. "You all right?" I turned around. It was Rojas at the top of the steps. "Yeah, fine. What's the matter?" "I don't know. I saw you standing up here and thought maybe something was wrong, like you were locked out or something." "No, I was just checking out the city." I came over to the door, pulling out my house key. "Have a good weekend, Rojas." "You too, boss." "You know, you should probably stop calling me boss." "Okay, boss." "Whatever." I turned the lock and pushed the door open. I was immediately greeted with a sharp and multi-voiced cheer of surprise. I once got shot in the gut after opening the same door. This surprise was a lot better. My daughter rushed forward and hugged me, and I hugged her back. I looked around the room and saw everybody. Cisco, Lorna, Bullocks, my half-brother Harry Bosch and his daughter Maddie, and Maggie was there too. She came up next to Haley and kissed me on the cheek. I said, "I've got some bad news. Today is not my birthday. I'm afraid you've all been led astray by someone with some sort of devious plan to get cake." Maggie punched me on the shoulder. "Your birthday's Monday, not a good day for a surprise party." "Yeah, exactly as I planned it." "Come on, get out of the door and let Rojas in. Nobody's staying that long. We just wanted to say happy birthday." I leaned forward and kissed her cheek and whispered in her ear, "What about you? You're not staying long either?" "We'll see about that." She escorted me in through a gauntlet of handshakes, kisses, and back pats. It was nice and totally unexpected. I was placed in the seat of honor and handed a lemonade. The party lasted another hour, and I got time to visit with all my guests. I hadn't seen Harry Bosch in a few months. I had heard he'd come by the hospital, but I wasn't awake for the visit. We had worked on a case the year before with me as a special prosecutor. It had been nice being on the same side, and I thought the experience would keep us close. But it hadn't really worked out that way. Bosch remained as distant as ever, and I remained as saddened about it as ever. When I saw the opportunity, I moved toward him, and we stood side by side in front of the window that gave the best view of the city. "From this angle, it's hard not to love it, isn't it?" he asked. I turned from the view to him, and then back. He was drinking a lemonade too. He had told me he'd stopped drinking when his teenage daughter had come to live with him. "I know what you mean," I said. He drained his glass and thanked me for the party. I told him he could leave Maddie with us if she wanted to visit Haley longer, but he said that he already had plans to take her to a shooting range in the morning. "A shooting range? You're taking your daughter to a shooting range?" "I've got guns in the house. She should know how to use them." I shrugged. I guessed there was a logic in it. Bosch and his daughter were the first to leave, and soon afterward, the party ended. Everybody left except for Maggie and Haley. They had decided to stay the night. Exhausted by the day and the week and the month, I took a long shower and then got into bed early. Soon, Maggie came in, after talking Haley to sleep in her room. She closed the door, and that was when I knew my real birthday present was coming. She hadn't brought any nightclothes with her. Lying on my back, I watched her get undressed and then slip under the covers with me. "You know, you're a piece of work, Holler," she whispered. "What did I do this time?" "You just trespassed all over the place." She moved in close and then over on top of me. She bent down, tinting my face with her hair. She kissed me and started slowly moving her hips, and then put her lips against my ear. "So," she said, "normal function and activity. That's what the doctor told you, right?" "That's what he said." "We'll see." Part 3. Bolero. Chapter 18. Louis Aparicio was a man who did not want to be served. As an attorney, he knew that the only way he could be dragged into the Lisa Trammell trial was to be served with a subpoena to testify. Avoiding service meant avoiding testimony. Whether he had been tipped to the defense strategy or simply was smart enough to understand it on his own, he seemingly disappeared just at the time we began looking for him. His whereabouts became unknown, and all the routine tricks of the trade to track him and draw him out had failed. We did not know if Aparicio was in the country, let alone in Los Angeles. Aparicio had one very big thing going for him in his effort to hide: money. With enough money, you can hide from anybody in this world, and Aparicio knew it. He owned numerous homes in numerous states, multiple vehicles, and even a private jet to help him connect quickly to all his dots. When he moved, whether it was from state to state or from Beverly Hills home to Beverly Hills office, he traveled behind a phalanx of security men. He also had one thing going against him: money. The vast wealth he had accumulated by carrying out the bidding of banks and other lenders had also given him an Achilles heel. He had acquired the tastes and desires of the super rich, and that was how we eventually got him. In the course of his efforts to locate Aparicio, Cisco Wojciechowski amassed a tremendous amount of information about his quarry's profile. From this data, a trap was carefully planned and executed to perfection. A glossy presentation package announcing the closed bid auction of an Aldo Tinto painting was sent to Aparicio's office in Beverly Hills. The package said the painting would be on view for interested bidders for only 2 hours, beginning at 7 p.m. 2 nights hence, in Studio Z at Bergamot Station in Santa Monica. Bids would then be accepted until midnight. The presentation looked professional and legitimate. The depiction of the painting had been lifted from an online art catalog that displayed private collections. We knew from a 2-year-old profile of Aparicio in a bar journal that he had become a collector of second-tier painters, and that the late Italian master Tinto was his obsession. When a man called the phone number on the portfolio, identified himself as a representative of Louis Aparicio, and booked a private viewing of the painting, we had him. The Aparicio entourage entered the old red car trolley station, which had been turned into an upscale gallery complex, at precisely the appointed time. While 3 sunglassed security men fanned out across the grounds, 2 more swept Gallery Z before giving the all-clear signal. Only then did Aparicio emerge from the stretch Mercedes. Inside the gallery, Aparicio was met by 2 women who disarmed him with their smiles and excitement about the arts and the painting he was about to see. One woman handed him a glass flute of cristal to celebrate the moment. The other gave him a thick folded packet of documents on the painting's pedigree and exhibition history. Because he held the champagne in one hand, he could not open the documents. He was told he could read it all later because he must see the painting now before the next appointment. He was led into the viewing room, where the piece sat on an ornate easel covered with a satin drape. A lone spotlight lit the center of the room. The women told him he could remove the drape himself, and one of them took his glass of champagne. She wore long gloves. Aparicio stepped forward, his hand raised in anticipation. He carefully pulled the satin off the frame, and there, pinned to the board, was the subpoena. Confused, he leaned forward to look, perhaps thinking this was still the Italian master's work. "You've been served, Mr. Aparicio," Jennifer Aronson said. "You have the original in your hand." "I don't understand," he said, but he did. "And the whole thing from the moment you drove in is on videotape," said Lorna. She stepped to the wall and hit the switch, bathing the entire room in light. She pointed to the 2 overhead cameras. Jennifer lifted the champagne flute as if giving a toast. "We have your prints, too, if needed." She turned and raised a toast to one of the cameras. "No," Aparicio said. "Yes," Lorna said. "We'll see you in court," Jennifer said. The women headed to the side door of the gallery, where a Lincoln driven by Cisco was waiting. Their job was done. That was then. This was now. I sat in the Honorable Coleman Perry's courtroom, preparing to defend the service and validity of the Aparicio subpoena and the very heart of the defense's case. My co-counsel, Jennifer Aronson, sat next to me at the defense table, and next to her was our client, Lisa Trammell. At the opposing table sat Louis Aparicio and his 2 attorneys, Martin Zimmer and Landon Cross. Andrea Freeman was in a seat located back against the rail. As the prosecutor of the criminal case out of which this hearing arose, She was an interested party, but this wasn't her cause of action. Additionally, Detective Curlin was in the courtroom, sitting 3 rows back in the gallery. His presence was a mystery to me. The cause of action was Aparisio's. He and his legal crew were out to quash the subpoena and prevent his participation in the trial. In strategizing how to do so, they had thought it prudent to tip Freeman to the hearing, in case the prosecution also saw merit in keeping Aparicio from the jury. Though largely there as a bystander, Freeman could step into the fray whenever she wanted, and she knew that whether she joined in or not, the hearing would likely offer her a good look at the defense's trial strategy. It was the first time I saw Aparicio in person. He was a block of a man, who somehow appeared as wide as he was tall. The skin on his face had been stretched tight by the scalpel or by years of anger. By the cut of his hair and of his suit, he looked like money. And he seemed to me to be the perfect straw man, because he also looked like a man who could kill, or at least give the order to kill. Aparicio's lawyers had asked the judge to hold the hearing in camera, behind closed doors in his chambers, so that the details revealed would not reach the media and therefore possibly taint the jury pool that would assemble the following day. But everybody in the room knew that his lawyers were not being altruistic. A closed hearing guarded against details about Aparicio leaking to the press and informing something much larger than the jury pool: public opinion. I argued vigorously against closing the proceedings. I warned that such a move would cause public suspicion about the subsequent trial, and this outweighed any possible taint of the jury pool. Elected to the bench, Perry was ever mindful of public perception. He agreed with me and declared the hearing open to the public. Score a big one for me. My prevailing on that one argument probably saved the entire case for the defense. Not a lot of the media was there, but there was enough for what I needed. Reporters from the Los Angeles Business Journal and the LA Times were in the front row. A freelance video man who sold footage to all the networks was in the empty jury box with his camera. I had tipped him to the hearing and told him to be there. I figured that between the print media and the lone TV camera, there would be enough pressure on Aparicio to force the outcome I was looking for. After dispensing with the request to hide behind closed doors, the judge got down to business. Mr. Zimmer, you have filed a motion to quash the subpoena of Luis Aparicio in the matter of California versus Trammell. Why don't you state your case, sir? Zimmer looked like a lawyer who had been around the block a few times, and usually got to carry his enemies home in his briefcase. He stood to respond to the judge. We would love to address the court on this matter, Your Honor. I'm going to speak first to the facts of the service of the subpoena itself, and then my colleague, Mr. Cross, will discuss the other issue for which we seek relief. Zimmer then proceeded to claim that my office had engaged in mail fraud in laying the trap that resulted in Aparicio being served a subpoena. He said that the glossy brochure that had baited his client was an instrument of fraud, and its placement in the U.S. mail constituted a felony that invalidated any action that followed, such as service of the subpoena. He further asked that the defense be penalized by being disallowed from any subsequent effort to subpoena Aparicio to testify. I didn't even have to stand up for this one, which was a good thing, because the simple acts of standing and sitting still set off flares of pain across my chest. The judge raised his hand in my direction to hold me in check, and then tersely dismissed Zimmer's argument, calling it novel, but ridiculous and without merit. Come on, Mr. Zimmer. This is the big league, Perry said. You have anything with some meat on the bone? Properly cowed, Zimmer deferred to his colleague and sat down. Landon Cross stood up next to face the judge. Your Honor, he said, Luis Aparicio is a man of means and standing in this community. He has had nothing to do with this crime or this trial and objects to his name and reputation being sullied by his inclusion in it. Let me emphatically repeat, he had nothing to do with this crime. He is not a suspect and has no knowledge of it. He has no probative or exculpatory information to provide. He objects to defense counsel's putting him on the witness stand to conduct a fishing expedition, and he objects to counsel's using him as a deflection from the case at hand. Let Mr. Haller fish for red herrings in a different pond. Cross turned and gestured to Andrea Freeman. I might add, Your Honor, that the prosecution joins me in this motion to quash for the same reasons mentioned. The judge swiveled on his seat and looked at me. Mr. Haller, you want to respond to all of that? I stood up, slowly. I was holding the foam gavel from my desk, working it with my fingers, which were newly freed from plaster, but still stiff. Yes, Your Honor. I would first like to say that Mr. Cross makes a good point about the fishing expedition. Mr. Aparisio's testimony at trial, if allowed to proceed, would include a fair amount of fishing. Not all of it, mind you, but I would like to drop a line in the water. But this is only, Your Honor, because Mr. Aparizio and his defensive front have made it darn near impossible for the defense to conduct a thorough investigation of the murder of Mitchell Bondurant. Mr. Aparizio and his henchmen have thwarted all— Zimmer was up on his feet, objecting loudly. Your Honor, I mean really, henchmen? Counsel is clearly engaged in playing to the media in the courtroom at Mr. Aparizio's expense. I once again urge you to move these proceedings to chambers before we continue. We're staying put, Perry said. But, Mr. Haller, I'm not going to allow you to call this witness just to let you grandstand for the jury. What's his connection? What's he got? I nodded like I was ready with an obvious answer. Mr. Aparizio founded and operates a company that acts as a middleman in the foreclosure process. When the victim in this case decided to foreclose on the home of the defendant, he went to Mr. Aparizio to get it done. That, to me, Your Honor, puts Mr. Aparizio on the front line of this case, and I would like to ask him about this, because the prosecution has stated to the media that the foreclosure is the motive for the murder. Zimmer jumped in before the judge could respond. That is a ridiculous assertion. Mr. Aparizio's company has 185 employees. It is housed in a 3-level office building. Foreclosing on people's homes is big business, I interjected. Counsel, the judge warned. Mr. Aparizio had nothing whatsoever to do with the defendant's foreclosure other than the fact that it was handled by his company, along with about 100,000 other such cases this year, Zimmer said. 100,000 cases, Mr. Zimmer? The judge asked. That's right, Judge. On average, the company has been handling 2,000 foreclosures a week for more than 2 years. This would include the defendant's foreclosure case. Mr. Aparizio has no specific knowledge of her case. It was one of many and was never on his radar. The judge dropped deep into thought and looked like he had heard enough. I had hoped not to have to reveal my ace in the hole, especially in front of the prosecutor. But I had to assume Freeman was already aware of the Bondurant letter and its value. I reached down to the file in front of me on the table and flipped it open. There were the letter and 4 copies, ready to go. Mr. Haller, I'm inclined to, Your Honor, if the court would indulge me. I would like to be allowed to ask Mr. Aparizio the name of his personal secretary. That gave Perry another pause, and he screwed his mouth up in confusion. You want to know who his secretary is? His personal secretary, yes. Why would you want to know that, sir? I'm asking the court to indulge me. Very well. Mr. Aparizio, Mr. Haller would like the name of your personal secretary. Aparizio leaned forward and looked at Zimmer as if needing his approval. Zimmer signaled him to go on and answer the question. Judge, I actually have 2. One is Carmen Esposito, and the other is Natalie Lazara. He then leaned back. The judge looked at me. It was time to play the ace. Judge, I have here copies of a certified letter that was written by Mitchell Bondurant, the murder victim, and sent to Mr. Aparizio. It was received and signed for by his personal secretary, Natalie Lazara. The letter was turned over to me in discovery by the prosecution. I would like Mr. Aparizio to testify in court so that I can question him about it. Let's take a look, Perry said. I stepped away from the table and delivered copies of the letter to the judge and then to Zimmer. On my way back, I swung by Freeman and offered her a copy. No thanks, I already have it. I nodded and went back to the table, but stayed standing. Your Honor, Zimmer said, can we have a short recess to look this over? We haven't seen it before. 15 minutes, Perry said. The judge stepped down from the bench and went through the door to his chambers. I waited to see if the Aparizio team would take it out into the hall. When they didn't move, I didn't. I wanted them to worry that I might overhear something. I huddled with Aronson and Trammell. What are they doing? Aronson whispered. They had to have known about the letter already. I'm sure the prosecution gave them a copy, I said. Aparizio acts like he's the smartest guy in the room. Now we're going to see if he is the smartest guy in the room. What do you mean? We've got him between a rock and a hard place. He knows he should tell the judge that if I ask about the letter, he will take the Fifth and therefore the subpoena should be kicked. But he knows if he takes the Fifth in front of the media here, he's in trouble. That puts blood in the water. So what do you think he'll do? Trammell asked. Act like the smartest guy. I pushed back from the table and stood up. I nonchalantly started to pace behind the tables. Zimmer looked over his shoulder at me and then leaned in closer to his client. Eventually, I came back to Freeman, still in her chair. When do you wade in?
Oh, I'm thinking I might not have to.
They already had the letter, didn't they? You gave it to them. She shrugged her shoulders but didn't answer. I looked past her to Curlin, sitting 3 rows back. What's Curlin doing here?
Oh, he might be needed.
That was a lot of help. Last week when you made the offer, that was because you had found the letter, wasn't it? You thought your case was in real trouble. She looked up at me and smiled, not giving anything away. What changed? Why'd you pull the offer back? Again, she didn't answer. You think he's going to take the 5th, don't you? The shrug again. I would, I said. But him? We'll know soon enough, she said dismissively. I went back to the table and sat down. Trammell whispered to me that she still wasn't clear on what was going on. We want Aparicio to testify at trial. He doesn't want to, but the only way the judge will let him out of the subpoena is if he says he'll invoke his 5th Amendment protection against self-incrimination. If he does that, we're dead. He's our straw man. We need to get him on the stand.
Do you think he will take the 5th?
I'm betting no. Too much at stake with the media here. He's putting the finishing touches on a big merger, and knows if he takes the nickel, the media will be all over him. I think he's just smart enough to think he can talk his way out of it on the stand. That's what I'm counting on. Him thinking he's smarter than everybody else.
What if...
She was cut off by the return of the judge to the bench. He quickly went back on record, and Zimmer asked to address the court. Your Honor, I would like the record to reflect that against the advice of counsel, my client has instructed me to withdraw the motion to quash. The judge nodded and pursed his lips. He looked at Aparicio. So your client will testify in front of the jury? He asked. Yes, Your Honor, Zimmer said. He has made that decision. You sure about this, Mr. Aparicio? You have a lot of experience sitting with you at that table. Yes, Your Honor, Aparicio said. I'm sure. Then motion withdrawn. Any other business before the court before we begin jury selection tomorrow morning? Perry looked past the tables to Freeman. It was a tell. He knew there was further business to discuss. Freeman stood up, file in hand. Yes, Your Honor, may I approach? Please do, Miss Freeman. Freeman stepped forward, but then waited for the Aparicio team to finish packing and move off the prosecution's table. The judge waited patiently. Finally, she took her place at the table, remaining standing. Let me guess, Perry said. You want to talk about Mr. Holler's updated witness list? Yes, Judge, I do. I also have an evidentiary issue to bring up. Which would you like to hear first? Evidentiary issue. I suddenly knew why Curlin was in the courtroom. Let's go with the witness list first, the judge said. I saw that one coming. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Holler has put his co-counsel down on the witness list, and I think, first of all, he needs to choose between having Ms. Aronson as second chair and having her as a witness. But second, and more important, Ms. Aronson has already handled the preliminary hearing for the defense as well as other duties, and so the state objects to this sudden move to make her a witness in the trial. Freeman sat down, and the judge looked over at me. Sort of late in the game, isn't it, Mr. Holler? I stood. Yes, Your Honor, except for the fact that it is no game, and it's my client's freedom at stake here. The defense would ask the court for wide latitude in this regard. Miss Aronson was intimately involved in the defense against the foreclosure proceedings against my client, and the defense has come to the conclusion that she will be needed to explain to jurors what the background was and what was happening at the time of the murder of Mr. Bondurant. And it is your plan to have her do double duty, both witness and defense counsel? That's not going to happen in my courtroom, sir. Your Honor, I assume when I put Ms. Aronson's name on the final list that we would have this discussion with Ms. Freeman. The defense is open to the court's decision in regard to this. Perry looked at Freeman to see if she had further argument. She held still. Very well, then, he said. You just lost your second chair, Mr. Holler. I will allow Ms. Aronson to remain on the witness list, but tomorrow, when we start picking the jury, you're on your own. Ms. Aronson stays clear of my courtroom until she comes in to testify. Thank you, Your Honor, I said.
Will she be able to join me as second chair after her testimony is concluded?
I don't see that as a problem. Ms. Freeman, you had a second issue for the court?
Freeman stood back up. I sat down and leaned forward with my pen, ready to take notes. The movement caused a searing pain to cross my torso, and I almost groaned out loud. Your Honor, the state wants to head off an objection and protest I am sure will come from counsel. Late yesterday, we received a return on DNA analysis of a very small blood trace found on a shoe belonging to the defendant and seized during the search of her house and garage on the day of the murder. I felt an invisible punch in my stomach that made my rib pain disappear quickly. I instinctively knew this was going to be a game changer. The analysis matches the blood from the shoe to the victim, Mitchell Bondurant. Before counsel protests, I must inform the court that analysis of the blood was delayed because of the backup in the lab and because the sample being worked with was rather minute. The difficulty was accentuated by the need to preserve a portion of the sample for the defense. I flipped my pen up into the air. It bounced onto the table and then clattered to the floor. I stood up. Your Honor, this is just outrageous. On the eve of jury selection? To pull this now? And boy, oh boy, that sure was nice of them to leave some for the defense. We'll just run out and get it analyzed before jury selection starts tomorrow. You know, this is just—
Point well taken, counsel, the judge interrupted. It troubles me as well, Ms. Freeman. You've had this evidence since the inception of the case. How can it be that it conveniently lands the day before jury selection?
Your Honor, Freeman said, I have a full understanding of the burden this places on the defense and the court. But it is what it is. I was informed of the findings at 8 o'clock this morning when I received the report from the lab. This is the first opportunity I've had to bring it before the court. As to the reason for its coming in now, well, there are a few. I am sure the court is aware of the backup for DNA analysis at the lab at Cal State. There are thousands of cases. While homicide investigations certainly get a priority, it is not to the exclusion of all other cases. We elected not to go to a private lab that could have turned it around faster because of the concern over the size of the sample. We knew if anything went wrong with an outside vendor, then we would have completely lost the opportunity to test the blood and hold a portion for the defense. I shook my head in frustration while waiting for the chance to speak again. This was indeed a game changer. It had been a completely circumstantial case. Now, it was a case involving direct evidence, connecting the defendant to the crime. Mr. Holler, the judge said. You want to respond? I sure do, Judge. I think this goes beyond being sandbagged, and I don't for a moment believe the timing here is happenstance. I would ask that the court tell the prosecution that it is too late to spring this now. I move that this so-called evidence be excluded from the trial. What about delaying the trial? The judge said. What if you were given the time to get the analysis done and get up to speed on this? Get up to speed? Judge, this isn't just about getting our own analysis done. This is about changing the entire defense strategy. The prosecution is seeking to change this from a circumstantial case to a science-based case on the eve of trial. I don't only need time to do DNA testing. After 2 months, I now need to rethink the entire case. This is devastating. Your Honor, it should not be allowed under the basic idea of fair play. Freeman wanted a comeback, but the judge didn't allow it. I took that as a good sign, until I saw him looking at the calendar hanging on the wall behind the clerk's corral. That told me he was only willing to ameliorate the situation with time. He was going to allow the DNA into evidence, and would just give me extra time to prepare for it. I sat back down in defeat. Lisa Trammell leaned toward me and desperately whispered, Mickey, this can't be. It's a setup. There's no way his blood could be on those shoes. You have to believe me. I put my hand up to cut her off. I didn't have to believe a word out of her mouth, and that was all beside the point. The reality was that the case was shifting. No wonder Freeman had all her confidence back. Suddenly I realized something. I quickly stood back up. Too quickly. Pain shot down my torso into my groin, and I bent over the defense table. Your Honor? Are you all right, Mr. Holler? I slowly straightened up. Yes, Your Honor. But I need to add something to the record, if I may. Go ahead. Your Honor, The defense questions the veracity of the prosecution's claim of learning only about this DNA result this morning.
3 weeks ago, Ms. Freeman offered my client a very attractive disposition, giving Ms. Trammell 24 hours to think it over.
Then, Your Honor, Freeman said.
Don't interrupt, the judge commanded. Continue, Mr. Haller. I had no qualms about breaking my agreement with Freeman not to reveal the disposition negotiations. The gloves were off at this point.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we get an offer on a Thursday night, and then on Friday morning, Miss Freeman mysteriously yanks it right back off the table without explanation. Well, I think we now have that explanation, Judge. She knew back then, 3 weeks ago, about this supposed DNA evidence but decided to sit on it in order to surprise the defense with it on the eve of trial. And thank you, Mr. Haller.
What about that, Miss Freeman?
I could see the skin around the judge's eyes had drawn tight. He was upset. What I had just revealed had the ring of truth to it. Your Honor, Freeman said indignantly, nothing could be further from the truth. I have with me in the gallery here Detective Curlin, who will be happy to testify under oath that the DNA report was delivered over the weekend to his office and opened by him shortly after his arrival at 7:30 this morning. He then called me, and I brought it to court. The district attorney's office has not sat on anything, and I resent the aspersion directed at me personally by counsel. The judge glanced out to the rows of seats and spotted Curlin, then looked back at Freeman. Why did you withdraw the offer a day after making it? He asked. The million-dollar question. Freeman seemed unsettled that the judge would carry the inquiry any further. Judge, that decision involved internal issues perhaps better not aired in court. I want to understand this, counsel. If you want this evidence, then you better allay my concerns, internal issues or not. Freeman nodded. Yes, Your Honor. As you know, there is an interim district attorney since Mr. Williams joined the U.S. Attorney General's office in Washington. This has resulted in a situation where we don't always have clear lines of communication and direction. Suffice to say that on that Thursday, I had a supervisor's approval for the offer I made to Mr. Haller. But on Friday morning, I learned from a higher authority in the office that the offer was not approved internally, and so I withdrew it. It was a load of crap, but she had delivered it well, and I had nothing that contradicted it. But when she told me the offer was gone that Friday, I knew by the tone of her voice that she had something new, something else, and her decision had nothing to do with internal communication and direction. The judge made his ruling. I'm going to put back jury selection 10 court days. This should give the defense time to have DNA testing of the evidence completed if it chooses to do so. It also allows ample time to consider what strategic change will come with this information. I will hold the state responsible for being totally cooperative in this matter and in getting the biological material to the defense without delay. All parties will be prepared to begin jury selection 2 weeks from today. Court is adjourned. The judge quickly left the bench. I looked down at the empty page on my legal pad. I had just been eviscerated. Slowly, I started packing my briefcase. What do we do? Aronson asked. I don't know yet, I said. Run the test, Lisa Trammell said urgently. They've got it wrong. It can't be his blood on my shoes. This is unreal. I looked at her, her brown eyes fervent and believable. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. The optimism tasted sour in my mouth. I glanced over at Freeman. She was looking through files in her briefcase. I sauntered over, and she gave me a dismissive look. She wasn't interested in hearing my tale of woe. You look like things just went exactly the way you wanted them to go, I said. She showed nothing. She closed her case and headed toward the gate. Before pushing through, she looked back at me. You want to play hardball, Haller? She said. Then you have to be ready to catch. Chapter 19. The next 2 weeks went by quickly, but not without progress. The defense rethought and retooled. I had an independent lab confirm the state's DNA findings at a rush cost of $4,000, and then assimilated the devastating evidence into a view of the case that allowed for the science to be correct, as well as my client's innocence to be possible, if not probable.
the classic set-up defense. It would be an additional and natural dimension to the straw man gambit. I began to believe it could work, and my confidence began to rebuild. By the time delayed jury selection finally started, I had some momentum going and rolled it into the effort, actively looking for the jurors who might lend themselves to believing the new story I was going to spin for them. It wasn't until the fourth day of jury selection that yet one more Freeman fastball came whistling at my head. We were nearing completion of the panel, and it was one of those rare times when both prosecution and defense were happy with the jury's makeup, but for different reasons. The panel was well stocked with working-class men and women, homeowners who came from two-income households. Few had college diplomas, and none had advanced degrees. Real salt-of-the-earth people, and this was a perfect composition for me. I was going for people who lived close to the edge in the tough economy, who felt the threat of foreclosure at all times, and would have a hard time looking at a banker as a sympathetic victim. On the other hand, the prosecution asked detailed financial questions of each prospective juror, and was looking for hard workers who wouldn't see someone who stopped paying her mortgage as a victim either. The result, until the morning of the fourth day, was a panel full of jurors neither side objected to, and who we each thought we could mold into our own soldiers of justice. The fastball came when Judge Perry called for the mid-morning break. Freeman immediately stood up and asked the judge if counsel could meet in chambers during the break to discuss an evidentiary issue that had just come up. She asked if Detective Curlin could join the meeting. Perry granted the request and doubled the break time to a half hour. I then followed Freeman, who followed the court reporter and the judge into chambers. Curlin came in last, and I noticed he was carrying a large manila envelope with red evidence tape on it. It was bulky and appeared to have something heavy inside. The paper envelope was the real giveaway, though. Biological evidence was always wrapped in paper. Plastic evidence bags trapped air and humidity and could damage biologicals. So I knew going in, Freeman was about to drop another DNA bomb on me. "Here we go again," I said under my breath as I entered the chambers. The judge moved behind his desk and sat down, his back to a window that looked south toward the hills over Sherman Oaks. Freeman and I took side-by-side seats opposite the desk. Curlin pulled a chair over from a nearby table, and the court reporter sat on a stool to the judge's right. Her steno machine was on a tripod in front of her. "We're on the record here," the judge said. "Ms. Freeman." "Judge, I wanted to meet with you and counsel for the defense as soon as possible, because I am anticipating that once again Mr. Haller will howl at the moon when he hears what I have to say, and what I have to show." "Then let's get on with it," Perry said. Freeman nodded to Curlin, and he started peeling back the tape on the evidence envelope. I said nothing. I noticed that he had a rubber glove on his right hand. "The prosecution has come into possession of the murder weapon," Freeman stated matter-of-factly, "and plans to introduce it as evidence as well as make it available to the defense for examination." Curlin opened the envelope, reached in, and brought out a hammer. It was a claw hammer, with a brushed steel head and a circular striking surface. It had a polished redwood handle tipped in black rubber at the end. I saw a notch at 12 o'clock on the strike face, and knew it likely corresponded with the skull impressions catalogued during the autopsy. I stood up angrily and walked away from the desk. "Oh, come on," I said in full outrage. "Are you kidding me?" I looked at the wall of shelved code books Perry had at the far side of the room, put my hands on my hips in indignation, and then turned back to the desk. "Judge, excuse my language, but this is bullshit. She can't do this again. To spring this, 4 days into jury selection and a day before opening statements? We have most of the box already picked. We are possibly going to start tomorrow, and she's suddenly laying the supposed murder weapon on me?" The judge leaned back in his seat, as if distancing himself from the hammer Curlin was holding. "You better have a good and convincing story, Ms. Freeman," he said. "I do, Judge. I could not bring this forward until this morning, and I am more than willing to explain why if—" "You allowed this," I said, interrupting and pointing a finger at the judge. "Excuse me, Mr. Haller, but don't you dare point your finger at me," he said with restraint. "I'm sorry, Judge, but this is your fault. You let her get away with the bullshit DNA story,
And after that, there's no reason for her not to. Excuse me, sir, but you had better proceed cautiously. You are about 5 seconds away from seeing the inside of my holding cell. You do not point your finger or address a superior court judge as you have. Do you understand me? I turned back to the code books and took a deep breath. I knew I had to get something out of this. I had to come out of this room with the judge owing me something. I understand, I finally said. Good, Perry said. Now come back over here and take a seat. Let's hear what Miss Freeman and Detective Curlin have to say, and it better be good. Reluctantly, I returned like a chastised child and dropped into my seat. Miss Freeman, let's hear it. Yes, Your Honor. The weapon was turned in to us late Monday afternoon. Great, I said. I knew it. So you wait until 4 days into jury selection before you decide to— Mr. Holler, the judge barked. I have lost all patience with you. Do not interrupt again. Continue, Miss Freeman, please. Of course, Your Honor. As I said, we received this at the LAPD's Van Nuys division late Monday afternoon. I think it would be best if Detective Curlin runs you through the chain of custody. Perry gestured to the detective to begin. What happened was that a landscaper working in a yard on Dickens Street near Kester Avenue found it that morning, lodged in a hedge near the front of his client's house. This is in the street that runs behind Westland National. The house is approximately 2 blocks from the rear of the bank. The landscaper who found the hammer is from Gardenia and had no idea about the murder. But thinking the tool belonged to his client, he left it on the porch for him. The homeowner, a man named Donald Myers, didn't see it until he came home from work about 5 o'clock that afternoon. He was confused because he knew it was not his hammer. However, he then remembered reading articles about the Bondurant murder, at least one of which indicated the murder weapon might be a hammer and that it had not been found yet. He called his landscaper and got his story, then he called the police. Well, you've told us how you got it, Perry said. You haven't explained why we're hearing about it 3 days later. Freeman nodded. She was ready for this and took over the narrative. Judge, we obviously had to confirm what we had and the chain of custody. We immediately turned it over to the Scientific Investigation Division for processing and only received the lab reports yesterday evening after court. And what did those reports conclude? The only fingerprints on the weapon belonged to— Wait a minute, I said, risking the judge's ire again. Can we just refer to it as the hammer? Calling it the weapon on the record is a bit presumptuous at this point. Fine, Freeman said before the judge could respond. The hammer. The only fingerprints on the hammer belonged to Mr. Myers and his landscaper Antonio Ladera. However, 2 things tie it solidly into the case. A small spot of blood found on the neck of the hammer has been conclusively matched through DNA testing to Mitchell Bondurant. We rushed this test with an outside vendor because of the protest counsel made over the precautions taken with the other test. The hammer was also turned over to the medical examiner's office for comparison to the wound patterns on the victim. Again, we have a match. Mr. Holler, you can refer to it as the hammer or the tool or whatever you want, but I'm calling it the murder weapon. And I have copies of the lab reports to turn over to you at this time. She reached into the manila envelope, removed 2 paper-clipped documents and handed them to me with a satisfied smile on her face. Well, that's nice of you, I said in full sarcasm. Thank you very much. Oh, and there's also this. She reached into the envelope again and withdrew 2 8x10 photos, giving one to the judge and one to me. It was a photo of a workbench with tools hung on a pegboard on the wall behind it. I knew it was the workbench from Lisa Trammell's garage. I had been there. This is from Lisa Trammell's garage. It was taken on the day of the murder during the search of the premises under the authority of a court-ordered search warrant. You will notice that one tool is missing from the pegboard's hooks. The open space created by this corresponds to the dimensions of a claw hammer. This is crazy. SID has identified the recovered hammer as a Craftsman model manufactured by Sears. This particular hammer is not sold separately. It comes only in the 239-piece carpenter's tool package. From this photograph, we have identified more than 100 other tools from that package, but no hammer. It's not there, because Lisa Trammell threw it into the bushes after leaving the scene of the crime. My mind was racing. Even with a defense based on the theory that the defendant was set up, there was a law of diminishing returns. Explaining away the blood drop on the shoe is one thing. Explaining away your client's ownership of and connection to the murder weapon was not just a second thing. There was an exponential increase in the odds against setup as each piece of evidence is revealed. For the second time in 3 weeks, the defense had been handed a devastating blow, and I was almost left speechless. The judge turned to me. It was time for me to respond, but I had no comeback that was worthy. "This is very compelling evidence, Mr. Haller," he prompted. "You have anything to say?" I had nothing, but I picked myself up off the mat before he reached the 10 count. "Your Honor, this so-called evidence that just sort of conveniently dropped from heaven should have been announced to the court and the defense the moment it was brought forward. Not 3 days later, not even a day later. If only to allow the defense to properly inspect the evidence, conduct its own tests, and observe those of the prosecution. It was supposedly in the bushes undiscovered for what, 3 months at this point? And yet, voila, we have DNA to match to the victim? This whole thing stinks of a setup, and it's too damn late, Your Honor. The train has left the station. We might have opening statements as early as tomorrow. The prosecution has had all week to think about how to drop the hammer into hers. What am I supposed to do at this point?" "Were you planning to give your statement at the beginning, or reserve until the defense phase?" the judge asked. "I was planning on giving it tomorrow," I lied. "I already have it written, but this is also information I could have used while picking the jurors we already have in the box. Judge, this whole thing. Look, all I know is that 5 weeks ago the prosecution was desperate. Miss Freeman came to my office to offer my client a deal. Whether she'll admit it or not, she was running scared, and she gave me everything I asked for. And then, suddenly, we had the DNA on the shoe. Now, lo and behold, the hammer turns up, and of course, nobody's talking about a disposition anymore. The coincidence of all of this puts it all to doubt. But the malfeasance in how it was handled should alone lead you to refuse to allow it into evidence." "Your Honor," Freeman said as soon as I was finished, "may I respond to Mr. Haller's allegation of "No need to, Ms. Freeman. As I already said, this is compelling evidence. It comes in at an inopportune time, but it is clearly evidence the jury should consider. I will allow it, but I will also once again allow the defense extra time to prepare for it. We're going to go back out there now and finish picking a jury. Then I'm going to give them a long weekend and bring them back Monday for opening statements and the start of the trial. That gives you 3 extra days to prepare your opener, Mr. Haller. That should be enough time. Meanwhile, your staff, including that young go-getter you hired out of my alma mater, can work on assembling whatever experts and testing you'll need on the hammer." I shook my head. It wasn't good enough. I was going down fast here. "Your Honor, I move that the trial be stayed while I take this matter up on appeal." "You can take it up on appeal, Mr. Haller. That's your right. But it's not going to stop the trial. We go on Monday." He gave me a little nod that I took as a threat. I take him up on appeal, and he won't forget it during trial. "Do we have anything else to discuss?" Perry asked. "I'm good," Freeman said. "Mr. Haller." I shook my head as my voice deserted me. "Then let's go out there and finish picking a jury." Lisa Trammell was pensively waiting for me at the defense table. "What happened?" she asked in an urgent whisper. "What happened was that we just got our asses handed to us again. This time it's over." "What do you mean?" "I mean they found the fucking hammer you threw in the bushes after you killed Mitchell Bondurant." "That's crazy. No, you're crazy. They can tie it directly to Bondurant, and they can tie it to you. It's right off your fucking workbench. I don't know how you could have been so stupid, but that's beside the point. It actually makes keeping the bloody shoes seem like a smart choice in comparison. Now I have to figure out a way to get a deal out of Freeman when she has absolutely no need to make a deal. She's got a slam-bang case, so why cut a deal?" Lisa reached over with one hand and grabbed the left side of my jacket collar. She pulled me closer. Now she whispered through clenched teeth. "You listen to yourself. How could I have been so stupid? That's the question, and the answer is I wasn't. You know, if anything, I'm not stupid. I've told you from day one, this is a setup. They wanted to get rid of me, and this is what they did. But I didn't do this. You've had it right all along. Louis Aparicio. He needed to get rid of Mitchell Bondurant, and he used me as the fall guy. Bondurant sent him your letter. That started everything. I didn't. She faltered as the tears started to flood her eyes. I put my hand over hers as if to calm her, and detached it from my collar. I was aware that the jury was filing into the box and didn't want them to see any attorney-client discord. I didn't do this, she said. You hear me? I don't want any deal. I won't say I did something I didn't do. If that's your best shot, then I want a new attorney. I looked away from her to the bench. Judge Perry was watching us. Ready to proceed, Mr. Haller? I looked at my client, and then back at the judge. Yes, Your Honor. Ready to proceed. Chapter 20. It was like being in the losing locker room, but we had yet to play the game. It was Sunday afternoon, 18 hours before opening statements to the jury, and I huddled with my crew, already conceding defeat. It was the bitter end before the trial had even begun. I don't understand, Aronson said into the void of silence that had enveloped my office. You said we needed a hypothesis of innocence, an alternate theory. We have that with Aparicio. We have it in spades. Where's the problem? I looked over at Cisco Wojciechowski. It was just the three of us. I was in shorts and a t-shirt. Cisco was in his riding clothes, an army green tank top over black jeans. And Aronson was dressed for a day in court. She hadn't gotten the memo about it being Sunday. The problem is, we're not going to get Aparicio into the trial, I said. He withdrew the motion to quash, Aronson protested. That doesn't matter. The trial is about the state's evidence against Trammell. It's not about who else might have committed the crime. Might-haves don't count. I can put Aparicio on the stand as the expert on Trammell's foreclosure and the foreclosure epidemic. But I'm not going to get near him as an alternate suspect. The judge won't let me unless I can prove relevance. So we've come all this way, and we still don't have relevancy. We still don't have that one thing that pulls Aparicio all the way in. Aronson was determined not to give up. The 14th Amendment guarantees Trammell a meaningful opportunity to present a complete defense. An alternate theory is part of a complete defense. So she could quote the Constitution. She was book smart, but experience poor. California versus Hall, 1986. Look it up. I pointed to her laptop, which was open on the corner of my desk. She leaned over and started typing. Do you know the citation? Try 41. She typed it in, got the ruling on her screen, and started scanning. I looked over at Cisco, who had no idea what I was doing. Read it out loud, I said, the pertinent parts. Evidence that another person had motive or opportunity to commit the charged crime, or had some remote connection to the victim or crime scene, is insufficient to raise the requisite reasonable doubt. Evidence of alternate party culpability is relevant and admissible only if it links the alternate party to the actual perpetration of the crime. Okay, we're screwed. I nodded. If we can't put Aparicio or one of his goons in that parking garage, then we are indeed screwed. The letter doesn't do it? Cisco asked. Nope, I said. There's no way. Freeman will kick my ass if I say the letter opens the door. It gives Aparicio a motive, yes, but it doesn't link him directly to the crime. Shit. That's about right. Right now we don't have it, so we don't have a defense. And the DNA and the hammer, well, that nails it all down nicely for the state. No pun intended. Our lab reports say there is no biological connection to Lisa, Aronson said. I also have a craftsman expert who will testify it is impossible to say that the hammer in evidence came from her specific set of tools. Plus, we know the garage door was unlocked. Even if it is her hammer, anyone could have taken it. And anyone could have planted the blood on the shoes. Yeah, I know all of that. It's not enough to say what could have happened. We're going to have to say this is what happened, and we're going to have to back it up. If we can't, we won't even get it in. Aparicio is the key. We need to be able to go at him without Freeman standing up on every question and saying, "What's the relevance?" Aronson wouldn't give it up. "There must be something," she said. "There's always something. We just haven't found it yet." I swiveled on my chair until I was looking directly at Cisco. He frowned and nodded. He knew what was coming. "On you, man," I said. "You've got to find me something. Freeman's going to take about a week to present the state's case. That's how much time you have. But if I stand up tomorrow and throw the dice, saying I'm going to prove somebody else did it, then I have to deliver." "I'll start over," Cisco said. "Ground up. I'll find you something. You do what you have to do tomorrow." I nodded, more in thanks than in faith that he would come through. I didn't really believe there was anything out there to get. I had a guilty client, and justice was going to prevail. End of story. I looked down at my desk. Spread across it were crime scene photos and reports. I held up the 8x10 of the victim's briefcase, lying open on the garage's concrete floor. It was the thing that had stuck with me since the beginning, had given me hope that maybe my client didn't do it. That is, until the last two evidentiary rulings by the judge. "So still no report on the briefcase contents and if anything was missing?" I asked. "Not that we've gotten," Aronson said. I had put her in charge of the first review of discovery materials as they had come in. So the guy's briefcase was left wide open, and they never tried to see if there was anything missing? "They inventoried the contents. We have that. I just don't think they made a report on what was possibly not in it. Curlin's cagey. He wasn't going to create an opening for us." "Yeah, well, he might be walking around with that briefcase shoved up his ass after I'm through with him on the stand." Aronson blushed. I pointed at my investigator. "Cisco, the briefcase. We've got the list of contents. Talk to Bondurant's secretary. Find out if anything was taken." "I already tried. She wouldn't talk to me." "Try again. Give her the gun show. Win her over." He flexed his arms. Aronson continued to blush. I stood up. "I'm going home to work on my opener." "You sure you want to give it tomorrow?" Aronson asked. "If you defer until the defense phase, you'll know what Cisco's been able to find." I shook my head. "I got the weekend because I told the judge I want to give it at the start of the trial. I go back on that, and he's going to blame me for losing Friday. He's already a judge with a grudge because I lost it in chambers with him." I moved around from behind the desk. I handed the photo of the briefcase to Cisco. "Make sure you guys lock up." No Rojas on Sundays. I drove the Lincoln home alone. There was light traffic, and I got back quickly, even stopping to pick up a pizza at the little Italian joint under the market at the bottom of Laurel Canyon. When I got to the house, I didn't bother edging the big Lincoln into the garage next to its fleet twin. I parked at the bottom of the steps, locked it, and went on up to the front door. It wasn't until I got up to the deck that I saw I had someone waiting for me. Unfortunately, it wasn't Maggie McFierce. Rather, a man I had never seen before sat in one of the director's chairs at the far end of the deck. He was slightly built and disheveled, a week's worth of beard on his cheeks. His eyes were closed, and his head tilted back. He was asleep. I wasn't concerned for my safety. He was alone, and he wasn't wearing black gloves. Still, I quietly put the key into the door lock and opened the door without a sound. I stepped in, closed the door silently, and put the pizza down on the kitchen counter. I then moved back to my bedroom and into the walk-in closet. Off the upper shelf, too high for my daughter to get to, I took down the wooden box that held the Colt Woodsman I'd inherited from my father. It had a tragic history, and I hoped not to add to it now. I loaded a full magazine of ammunition into it, then headed back to the front door. I took the other director's chair and moved it over until it faced the sleeping man. Only after I sat down, holding the gun casually in my lap, did I reach out with my foot and tap him on the knee. He startled awake, his eyes wide and darting about, until they finally landed on my face, then dropped to the gun. "Whoa, wait a minute, man!" "No, you wait a minute. Who are you, and what do you want?" I didn't point the gun. I kept things casual. He raised his hands, palms out in surrender. "Mr. Haller, right? I'm Jeff, man. Jeff Trammell. We talked on the phone, remember? I stared at him for a moment and realized I had not recognized him because I'd never seen a photograph of him. During the times I'd been in Lisa Trammell's home, there were no framed photos of him. She had excised his presence from the house after he had chosen to hightail it. Now here he was, haunted eyes and hangdog look. I thought I knew just what he was looking for. How did you know where I live? Who told you to come here? Nobody told me. I just came. I looked your name up on the California Bar website. There was no office listed, but this was the correspondence address. I came and saw it was a house and figured you live here. I didn't mean nothing by it. I need to talk to you. You could have called. That phone ran out of juice. I gotta buy another one. I decided to run a little test on Jeff Trammell. That time you called me, where were you? He shrugged like it was no big deal to give up the information now. Down in Rosarito. I've been staying down there. That was a lie. Cisco had gotten the traceback on his call. I had the number of the phone and the originating cell tower. The call had come from Venice Beach, about 200 miles from Rosarito Beach in Mexico. What did you want to talk to me about, Jeff? I can help you, man. Help me? How? I was talking to Lisa. She told me about the hammer they found. It's not hers. I mean, ours. I can tell you where ours is. Lead you right to it. Okay, then where is it? He nodded and looked off to the right and at the city down below. The never-ending hiss of traffic filtered up to us. That's the thing, Mr. Haller. I need some money. I want to go back to Mexico. You don't need a lot down there, but you need a start, if you know what I mean. So how much of a start do you want? He turned and looked directly at me now because I was speaking his language. Just 10 grand, man. You got all that movie money coming in, and 10 won't hurt you too bad. You give me that, and I'll give you the hammer. And that's it. Yeah, man, I'll be out of your hair. What about testifying on Lisa's behalf at the trial? Remember, we talked about that. He shook his head. No, I can't do that. I'm not the testifying type. But I can help you on the outside like this. You know, lead you to the hammer, stuff like that. Herb said the hammer is their biggest evidence, and it's bullshit because I know where the real one is. So you're talking to Herb Dahl, too. I could tell by the grimace that he'd made a slip. He was supposed to keep Herb Dahl out of the conversation. No, it was what Lisa said he said. I don't even know him. Let me ask you something, Jeff. How am I going to know this is the real hammer and not some replacement you've cooked up with Lisa and Herb? Because I'm telling you. I know. I was the one who left it where it is. Me. But you're not going to testify, so all I'm left with is a hammer and no story. Do you know what fungible means, Jeff? No. It means mutually interchangeable. An item is fungible in the law if it can be replaced by an identical item. And that's what we have here, Jeff. Your hammer is useless to me without the story attached. If it is your story, then you have to testify to it. If you won't testify, then it doesn't matter. Huh. He seemed crestfallen. Where's the hammer, Jeff? I'm not telling you. It's all I have. I'm not paying you a cent for it, Jeff. Even if I believed there was a hammer, the real hammer, I wouldn't pay you a cent. That's not how it works. So you think things over and you let me know, okay? Okay. Now get off my porch. I carried the gun down at my side and stepped back into the house, locking the door behind me. I grabbed the car keys off the pizza box and hurried through the house to the back door. I went through and then slipped along the side of the house to a wooden gate that opened onto the street. I opened it a crack and looked for Jeff Trammell. I didn't see him, but I heard a car engine roar to life. I waited, and soon a car moved by. I went through the door and tried to get a look at the plate, but I was too late. The car coasted down the hill. It was a blue sedan, but I was too consumed with the plate to identify the make and model. As soon as it took the first curve, I hurried up the street to my own car. If I was to follow him, I would have to get down the hill in time to see if he turned left or right on Laurel Canyon Boulevard. Otherwise, it was a 50-50 chance of losing him. But I was too late. By the time the Lincoln negotiated the sharp turns, and the intersection of Laurel Canyon came into sight, the blue sedan was gone. I pulled up to the stop sign and didn't hesitate. I turned right, heading north toward the valley. Cisco had traced Jeff Trammell's call to Venice, but everything else about the case was in the valley. I headed that way. It was a single lane on the northbound ascent of the roadway that cut over the Hollywood Hills. It then opened to 2 lanes on the downslope into the valley, but I never caught up to Trammell, and soon realized I had chosen the wrong way. Venice. I should have turned south. Not being a fan of cold or reheated pizza, I pulled off to eat at the Daily Grill at Laurel and Ventura. I parked in the underground garage and was halfway to the escalator when I realized I had the Woodsman tucked into the back of my pants. Not good. I returned to the car and put it under the seat, then double-checked to make sure the car was locked. It was early but nonetheless crowded in the restaurant. I sat at the bar rather than wait for a table and ordered an iced tea and a chicken pot pie. I then opened my phone and called my client. She answered right away. "Lisa, it's your attorney. Did you send your husband over to speak to me?" "Well, I told him he should see you, yes." "And was that your idea or Herb Dahl's?" "No, mine. I mean, Herb was here, but it was my idea. Did you talk to him?" "I did." "Did he lead you to the hammer?" "No, he didn't. He wanted $10,000 to do that." There was a pause, but I waited. "Mickey, it doesn't seem like a lot to ask for something that will destroy the state's evidence." "You don't pay for evidence, Lisa. If you do, you lose. Where is your husband staying these days?" "He wouldn't tell me." "Did you talk to him in person?" "Yes, he came here. He looked like something the cat dragged in." "I need to find him so I can subpoena him. Do you have any—" "He won't testify. He told me. No matter what. He just wants money and to see me in pain. He doesn't even care about his own son. He didn't even ask to see him when he came by." My meal was placed down in front of me, and the bartender topped off my tea. I sliced into the top crust with my fork, just to let some of the steam out. It would be a good 10 minutes before the dish would be cool enough to eat. "Lisa, listen to me. This is important. Do you have any idea where he could be living or staying?" "No, he said he came up from Mexico." "That's a lie. He's been here all the time." She seemed taken aback. "How do you know that?" "Phone records. Look, it doesn't matter. If he calls you or comes by, find out where he is staying. Promise him there's money coming or whatever you need to do, but get me a location. If we can get him into court, he'll have to tell us about the hammer." "I'll try." "Don't try, Lisa. Do it. This is your life we're talking about here." Okay. Now, did he drop any hint about the hammer at all when he spoke to you?" "Not really. He just said, 'Remember how I used to keep the hammer in my car when I was on repo duty?' When he was at the dealership, he had to repossess cars sometimes. They took turns. I think he kept the hammer for protection, or in case they had to break into a car or something." "So he was saying the original hammer from your garage tool set was kept in his car?" "I guess so, the Beamer. But that car was taken away after he abandoned it and disappeared." I nodded. I could put Cisco on it, have him try to confirm the story by seeing if a hammer was found in the trunk of the BMW left behind by Jeff Trammell. "Okay, Lisa, who are Jeff's friends, up here in the city?" "I don't know. He had friends at the dealership, but nobody that he brought around. We didn't really have friends." "Do you have any names of those people from the dealership?" "Not really." "Lisa, you're not helping me here." "I'm sorry. I can't think. I didn't like his friends. I told him to keep them away." I shook my head and then thought of myself. Who were my friends outside of work? Could Maggie answer these same questions about me? "All right, Lisa, enough of this for now. I want you thinking about tomorrow. Remember what we talked about. How you act and react in front of the jury. A lot will ride on it." "I know. I'm ready." Good, I thought. I wish I was. Chapter 21. Judge Perry wanted to make up for some of the court time lost the Friday before, so on Monday morning, he arbitrarily limited opening statements to the jury to 30 minutes apiece. This ruling came even though both the prosecution and the defense had ostensibly been laboring through the weekend on statements previously scheduled to be an hour long. The truth was, the edict was fine by me. I doubted I would even take 10 minutes. The more you say on the defense side,
the more the prosecution has to aim at in closing arguments. Less is always more when it comes to the defense. However, the capriciousness of the judge's ruling was something else to consider. It clearly sent a message. The judge was telling us mere lawyers that he was firmly in charge of the courtroom and the trial. We were just visitors. Freeman went first, and as is my usual practice, I never took my eyes off the jury as the prosecutor spoke. I listened closely, ready to object on a moment's notice, but I never once looked at her. I wanted to see how the jurors' eyes took Freeman in. I wanted to see if my hunches about them were going to pay off. Freeman spoke clearly and eloquently. No histrionics, no flash. It was straightforward eyes on the prize stuff. "We're here today about one thing," she said, standing firmly in the center of the well, the open space directly in front of the jury box. "We are here because of one person's anger. One person's need to lash out in frustration over her own failures and betrayals." Of course, she spent most of her time warning the jurors off what she called the defense's smoke and mirrors. Confident in her own case, she sought to tear down mine. "The defense is going to try to sell you a bill of goods. Big conspiracies and high drama. This murder is big, but the story is simple. Don't be led astray. Watch closely. Listen closely. Make sure that whatever is said here today is backed during the trial with evidence. Real evidence. This was a well-planned crime. The killer knew Mitchell Bondurant's routines. The killer stalked Mitchell Bondurant. The killer was lying in wait for Mitchell Bondurant and then attacked swiftly and with the ultimate malice. That killer is Lisa Trammell, and during this trial, she will be brought to justice." Freeman pointed the accusatory finger at my client. Lisa, as previously instructed by me, stared back at her without blinking. I zeroed in on juror number 3, who sat in the middle of the front row of the box. Leander Lee Furlong, Jr. was my ace in the hole. He was my hanger, the one juror I was counting on to vote my way, all the way, even if it hung the jury. About a half hour before the jury selection process had begun, the court clerk gave me the list of 80 names composing the first jury pool. I turned the list over to my investigator, who stepped out into the hallway, opened his laptop, and went to work. The internet provides many avenues for researching the backgrounds of potential jurors, particularly when the trial will revolve around a financial transaction such as a foreclosure. Every person in the jury pool filled out a questionnaire, answering basic questions. Have you or anyone in your immediate family been involved in a foreclosure? Have you ever had a car repossessed? Have you ever filed for bankruptcy? These were weed-out questions. Anyone who answered yes to these questions would be dismissed by either the judge or the prosecutor. A person answering yes would be deemed biased and unable to fairly weigh evidence. But the weed-outs were very general, and there were gray areas and room between the lines. That's where Cisco came in. By the time the judge had sat the first panel of 12 prospective jurors and gone over their questionnaires, Cisco was back to me with background notes on 17 of the 80. I was looking for people with bad experiences with, and maybe even grudges against, banks or government institutions. The 17 ran the gamut, from people who had outright lied on their questionnaires about bankruptcies or repossessions, to plaintiffs in civil claims against banks, to Leander Furlong. Leander Lee Furlong, Jr. was a 29-year-old assistant manager at the Ralph's supermarket in Chatsworth. He had answered no to the question about foreclosure. In Cisco's digital background search, he went the extra mile and searched some national data sites. He came up with a reference to a 1994 foreclosure auction of property in Nashville, Tennessee, on which Leander Lee Furlong was listed as the owner. The petitioner in the action was the First National Bank of Tennessee. The name seemed unique, and the two instances had to be related. My prospective juror would have been 13 at the time of the foreclosure. I assumed it was his father who lost the property to the bank, and Leander Lee Furlong, Jr. had left mention of it off his questionnaire. As jury selection progressed over 2 days, I nervously waited for Furlong to be randomly selected and moved into the box for questioning by the judge and attorneys. Along the way, I passed up a handful of good prospects, using my peremptory challenges to clear spaces in the box. Finally, on the fourth morning, Furlong's number came up, and he was seated for questioning. When I heard him speak with a southern accent, I knew I had my hanger. He had to carry a grudge against the bank that took away his parents' property. He was hiding it to get on the jury. Furlong passed the judges' and prosecutors' questions with flying colors, saying just the right things, and presenting himself as a God-fearing, hard-working man who had conservative values and an open mind. When it was my turn, I hung back and asked a few general questions, then hit him with a zinger. I needed him to appear acceptable to me. I asked him if he thought people in foreclosure should be looked down upon, or if it was possible that there were legitimate reasons why people sometimes could not pay for their home. In his southern twang, Furlong said that each case was different, and it would be wrong to generalize about all people in foreclosure. A few minutes and a few more questions later, Freeman punched his ticket, and I concurred. He was on the jury. Now I just had to hope his family history wasn't discovered by the prosecution. If so, he would be removed from the jury faster than a crip from a Bloods holding cell. Was I being unethical or breaking the rules by not reporting Furlong's secret to the court? It depends on your definition of immediate, as in immediate family. The meaning of who and what constitutes your immediate family changes as you move through life. Furlong's sheet said he was married and had a young son. His wife and child were his immediate family now. For all I knew, his father might not even be alive. The question asked was, have you or anyone in your immediate family been involved in a foreclosure? The word ever was not in that sentence. So it was a gray area, and I felt I was under no obligation to help the prosecution by pointing out what was omitted from the question. Freeman had the same list of names, and the power of the district attorney's office and the LAPD at her immediate disposal. There had to be someone in those two bureaucracies as smart as my investigator. Let them look and find for themselves. If not, it was their loss. I watched Furlong as Freeman started listing the building blocks of her case. The murder weapon, the eyewitness, the blood on the defendant's shoe, and her history of targeting the bank with her anger. He sat with both elbows on the armrests of his chair, his fingers steepled in front of his mouth. It was like he was hiding his face, peeking over his hands at her. It was a posture that told me I had read him right. He was my hanger, all right. Freeman began to lose steam as she hurried through a truncated recitation of how all the evidence fit together as guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This was where she had obviously chopped content out of her opener, in deference to the judge's arbitrary time constraint. She knew she could tie it all up in closing arguments, so she skipped a lot of it here and got to her conclusion. "Ladies and gentlemen, blood will tell," she said. "Follow the evidence, and it will lead you, without a doubt, to Lisa Trammell. She took Mitchell Bondurant's life. She took everything he had. And now, it's time to bring her to justice." She thanked the jurors and returned to her seat. It was my turn now. I put my hand down below the table to check my zipper. You have to stand before a jury only once with your fly open, and it will never happen again. I got up and took the same spot in the well where Freeman had stood. I once again tried to show no sign of my still healing injuries, and I began. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start with a couple of introductions. My name is Michael Haller. I am counsel for the defense. It is my job to defend Lisa Trammell against these very serious charges. Our Constitution ensures that anyone accused of a crime in this country is entitled to a full and vigorous defense, and that is exactly what I intend to provide during the course of this trial. If I rub some of you the wrong way as I do this, then let me apologize up front. But please remember, my actions should not reflect on Lisa. I turned to the defense table and raised my hand, as if welcoming Trammell to the trial. "Lisa, would you please stand for a moment?" Trammell stood up and turned slightly to the jury, her eyes slowly scanning the 12 faces. She looked resolute, unbroken, just the way I told her to be. "And this is Lisa Trammell, the defendant Ms. Freeman wants you to believe committed this crime.
She is 5'3" in height, weighs 109 pounds soaking wet, and is a school teacher. Thank you, Lisa. You can sit down now. Trammell took her seat, and I turned back to the jury, keeping my eyes moving from face to face as I spoke. We agree with Ms. Freeman that this crime was brutal and violent and cold-blooded. No one should have taken Mitchell Bondurant's life, and whoever did it should be brought to justice. But there should never be a rush to judgment. And that's what the evidence will prove happened here. The investigators on this case saw the little picture and the easy fit. They missed the big picture. They missed the real murderer. From behind me, I heard Freeman's voice. Your Honor, can we please approach for a sidebar? Perry frowned, but then signaled us up. I followed Freeman to the side of the bench, already formulating my response to what I knew she was going to object to. The judge flipped on a sound distortion fan so the jurors wouldn't hear anything they shouldn't, and we huddled at the side of the bench. Judge, Freeman began, I hate interrupting an opening statement, but this doesn't sound like an opening statement. Is defense counsel going to hit us with the facts his defense case will prove and the evidence he has, or is he just going to talk in generalities about some mysterious killer that everybody else missed? The judge looked at me for a response. I looked at my watch. Judge, I object to the objection. I am less than 5 minutes into a 30-minute allotment, and she's already objecting because I haven't put anything on the board? Come on, Judge. She's trying to show me up in front of the jury, and I request that you take a continuing objection from her and not allow her to interrupt again. I think he's right, Ms. Freeman, the judge said. Way too early to object. I'll carry it now as a running objection, and will step in myself if I need to. You go back to the prosecution table and sit tight. He flipped the fan off and rolled his chair back to the center of the bench. Freeman and I returned to our positions. As I was saying before being interrupted, there is a big picture to this case, and the defense is going to show it to you. The prosecution would like you to believe that this is a simple case of vengeance. But murder is never simple, and if you look for shortcuts in an investigation or a prosecution, then you are going to miss things, including a killer. Lisa Trammell did not even know Mitchell Bondurant, had never met him before. She had no motive to kill him because the motive the prosecution will tell you about was false. They'll say she killed Mitchell Bondurant because he was going to take away her house. The truth was, he wasn't going to get the house, and we will prove that. A motive is like a rudder on a boat. You take it away, and the boat moves at the whim of the wind. And that's what the prosecution's case is, a lot of wind. I put my hands in my pockets and looked down at my feet. I counted to 3 in my head, and when I looked up, I was staring directly at Furlong. What this case is really about is money. It's about the epidemic of foreclosure that has swept across our country. This was not a simple act of vengeance. This was the cold and calculated murder of a man who is threatening to expose the corruption of our banks and their agents of foreclosure. This is about money, and those who have it and will not part with it at any cost. Even murder. I paused again, shuffling my stance and moving my eyes across the whole panel. They came to a female juror named Esther Marks and held. I knew she was a single mother who worked as an office manager in the garment district. She probably made less than the men doing the same job, and I had her pegged as someone who would be sympathetic to my client. Lisa Trammell was set up for a murder she did not commit. She was the patsy, the fall guy. She protested the bank's harsh and fraudulent foreclosure practices. She fought against them, and for that, she was kept away with a restraining order. The very things that made her a suspect to lazy investigators were what made her a perfect patsy. And we're going to prove it to you. All their eyes were on me. I'd captured their complete attention. The state's evidence won't stand, I said. Piece by piece, we'll knock it down. The measure by which you are charged with making your decision here is guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I urge you to pay close attention and to think for yourself. You do that, and I guarantee that you'll have more reasonable doubt than you'll know what to do with. And you'll be left with only one question. Why? Why was this woman charged with this crime? Why was she put through this? One final pause, and then I nodded and thanked them for their attention. I quickly moved back to my seat and sat down. Lisa reached over and put her hand on my arm, as if to thank me for standing for her. It was one of our choreographed moves. I knew it was an act, but it still felt good. The judge called for a 15-minute break before the start of testimony. As the courtroom emptied, I stayed in place at the defense table. My opener had continued my sense of momentum. The prosecution would hold sway over the next few days, but Freeman was now on notice that I was coming after her. "Thank you, Mickey," Lisa Trammell said, as she got up to go out into the hall with Herb Dahl, who had come through the gate to collect her. I looked at him, and then I looked at her. "Don't thank me yet," I said. Chapter 22. After the break, Andrea Freeman came out of the gate with what I called the prosecution's scene-setter witnesses. Their testimony was often dramatic, but did not get to the guilt or innocence of the defendant. They were merely called as part of the architecture of the state's case, to set the stage for the evidence that would come later. The trial's first witness was a bank receptionist named Ricky Sanchez. She was the woman who found the victim's body in the parking garage. Her value was in helping to set a time of death and in bringing the shock of murder to the everyday people on the jury. Sanchez commuted to work from the Santa Clarita Valley and therefore had a morning routine that she strictly adhered to. She testified that she regularly pulled into the bank garage at 8:45 a.m., which gave her 10 minutes to park, get to the employee entrance, and be at her desk by 8:55 to prepare for the bank's doors to open to the public at 9. She testified that on the day of the murder, she had followed her routine and found an unassigned parking slot approximately 10 spaces from Mitchell Bondurant's assigned space. After leaving and locking her car, she walked toward the bridge that connected the garage to the bank building. It was then that she discovered the body. She first saw the spilled coffee, then the open briefcase on the ground, and finally Mitchell Bondurant, lying face down and bloodied. Sanchez knelt next to the body and checked for signs of life, then pulled her cell phone out of her purse and called 911. It's rare to score defense points off a scene-setter witness. Their testimony is usually very prescribed and rarely contributes to the question of guilt or innocence. Still, you never know. On cross-examination, I stood and threw a few questions at Sanchez, just to see what might pop loose. "Now, Miss Sanchez, you described your very precise morning routine here, but there really is no routine once you drive into the bank's garage, correct?" "I'm not sure what you mean." "I mean that you do not have an assigned parking space, so there is no routine when it comes to that. You get into the garage and have to start hunting for a space, right?" "Well, sort of. The bank isn't open yet, so there are always plenty of spaces. I usually go up to the second floor and park in the area where I did that day." "All right. In the past, had you walked into work with Mr. Bondurant?" "No, he was usually in earlier than me." "Now, on the day that you found Mr. Bondurant's body, where was it that you saw the defendant, Lisa Trammell, in the garage?" She paused, as if it was a trick question. It was. I didn't see her." "Thank you, Miss Sanchez." Next up on the stand was the 911 operator who took the 8:52 a.m. emergency call from Sanchez. Her name was LaShonda Gaines, and her testimony was used primarily to introduce the tape of the call from Sanchez. Playing the tape was an overly dramatic and unneeded maneuver, but the judge had allowed it over a pre-trial objection from me. Freeman played 40 seconds of the tape after handing out transcripts to the jurors as well as to the judge and the defense. 911, what is your emergency?" "There's a man here. I think he's dead. He's all bloody and he won't move." "What is your name, ma'am?" "Ricky Sanchez. I'm in the parking garage at Westland National in Sherman Oaks." "Is that the Ventura Boulevard location?" "Yes. Are you sending someone?" "Police and paramedics have been dispatched." "I think he's already dead. There's a lot of blood." "Do you know who he is?" "I think it's Mr. Bondurant, but I'm not sure. Do you want me to turn him over?" "No, just wait for the police. Are you in any danger, Miss Sanchez?" I don't think so. I don't see anybody around." "Okay, wait for the police and keep this line open." I didn't bother asking any questions on cross-examination. There was nothing to be gained for the defense. Freeman threw her first curveball after Gaines was excused. I expected her to go with the first responding officer next, have him testify about arriving and securing the scene, and get the crime scene photos to the jury. But instead, she called Margot Schaefer, the eyewitness who put Trammell close to the crime scene. I immediately saw the strategy Freeman was employing. Instead of sending the jury to lunch with crime scene photos in their minds, send them out with the first aha moment of the trial. The first piece of testimony that connected Trammell to the crime. It was a good plan, but Freeman didn't know what I knew about her witness. I just hoped I got to her before lunch. Schaefer was a petite woman who looked nervous and pale as she took the witness stand. She had to pull the stemmed microphone down from the position Gaines had left it in. Under direct questioning, Freeman drew from Schaefer that she was a bank teller who had returned to work 4 years earlier after raising a family. She had no corporate aspirations. She just enjoyed the responsibility that came with the job and the interaction with the public. After a few more personal questions designed to create a rapport between Schaefer and the jury, Freeman moved on to the meat of her testimony, asking the witness about the morning of the murder. "I was running late," Schaefer said. "I'm supposed to be in place at my window at 9. I first go to get my bank out of the vault and sign it out. So usually I am there by 1:15. But on that day I hit traffic on Ventura Boulevard because of an accident and was very late." "Do you remember exactly how late, Mrs. Schaefer?" Freeman asked. "Yes, 10 minutes exactly. I kept looking at the clock on the dashboard. I was running exactly 10 minutes behind schedule." "Okay, and when you got close to the bank, did you see anything out of the ordinary or that caused you concern?" "Yes, I did." "And what was that?" "I saw Lisa Trammell on the sidewalk walking away from the bank." I stood and objected, saying that the witness would have no idea where the person she claimed was Trammell was walking from. The judge agreed and sustained. "What direction was Ms. Trammell walking in?" Freeman asked. "East." "And where was she in relation to the bank?" "She was a half a block east of the bank, also walking east." "So she was walking in a direction away from the bank, correct?" "Yes, correct." "And how close were you when you saw her?" "I was going west on Ventura and was in the left lane so that I could move into the turning lane to turn into the entrance to the bank's garage. So she was 3 lanes across from me." "You had your eyes on the road, though, didn't you?" "No, I was stopped at a traffic light when I first saw her." "So was she at a right angle to you when you saw her?" "Yes, directly across the street from me." "And how was it that you knew this woman to be the defendant, Lisa Trammell?" "Because her photo is posted in the employee lounge and in the vault. Plus her photo was shown to bank employees about 3 months before." "Why was that done?" "Because the bank had been granted a restraining order, prohibiting her from coming within 100 feet of the bank. We were shown her photo and told to immediately report to our supervisors any sighting of her on bank property." "Can you tell the jury what time it was when you saw Lisa Trammell walking east on the sidewalk?" "Yes, I know exactly what time it was because I was running late. It was 8:55. "So at 8:55, Lisa Trammell was walking east in a direction that was moving away from the bank, correct?" "Yes, correct." Freeman asked a few more questions, designed to elicit answers that indicated that Lisa Trammell was only a half block from the bank within a few minutes of the 911 call reporting the murder. She finally finished with the witness at 11:30, and the judge asked if I wanted to take an early lunch and begin my cross-examination afterwards. "Judge, I think it's only going to take me a half hour to handle this. I'd rather go now. I'm ready." "Very well then, Mr. Haller. Proceed." I stood up and went to the lectern located between the prosecution table and the jury box. I carried a legal pad with me and 2 display boards. I held these so that their displays faced each other and could not be seen. I leaned them against the side of the lectern. "Good morning, Miss Schaefer." "Good morning." "You mentioned in your testimony that you were running late because of a traffic accident, correct?" "Yes." "Did you happen to come upon the accident site while making the commute?" "Yes, it was just west of Van Nuys Boulevard. Once I got past it, I started to move smoothly." "Which side of Ventura was it on?" That was the thing. It was in the eastbound lanes, but everybody on my side had to slow down to gawk. I made a note on my legal pad and changed direction. Miss Schaefer, I noticed that the prosecutor forgot to ask you if Miss Trammell was carrying a hammer when you saw her. You didn't see anything like that, did you? No, I didn't. But she was carrying a large shopping bag that was more than big enough for a hammer. This was the first I had heard about a shopping bag. It had not been mentioned in the discovery materials. Schaefer, the ever-helpful witness, was introducing new material, or so I thought. A shopping bag? Did you happen to mention this shopping bag during any of your interviews with the police or the prosecutor on this case? Schaefer gave it some thought. I'm not sure. I may not have. So as far as you remember, the police didn't even ask if the defendant was carrying anything. I think that's correct. I didn't know what that meant, or if it meant anything at all, but I decided to stay away from the shopping bag for the moment and to steer once again in a new direction. You never wanted the witness to know where you were going. Now, Miss Schaefer, when you testified just a few minutes ago that you were 3 lanes from the sidewalk where you supposedly saw the defendant, you miscounted, didn't you? The second abrupt change of subject matter and the question gave her a momentary pause. No, I did not. Well, what cross street were you at when you saw her? Cedros Avenue. There are 2 lanes of eastbound traffic on Ventura there, aren't there? Yes. And then you have a turn lane onto Cedros, right? Yes, that's right. That makes 3. What about the lane of curbside parking? She made an, oh, come on, face. That's not a real lane. Well, it's space between you and the woman you claim was Lisa Trammell, isn't it? If you say so. I think that's being picky. Really, I think it's just being accurate, wouldn't you say? I believe most people would say there were 3 lanes of traffic between me and her. Well, the parking zone, let's call it, is at least a car length wide, and actually wider, correct? Okay, if you want to nitpick, call it a 4th lane. My mistake. It was a grudging, if not bitter concession, and I was sure that the jury was seeing who the real nitpicker was. So then you are now saying that when you supposedly saw Miss Trammell, you would have been about 4 lanes away from her, not the 3 you previously testified to, correct? Correct. I said my mistake. I made a notation on my legal pad that really didn't mean anything, but that I hoped would look to the jurors as though I was keeping some sort of score. I then reached down to my display boards, separated them, and chose one. Your Honor, I would like to display for the witness a photograph of the location we are talking about here. Has the prosecution seen it? Judge, it was contained on the exhibit CD turned over in discovery. I did not specifically provide the board to Ms. Freeman, and she did not ask to see it. Freeman made no objection, and the judge told me to carry on, calling the first board defense Exhibit 1A. I set up a folding easel in an open area between the jury box and the witness stand. The prosecution planned to use the overhead screens to present exhibits, and later I would as well. But for this demonstration, I wanted to go the old-fashioned way. I put the display board up and then returned to the lectern. Miss Schaefer, do you recognize the photograph I've put on the easel? It was a 30 by 50-inch aerial view of the 2-block stretch of Ventura Boulevard in question. Bullocks had gotten it off Google Earth, and all it cost us was the price of the blow-up and the mounting on the board. Yes, it looks like a top view of Ventura Boulevard, and you can see the bank and also the intersection with Cedros Avenue about a block away. Yes, an aerial view. Can you please step down and use the marker on the easel's ledge to circle the spot where you believe you saw Lisa Trammell? Schaefer looked at the judge as if to seek permission. He nodded his approval, and she stepped down. She took the black marker from the ledge and circled an area on the sidewalk, a half block from the bank's entrance. Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. Can you now mark for the jury where your car was located when you looked out the window and supposedly saw Lisa Trammell? She marked a spot in the middle lane that appeared to be at least 3 car lengths from the crosswalk. Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. You can return to the witness stand now. Schaefer put the marker back on the ledge and moved back to her seat. So how many cars were in front of you at the light, would you say? At least 2, maybe 3. What about the turn lane to your immediate left? Were there any cars there waiting to turn? She was ready for that one and wasn't going to let me trick her. No, I had a clear view of the sidewalk. So it was rush hour, and you're telling us there was nobody waiting in the turn lane to get to work? Not next to me, but I was 2 or 3 cars back. There could have been someone waiting to turn, just not next to me. I asked the judge if I could put the second board, Defense Exhibit 1B, on the easel now, and he told me to go ahead. This was another photo blow-up, but it was from ground level. It was a photo that Cisco had taken from a car window while sitting at the traffic light in the middle westbound lane of Ventura Boulevard at Cedros Avenue at 8:55 a.m. on a Monday, a month after the murder. There was a time imprint on the bottom right corner of the image. Back at the lectern, I asked Schaefer to describe what she saw. It's a photo of that same block from the ground. There's Danny's Deli. We go there sometimes at lunch. Yes, and do you know if Danny's is open for breakfast? Yes, it is. Have you ever been there for breakfast? Freeman stood to object. Judge, I hardly see what this has to do with the witness's testimony or the elements of this trial. Perry looked at me. If Your Honor would give me a moment, the relevance will become quite clear. Carry on, but make it quick. I refocused on Schaefer. Have you had occasion to have breakfast at Danny's, Miss Schaefer? No, not breakfast. But you do know that it is popular at breakfast, correct? I really wouldn't know. It wasn't the answer I wanted, but it was helpful. It was the first time Schaefer was being clearly evasive, purposefully avoiding the obvious confession. Jurors who picked up on this would begin to see someone who wasn't being an impartial witness, but a woman who refused to stray from the prosecution's line. Then let me ask you this. What other businesses on this block are open before 9 o'clock in the morning? Mostly there are stores that wouldn't be open. You can see the signs in the picture. Then what do you think accounts for the fact that every metered space in this photo is taken? Would it be customers of the deli? Freeman objected again, saying the witness was hardly qualified to answer the question. The judge agreed and sustained the objection, telling me to move on. On the Monday morning at 8:55, you claim you saw Ms. Trammell from 4 lanes away. Do you recall how many cars were parked in front of the deli and along the curb? No, I don't. You testified just a few moments ago, and I can have it read back to you if you wish, that you had a clear view of Lisa Trammell. Is it your testimony that there were no vehicles in the parking lane? There may have been some cars there, but I saw her clearly. What about traffic lanes? They were clear too? Yes, I could see her. You said you were running late because westbound traffic was moving very slowly because of an accident, correct? Yes. An accident in the eastbound lanes, right? Yes. So how far was traffic backed up in the eastbound lanes if the westbound lanes were backed up enough to make you 10 minutes late for work? I don't really recall. Perfect answer. For me. A dissembling witness always scores points for the D. Isn't it true, Miss Schaefer, that you had to look across 2 lanes of backed-up traffic, plus a full parking lane, in order to see the defendant on the sidewalk? All I know is that I saw her. She was there. And she was even carrying a big shopping bag, you say, correct? That's right. What kind of shopping bag? The kind with handles. The kind you get in a department store. What color was it? It was red. And could you tell if it was full or empty? I couldn't tell. And she carried this down at her side or in front of her? Down at her side, with one hand. You seem to have a good sense of this bag. Were you looking at the bag or the face of the woman who was carrying it? I had time to look at both. I shook my head as I looked at my notes. Miss Schaefer, do you know how tall Miss Trammell is? I turned to my client and signaled her to stand up. I probably should have asked the judge's permission first, but I was on a roll and didn't want to hit any speed bumps. Perry said nothing. I have no idea, Schaefer said. Would it surprise you to know she is only 5'3"? I nodded to Lisa and she sat back down. No, I don't think that would surprise me. 5'3", and you still picked her out across 4 lanes packed with cars. Freeman objected as I knew she would. Perry sustained the objection, but I didn't need an answer for the point to be made. I checked my watch and saw it was 2 minutes before noon. I fired my final torpedo. Miss Schaefer, can you look at the photograph and point to where you see the defendant on the sidewalk? All eyes moved to the photo blow-up. Because of the line of cars in the parking lane, the pedestrians on the sidewalk were unidentifiable in the image. Freeman leapt to her feet and objected, claiming the defense was trying to sandbag the witness and the court. Perry called us to a sidebar. When we got there, he had stern words for me. "Mr. Haller, yes or no, is the defendant in the photo?" "No, Your Honor." "Then you're engaged in attempting to trick the witness. That will not happen in my courtroom. Take your photo down." "Judge, I'm not trying to trick anyone. She could simply say that the defendant is not in the photo. But she clearly can't see the pedestrians on the other side of the traffic, and I'm trying to make that clear to—" "I don't care what you're trying to do. Take your photo down, and if you try another move like that, you're going to find yourself in a contempt hearing at the close of business. Understood?" "Yes, sir." "Your Honor," Freeman said, "the jury should be told that the defendant is not in the photo." "I agree. Go back." On my way back to the lectern, I took the display boards off the easel. "Ladies and gentlemen," the judge said, "let it be noted that the defendant was not in the photo that defense counsel put on display." The jury instruction was fine with me. I still made my point. The fact that the jurors had to be told that Lisa was not in the photo underlined how hard it would have been to see and identify someone on the sidewalk. The judge told me to continue my cross-examination, and I leaned to the microphone. No further questions. I sat down and put the photo boards on the floor under the table. They had served me well. I took the hit from the judge, but it was worth it. It's always worth it if you make your point. Chapter 23. Lisa Trammell was ecstatic about my cross-examination of Margot Schaefer. Even Herb Dahl couldn't hold back from congratulating me, as the trial was recessed for lunch. I counseled them not to get overly excited. It was early in the trial, and eyewitnesses like Schaefer were usually the easiest to handle and damage on the stand. There were still tough witnesses and tougher days ahead. They could count on that. "I don't care," Lisa said. "You were marvelous, and that lying bitch got just what she deserved." The invective was dripping with hate, and it made me pause for a moment before responding. "The prosecutor is still going to have a chance to rehabilitate her on redirect after lunch. And then you can destroy her again on recross." "Well, I don't know about destroying anybody. That's not what—" "Can you join us for lunch, Mickey?" She punctuated the request by swinging her arm around Dahl, clearly showing what I'd been assuming, that they were together in more than just business. "There is nothing good around here," she continued. "We're going down to Ventura Boulevard to find a place. We might even try Danny's Deli." "Thank you, but no. I need to get back to the office and meet with my crew. They're not here because they can't be. They're working, and I need to check in." Lisa gave me a look that told me she didn't believe me. It didn't much matter to me. I represented her in court. It didn't mean I had to eat with her, and the man I was still sure was scheming to rip her off, no matter the romantic entanglement, if it even was romantic. I headed out on my own and walked back to my office in the Victory Building. Lorna had already gone to the competing and far better Jerry's Famous Deli in Studio City and picked up turkey and coleslaw sandwiches. I ate at my desk while telling Cisco and Bullocks what had happened that morning in court. Despite my reserve with my client, I felt pretty good about my cross with Schaefer. I thanked Bullocks for the display board, which I believed had impressed the jury. Nothing like a visual aid to help throw doubt on a supposed eyewitness. When I finished recounting the trial testimony, I asked them what they had been working on. Cisco said he was still reviewing the police investigation, looking for errors and assumptions made by the detectives that could be turned against Curlin during cross-examination. "Good. I need all the ammo I can get," I said. "Bullocks, anything from your end?" "I pretty much spent the morning with the foreclosure file. I want to be bulletproof when it's my turn." "Okay, good, but you've got some time there. My guess is the defense won't start until next week. Freeman looks like she's trying to keep a certain rhythm and momentum going, but she's got a lot of witnesses on her list, and it doesn't look like a lot of smoke." Often, prosecutors and defense attorneys pad their witness lists to keep the other side guessing as to who would actually get called and who is important in terms of testimony. It didn't appear to me that Freeman had engaged in this sort of subterfuge. Her list was lean, and every name on it had something to bring to the case. I dipped my sandwich into some Thousand Island dressing that had dripped onto the paper wrapper. Aronson pointed to one of the display boards I had brought back with me from court. It was the ground-level shot I had tried to fool Margot Schaefer with. Wasn't that risky? What if Freeman hadn't objected? I knew she would. And if she didn't, the judge would have. They don't like you trying to trick witnesses like that. Yeah, but then the jury knows you're lying. I wasn't lying. I asked the witness a question. Could she point out where Lisa was in the photo? I didn't say Lisa was in the photo. If she had been given the opportunity to answer, the answer would have been no. That's all. Aronson frowned. Remember what I said, Bullocks. Don't grow a conscience. We're playing hardball here. I played Freeman, and she's trying to play me. Maybe she already has played me in some way, and I don't even know it. I took a risk and got a little hand slap from the judge. But every person on that jury was looking at that photo while we were at sidebar, and every one of them was thinking how hard it would have been for Margot Schaefer to see what she claims she saw. That's how it works. It's cold and calculating. Sometimes you win a point, but most times you don't. I know, she said dismissively. It doesn't mean I have to like it. No, you don't. Chapter 24. Freeman surprised me after lunch by not calling Margot Schaefer back to the stand to try to repair the damage I had inflicted on Cross. My guess was that she had something else planned for later that would help salvage the Schaefer testimony. Instead, she called LAPD Sergeant David Covington, who was the first officer to respond to Westland National after the 911 call from Ricky Sanchez was logged. Covington was a seasoned veteran and a solid witness for the prosecution. In the precise, if not droll, delivery of someone who has seen more dead bodies and testified about them more times than he can remember, he described arriving on scene and determining that the victim was dead by means of foul play. He then described closing access to the entire garage, corralling Ricky Sanchez and other possible witnesses, and cordoning off the second-floor area where the body was located. Through Covington, the crime scene photographs were introduced and displayed in all their bloody glory on the 2 overhead flat screens. These, more than any testimony from Covington, established the crime of murder, a requirement for conviction. I'd had marginal success during a pre-trial skirmish involving the crime scene photos. I had objected to their introduction, particularly the prosecution's plan to display 3x3 blow-ups on easels in front of the jury box. I had argued that they were prejudicial to my client. Photos of real victims of murder are always shocking and provoke strong emotions. It is human nature to want to harshly punish those responsible. Photos can easily turn a jury against the accused, regardless of what evidence connects the accused to the crime. Perry tried to split the baby. He limited the number of photos the prosecution could introduce to 4 and told Freeman she had to use the overhead screens, thus limiting the size of the photos. I had won a few points, but knew that the judge's order would not limit the visceral response of the jurors. It was still a victory for the prosecution. Freeman chose the 4 photos that showed the most blood, and the pitiful angle at which Bondurant had dropped face first onto the concrete floor of the garage. On cross-examination, I zeroed in on one photo and tried to get the jury thinking about something other than avenging the dead. The best way to do that is to plant questions. If they are left with questions but no answers, then I've done my job on cross. With the judge's permission, I used the projection remote to eliminate 3 of the photos on the screens, leaving only 1 remaining. Sergeant Covington, I want to draw your attention to the photo I've left on display. I believe it is marked People's Exhibit 3. Can you tell me what that is in the foreground of the photo? Yes, that is an open briefcase. Okay, and is that how you found it when you arrived at the scene? Yes, it is. It was sitting there, open like that? Yes. Okay, and did you make any inquiry of any witness or anyone else to determine if someone had opened it after the victim was discovered? I asked the woman who had called 911 if she had opened it, and she said she had not. That was the extent of my inquiry on it. I left it for the detectives. Okay, and you've testified here that you have been working patrol for your entire career of 22 years, correct? Yes, that's correct. You have responded to a lot of 911 calls. Yes. What did seeing that open briefcase mean to you? Nothing, really. It was just part of the crime scene. Did your experience cause you to think there may have been a robbery involved in this murder? Not really. I'm not a detective. If robbery was not a motive in this crime, why would the killer take the time to open the victim's briefcase? Freeman objected before Covington could answer. She said that the question was beyond the witness's scope of expertise and experience. Sergeant Covington has spent his entire career working patrol. He is not a detective. He has never investigated a robbery. The judge nodded in agreement.
I tend to agree with Ms. Freeman, Mr. Haller.
Your Honor, Sergeant Covington may not have ever been a detective, but I think it is safe to say he has responded to robbery calls and conducted preliminary investigations. I think he can certainly answer a question about his initial impressions of the crime scene. I'm still going to sustain the objection. Ask your next question. Defeated on that point, I looked down at the notes I had previously worked up for Covington. I felt confident that I had firmly planted the question about robbery and the motive for the murder in the jurors' minds. But I didn't want to leave it at that. I decided to try a bluff. Sergeant, after you arrived in response to the 911 call and surveyed the crime scene, did you call for investigators and medical examiners and crime scene experts? Yes, I contacted the comms center, confirming that we had a homicide and requesting the usual response of investigators from Van Nuys division. And you maintained control of the crime scene until those people arrived? Yes, that is how it works. I transferred custody of the scene to the investigators, Detective Curlin, to be exact. Okay, and at any time during this process, did you discuss with Curlin or any other law enforcement officer the possibility that the murder had come out of a robbery attempt? No, I did not. Are you sure, Sergeant? Quite sure. I wrote something down on my legal pad. It was a meaningless scribble done for the jury. I have no further questions. Covington was excused, and one of the paramedics who had responded to the 911 call testified about confirming that the victim was dead at the scene. He was on and off the stand in 5 minutes, as Freeman was interested only in confirming death, and I had nothing to gain from cross-examination. Next up was the victim's brother, Nathan Bondurant. He was used to confirm identification of the victim, another requirement for conviction. Freeman also used him much as she did the crime scene photos, to stir emotions in the jury. He tearfully described being taken by detectives to the medical examiner's office, where he identified his younger brother's body. Freeman asked him when he had last seen his brother alive, and his answer brought another torrent of tears, as he described attending a Lakers basketball game together just a week before the murder. It's a rule of thumb to leave a crying man alone. There usually isn't anything to be gained from cross-examining a victim's loved one. But Freeman had opened a door, and I decided to step through it. The risk I ran was that jurors might view me as being cruel if I went too far in questioning the bereaved family member. Mr. Bondurant, I'm sorry for your family's loss. I only have a few quick questions. You mentioned that you and your brother went to the Lakers game a week before this horrible crime occurred. What did you talk about during that outing? We talked about a lot of things. It would be hard to remember everything right now. Only sports and Lakers? No, of course not. We were brothers. We talked about a lot of things. He asked about my kids. I asked if he was seeing anyone. Things like that. Was he seeing anyone? No, not at the time. He said he was too busy with work. What else did he say about work? He just said it was busy. He was in charge of home loans and it was a bad time. A lot of foreclosures and all of that sort of stuff. He didn't really get into it. Did he talk about his own real estate holdings and what was happening with them? Freeman objected on relevance. I asked for a sidebar, and it was granted. At the bench, I argued that I had already put the jury on notice that I would not only be debunking the state's case, but putting forward a defense case that included evidence of an alternate theory of the crime. This is that alternate theory, Judge. That Bondurant was in trouble financially, and his efforts to get out of the hole brought about his demise. I should be given the latitude to pursue this with any witness the prosecution puts before the jury. Judge, Freeman countered, just because counsel says something is relevant doesn't mean it is. The victim's brother has no direct knowledge of Mitchell Bondurant's financial or investment situation. If that's the case, Judge, Nathan Bondurant can say so and I'll move on. Very well, overruled. Ask your question, Mr. Haller. Back at the lectern, I asked the witness the question again. He spoke very briefly, without going into detail about it, the witness replied. What exactly did he say? He just said that he was upside down on his investment properties. He didn't say how many that was or how much was involved. That was all he said. What did that mean to you when he said he was upside down? That he owed more on his properties than they were worth. Did he say he was trying to sell them? He said he couldn't sell them without taking a bath. Thank you, Mr. Bondurant. I have no further questions. Freeman completed her tour of minor players by calling a witness named Gladys Pickett, who identified herself on the stand as the head teller at Westland National's main branch in Sherman Oaks. After eliciting from Pickett what her duties were at the bank, Freeman got right down to the salient testimony. As the person in charge of the tellers at the bank, you have how many people reporting to you, Mrs. Pickett? About 40 altogether. Is one of those people a teller named Margot Schaefer? Yes, Margot is one of my tellers. I would like to draw your attention back to the morning of Mitchell Bondurant's murder. Did Margot Schaefer come to you with a particular concern? Yes, she did. Can you please tell the jury what Miss Schaefer was concerned about? She came to me and reported that she had seen Lisa Trammell just a half block from the bank, walking down the sidewalk and moving in a direction away from the bank. Why was this a concern? Well, we have Lisa Trammell's photograph up in the employees' lounge and inside our vault, and we have been instructed to report any sighting of Lisa Trammell to our supervisors. Do you know why this instruction was put in place? Yes, the bank has a restraining order keeping her away from the property. Can you tell the jury what time it was when Margot Schaefer told you about seeing Ms. Trammell near the bank? Yes, it was as soon as she came into work that day. It was the first thing she did. Now, do you keep a record of when tellers arrive at work? I keep a checkout list in the vault on which the time is posted. This is when tellers come into the vault and get their money boxes to take to their stations. Yes, that's right. On the day in question, what time do you show Margot Schaefer's name being checked off? It was 9:09. She was the last one checked in. She was late. And would that have been when she told you about seeing Lisa Trammell? Yes, precisely. Now, at that time, did you know that Mitchell Bondurant had been murdered in the bank's garage? No, no one knew that yet because Ricky Sanchez had stayed in the garage until the police came, and then they kept her there for questioning. We didn't know what was going on. So the idea that Margot Schaefer would have concocted the story about seeing Lisa Trammell after hearing about Mr. Bondurant's murder is not possible, correct? Correct. She told me about seeing her before she or I or anybody in the bank knew about Mr. Bondurant. So at what point did you learn of Mr. Bondurant's murder in the garage and offer the information you had received from Margot Schaefer? That was about a half hour later. That's when we heard, and I obviously thought the police needed to know that this woman had been seen nearby. Thank you, Mrs. Pickett. I have no further questions. It was Freeman's biggest hit so far. Pickett had successfully undone much of what I had been able to accomplish with Schaefer on the stand. Now I had to decide whether to leave it alone or risk making things worse. I decided to cut my losses and move on. They say never ask a question you don't already know the answer to. The rule applied here. Pickett had refused to talk to my investigator. Freeman could be setting a trap, leaving her up there with one more piece of information I might stumble into with an ill-advised question. I have no questions for this witness, I said from my place at the defense table. Judge Perry excused Pickett and called for the afternoon break of 15 minutes. As people stood to leave the courtroom, my client leaned into me at the table. Why didn't you go after her? She whispered. Who, Pickett? I didn't want to make it worse by asking the wrong thing. Are you kidding me? You needed to destroy her, like you did Schaefer. The difference was I had something to work with on Schaefer. I didn't have it on Pickett, and going after somebody with nothing to go after her with is potential disaster. I left it alone. I could see anger darkening her eyes. Well, you should have gotten something on her. It came out as a hiss through what I believed were clenched teeth. Look, Lisa, I am your attorney, and I decide, never mind, I have to go. She stood up and hurried through the gate toward the courtroom exit. I glanced over to Freeman to see if she had caught the display of attorney-client disagreement. She gave me a knowing smile, indicating she had. I decided to go out into the hall to see why my client had so abruptly needed to leave. I stepped out and was immediately drawn by the cameras to one of the benches that ran along the hallway between courtroom doors. The focus was on Lisa, who was sitting on the bench hugging her son, Tyler. The boy looked extremely uncomfortable in the camera lights. "Jesus Christ," I whispered. I saw Lisa's sister standing on the periphery of the group and walked over. "What is this, Jody? She knows the judge ruled she can't have the kid in court." "I know. He's not going into the courtroom. He had a half day at school and she wanted me to bring him by. She thought if the media saw her with Ty that it might help things, I guess." "Yeah, well, the media's got nothing to do with this. Don't bring him back. I don't care what she says. Don't bring him back." I looked around for Herb Dahl. This had to be his move, and I wanted to deliver the same message to him. But there was no sign of the erstwhile Hollywood player. He had probably been smart enough to stay clear of me. I headed back into the courtroom. I still had 10 minutes of the break left and planned to use it brooding about working for a client I didn't like and was beginning to despise. Chapter 25. After the break, Freeman moved on to what I call the hunter-gatherer stage of the prosecution's case, the crime scene technicians. Their testimony would be the platform on which she would present Detective Howard Curlin, the lead investigator. The first hunter-gatherer was a coroner's investigator named William Abbott, who had responded to the crime scene and was charged with the body's documentation and transport to the medical examiner's office, where the autopsy would be conducted. His testimony covered his observations of the crime scene, the head wounds sustained by the victim, and the personal property found on the body. This included Bondurant's wallet, watch, loose change, and a money clip containing $183 in currency. There was also the receipt from the Joe's Joe franchise that had helped investigators set the time of death. Abbott, like Covington before him, was very matter-of-fact in his testimony. Being at the scene of a violent crime was routine for him. When it was my turn to ask the questions, I zeroed in on this. "Mr. Abbott, how long have you been a coroner's investigator?" "I'm going on 29 years now." "All with LA County?" "That's right." "How many murder scenes do you estimate you have been to in that time?" "Oh, gee, probably a couple thousand, a lot." "I bet, and I assume many were scenes where great violence was involved." "That's the nature of the beast." "What about this scene? You examined and photographed the wounds on the victim, correct?" "Yes, I did. That is part of the protocol we follow before transporting the body." "You have a crime scene report in front of you that was admitted into evidence by pretrial agreement. Could you read the second paragraph of the summary to the jury?" Abbott turned the page on his report and found the paragraph. "There are 3 distinct impact wounds on the crown of the head, noted for their violence and damage. Positioning of the body indicates immediate loss of consciousness before impact on the ground." Then in parentheses I have the word overkill. "Yes, I'm curious about that. What did you mean by putting overkill in the summary?" "Just that it looked to me like any one of these impacts would have done the job. The victim was unconscious and possibly even dead before he hit the ground. The first blow did that. This would indicate that 2 of the impacts came after he was face down on the ground. It was overkill. Somebody was very angry at him is the way I was looking at it." Abbott probably thought he was smartly giving me the answer I most didn't want to hear. Freeman too, but they were wrong. "So you were indicating in your summary that you detected there was some sort of emotional involvement in this murder, correct?" "Yes, that is what I was thinking." "What kind of training do you have in terms of homicide investigation?" "Well, I trained for 6 months before starting the job way back 30 years ago, and we have ongoing in-service training a couple of times a year. We're taught the latest investigative techniques and so forth." "Is this specific to homicide investigation?" "Not all of it, but a lot of it is." "Isn't it a basic tenet of homicide that a crime of overkill usually indicates that the victim knew his or her killer? That there was a personal relationship?" Freeman finally got it. She stood and objected, saying that Abbott was not a homicide investigator, and the question called for expertise he did not have. I didn't have to argue. The judge held his hand up to stop me from speaking and told Freeman that I had just walked Abbott down the path without objection from the state. The investigator had testified to his experience and training in the area of homicide, without a peep from Freeman. "You gambled, Ms. Freeman. You thought I was going to cut your way. You can't back out now. The witness will answer the question." "Go ahead, Mr. Abbott," I said. Abbott stalled by asking for the question to be read to him by the court stenographer. He then had to be prompted again by the judge. "There is that consideration," he finally said. "Consideration?" I asked. "What does that mean?" "When you have a crime of high violence, it should be considered that the victim personally knew his attacker, his killer." "When you say crime of high violence, do you mean overkill?" "That could be part of it, yes." "Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Now, what about other observations you made at the crime scene? Did you form any opinion in regard to the kind of power it took to make these 3 brutal strikes on the top of Mr. Bondurant's head?" Freeman objected again, stating that Abbott was not a medical examiner and did not have the expertise to answer the question. This time, Perry sustained the objection, giving her a small victory. I decided to take what I had gotten and be happy with it. "No further questions," I said. Next up was Paul Roberts, who was the senior criminalist in the 3-member LAPD crime scene unit that processed the scene. His testimony was less eventful than Abbott's, because Freeman kept him on a short leash. He spoke only of procedures and what he collected at the scene and processed later in the SID lab. On cross, I was able to use the paucity of physical evidence to my client's advantage. "Can you tell the jury the locations of the fingerprints you collected from the scene that were later matched to the defendant?" "There were none that we found." "Can you tell the jury what samples of blood collected at the scene came from the defendant?" "There was none that we found." "Well then, what about hair and fiber evidence? Surely you connected the defendant to the crime scene through hair and fiber evidence, correct?" "We did not." I took a few steps away from the lectern, as if walking off my frustration, and then came back. "Mr. Haller," the judge said, "let's skip the play acting." "Thank you, Your Honor," Freeman said. "I wasn't addressing you, Ms. Freeman." I looked at the jury for a long moment before asking my next and final question. "In summary, sir, did you and your team gather a single shred of evidence in that garage that connects Lisa Trammell to the crime scene?" "In the garage? No, we didn't." "Thank you. Then I have nothing further." I knew that Freeman could hit back hard on redirect by asking Roberts about the hammer with Bondurant's blood on it and the shoe with the same blood on it found in my client's garage. He was part of the crime scene crews that handled both places. But I was guessing she wouldn't do it. She had choreographed the delivery of her case to the last piece of evidence, and to change things now would be to knock the case out of rhythm, threatening her momentum and the ultimate impact when all things came together. She was too good to risk that. She would take her lumps now, knowing that she would eventually deliver the knockout punch later in the trial. "Ms. Freeman, redirect?" the judge asked, once I had returned to my seat. "No, Your Honor, no redirect." "The witness may step down." I had Freeman's witness list stapled to the inside flap of a case file on the table in front of me. I drew a line through the names Abbott and Roberts and scanned the names that were left. The first day of trial wasn't even quite over, and she had already put a sizable dent into the list. I scanned the remaining names and determined that Detective Curlin was most likely the next witness up. But this presented a bit of a problem for the prosecutor. I checked my watch. It was 4:25, and court was scheduled to end at 5. If Freeman put Curlin on the stand, she would just be getting started when the judge recessed for the day. It was possible she could lead him toward a revelation that would be nice to have the jury considering overnight, but this might entail shuffling the delivery of his testimony, and again, I didn't think Freeman would consider it a worthy trade. I scanned the list again to see if she had a floater, a witness who could be dropped in anywhere in the prosecution's case. I didn't see one, and looked across the aisle at the prosecutor, unsure what move she would make. "Ms. Freeman," the judge prompted, "call your next witness, please." Freeman rose from her seat and addressed Perry. "Your Honor, it is expected that the witness I plan to call next will be providing lengthy testimony on both direct and cross-examination. I would like to ask for the court's indulgence and allow me to call the witness first thing in the morning so that the jury will not feel a disruption in testimony."
The judge looked over Freeman's head at the clock on the rear wall of the courtroom. He slowly shook his head. "No," he said. "No, we're not going to do that. We have more than a half hour of court time left, and we are going to use it. Call your next witness, Miss Freeman." "Yes, Your Honor," Freeman said. "The people call Gilbert Modesto." I had been wrong about the floater. Modesto was head of corporate security at Westland National, and Freeman must have believed his testimony could be dropped into the trial at any point, and not be detrimental to momentum and flow. After being sworn in and taking his seat on the stand, Modesto proceeded to outline his experience in law enforcement and his current duties at Westland National. Freeman then brought the questioning around to his actions on the morning of Mitchell Bondurant's slaying. "When I heard it was Mitch, the first thing I did was pull the threat file to give to the police," he said. "What is the threat file?" Freeman asked. "It's a file we keep that contains every mailed or emailed threat to the bank or bank personnel. It also contains notes on any other kind of threat that comes in through phone or third party or the police. We have a protocol for weighing the severity of the threat, and we have names that we flag and so forth." "How familiar are you personally with the threat file?" "Very familiar. I study it. It's my job." "How many names were in that file on the morning of Mitchell Bondurant's murder?" "I didn't count, but I would say a couple dozen." "And these were all considered legitimate threats to the bank and its employees?" "No. Our rule is that if we get a threat, it goes into the file. Doesn't matter how legitimate it is. It goes into the file. So most of them are not considered serious, just somebody blowing off steam or a little frustration." "In the file that morning, what name was on the top of the list in terms of seriousness of the threat?" "The defendant, Lisa Trammell." Freeman paused for effect. I studied the jury. Almost all eyes looked toward my client. "Why is that, Mr. Modesto? Did she make a specific threat against the bank or any bank employee?" "No, she didn't, but she was engaged in a foreclosure fight with the bank, and had a history of protesting outside the bank until our lawyers got a temporary restraining order keeping her away. It was her actions that were perceived as a threat, and it looks like we were right about that." I jumped up and objected, asking the judge to strike the end of Modesto's answer as being inflammatory and prejudicial. The judge agreed, and admonished Modesto to keep such opinions to himself. "Do you know, Mr. Modesto," Freeman said, "whether Lisa Trammell had made a direct threat against anyone at the bank, including Mitchell Bondurant?" Rule number 1 was to turn all weaknesses into advantages. Freeman was asking my questions now, robbing me of the chance to inflect them with my own outrage. "No, not specifically, but it was our feeling in terms of threat assessment that she was someone we should keep an eye out for." "Thank you, Mr. Modesto. Who did you give this file to within the LAPD?" "Detective Curlin, who was heading up the investigation. I went directly to him with it." "And did you have occasion to speak to Detective Curlin again later in the day?" "Well, we spoke a few times as the investigation was progressing. He had questions about the surveillance cameras in the garage and other things." "Was there a second time when you contacted him?" "Yes, when it came to my attention that one of our employees, a teller, had reported to her supervisor that she believed she had seen Lisa Trammell either near or on the bank property that morning. I thought that was information the police needed to have, so I called Detective Curlin and set up an interview for him with the teller." "And was that Margot Schaefer?" "Yes, it was." Freeman ended her direct examination there and turned the witness over to me. I decided it would be best to get in and out, sow a few seeds, and come back to harvest later. "Mr. Modesto, as Chief of Corporate Security at Westland, did you have access to the foreclosure action the bank was taking against Lisa Trammell?" Modesto emphatically shook his head. "No, that was a legal case, and as such I was not privy to it." "So when you gave Detective Curlin that file with Lisa Trammell's name at the top of the list, you wouldn't have known if she was about to lose her house or not, correct?" "That is correct." "You wouldn't have known if the bank was in the process of backing off her foreclosure because it had employed a company engaged in fraudulent activities, am I—" "Objection!" Freeman shrieked. "Assumes facts not in evidence." "Sustained," Perry said. "Mr. Haller, be careful here." "Yes, Your Honor." "Mr. Modesto, at the time you gave the threat file to Detective Curlin, did you mention Lisa Trammell specifically
Or did you just hand him the file and let him go through it on his own?
I told him she was on the top of our list.
Did he ask you why?
I don't really recall. I just remember telling him about her, but I can't say for sure whether that was volunteered by me or whether he asked me specifically.
And at the time you spoke to Detective Curlin about Lisa Trammell as being a threat, you had no idea what the status of her foreclosure case was, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So Detective Curlin didn't have that information either, am I right?
I can't speak for Detective Curlin. You would have to ask him.
Don't worry, I will. I have no further questions at this time. I checked the back wall as I returned to my seat. It was 5 minutes before 5, and I knew we were finished for the day. There was always so much that went into prepping for a trial. The end of the first day usually was accompanied by a wave of fatigue. I was just feeling it start to hit me. The judge admonished the jurors to keep an open mind about what they had heard and seen during the day. He told them to avoid media reports on the trial, and not to discuss the case among themselves or with others. He then sent them home. My client went off with Herb Dahl, who had returned to the courthouse, and I followed Freeman through the gate. "Nice start," I said to her. "Not bad yourself." "Well, we both know you get to pick off the low-hanging fruit at the beginning of a trial. Then it's gone, and it gets tough." "Yes, it's going to get tough. Good luck, Holler." Once in the hallway, we went our separate ways. Freeman down the stairs to the DA's office, and me to the elevator, and then back to my office. It didn't matter how tired I was. I still had work to do. Curlin would likely be on the stand all day the next day. I was going to be ready. Chapter 26. The people call Detective Howard Curlin. Andrea Freeman turned from the prosecution table where she stood and smiled at the detective as he walked down the aisle, 2 impressively thick blue binders known as murder books under his arm. He came through the gate and headed toward the witness stand. He looked at ease. This was routine for him. He put the murder books down on the shelf in front of the witness chair and raised his hand to take the oath. He shot me a sideways look at that point. Outwardly, Curlin looked cool, calm, and collected, but we had done this dance before, and he had to be wondering what I would be bringing this time. Curlin wore a sharply cut navy blue suit with a bright orange tie. Detectives always put on their best look to testify. Then I realized something else. There was no gray in Curlin's hair. He was closing in on 60 and had no gray. He had dyed it for the TV cameras. Vanity. I wondered if it was something I could use as an edge when it was my turn to ask him questions. After Curlin was sworn in, he took the witness seat and made himself comfortable. He'd probably be there the whole day, and maybe longer. He poured himself a glass of water from the pitcher set up by the judge's clerk, took a sip, and looked at Freeman. He was ready to go. "Good morning, Detective Curlin. I would like to start this morning with you telling the jury a little bit about your experience and history." "I'd be glad to," Curlin said with a warm smile. "I'm 56 years old, and I joined the LAPD 24 years ago, after spending 10 years in the Marines. I've been a homicide detective assigned to the Van Nuys Division for the past 9 years. Before that, I spent 3 years working homicides at the Foothill Division." "How many homicide investigations have you worked?" "This case is my 61st homicide. I was a detective assigned to investigations of other crimes, robbery, burglary, and auto theft, for 6 years before moving to homicide." Freeman was standing at the lectern. She flipped back a page on a legal pad, ready to move on to what mattered. "Detective, let's begin on the morning of the murder of Mitchell Bondurant. Can you walk us through the initial stages of the case?" Smart move, saying us, and implying that the jury and prosecutor were part of the same team. I had no doubts about Freeman's skills, and she would be at her sharpest with her lead detective on the stand. She knew that if I could damage Curlin, the whole thing might come tumbling down. I was at my desk at about 9:15 when the detective lieutenant came to me and my partner, Detective Cynthia Longstreth, and said a homicide had occurred in the parking garage of the Westland National Headquarters on Ventura Boulevard. Detective Longstreth and I immediately rolled on it. "You went to the scene?" "Yes, immediately. We arrived at 9:30 and took control of the scene." What did that entail?
Well, the first priority is to preserve and collect the evidence from the crime scene. The patrol officers had already taped off the area, and were keeping people away. Once we were satisfied that everything was covered there, we divvied up responsibilities. I left my partner in charge of overseeing the crime scene investigation, and I would conduct preliminary interviews of the witnesses the patrol officers were holding for questioning.
Detective Longstreth is a less experienced detective than you, correct?
Yes, she's been working homicide investigations with me for 3 years.
Why did you give the junior member of your team the very important job of overseeing the crime scene investigation?
I did it that way because I knew that the crime scene people and the coroner's investigator who were on the scene were all veterans with many years on the job, and that Cynthia would be with good, experienced hands.
Freeman then led Curlin through a series of questions about his interviews with the gathered witnesses, starting with Ricky Sanchez, who had discovered the body and called 911. Curlin was at ease on the stand, and almost folksy in his delivery. The word that came to mind was charming. I didn't like charming, but I had to bide my time. I knew it might be the end of the day before I got the chance to go after Curlin. In the meantime, I had to hope that by then the jury hadn't fallen completely in love with him. Freeman was smart enough to know you can't keep a jury's attention with charm alone. Eventually, she moved out of the scene-setting preliminaries and started to deliver the case against Lisa Trammell. Detective, was there a time during the investigation when the defendant's name became known to you?
Yes, there was. The bank's head of security came to the garage and asked to see me or my partner. I spoke to him briefly and then accompanied him to his office, where we reviewed video from the cameras located at the vehicle entrance and exits to the garage and in the elevators.
And did the review of those videos provide you with any investigative leads?
Nothing initially. I saw no one carrying a weapon or acting in a suspicious way before or after the approximate time of the murder. Nobody running from the garage. There was nothing suspicious about the vehicles going in and out. Of course, we would run every license plate, but there was nothing on video upon that initial viewing that helped us, and, of course, the actual murder itself was not captured by any camera. That was another detail that the perpetrator of the crime seemed to be aware of. I rose and objected to Curlin's last line, and the judge struck it from the record and told the jury to ignore it.
Detective, Freeman prompted, I believe you were going to tell us how Lisa Trammell's name first came up in the investigation.
Yes, right. Well, Mr. Modesto, the bank security chief, also provided me with a file, what he called the threat assessment file. He turned that over to me and it contained several names, including the name of the defendant. Then, just a short while later, Mr. Modesto called me and informed me that Lisa Trammell, one of the people listed in the file, happened to be seen that morning in close proximity to the bank.
The defendant? And so this was how her name came up in the investigation, correct?
Correct.
What did you do with this information, Detective?
I first returned to the crime scene. I then sent my partner to interview the witness who said she saw Lisa Trammell near the bank. It was important that we confirm that sighting and get the details. I then began to go through the threat assessment file to study all of the names and details of the perceived threats.
And did you draw any immediate conclusions?
I didn't believe there was any individual listed who would immediately jump to the level of a person of interest based solely on what was reported in the file about them and their disputes with the bank. Obviously, they would all have to be looked at carefully. However, Lisa Trammell did rise to the level of being a person of interest, because I knew from Mr. Modesto that she had allegedly been seen in the vicinity of the bank at the time of the murder.
So Lisa Trammell's time and geographic proximity to the murder was a key to your thinking at this point?
Yes, because proximity could mean access. It appeared from the crime scene that someone had been waiting for the victim to show up. He had an assigned parking space with his name on the wall. There was a large support column next to the space. Our initial theory was that the killer had hidden behind the column and waited for Mr. Bondurant to pull in and park. It appeared that he was struck the first time from behind, just as he left his car.
Thank you, Detective.
Freeman led her witness through a few more of the steps taken at the crime scene, before bringing the focus back to Lisa Trammell.
Did your partner return to the crime scene at some point to report back about her interview with a bank employee who claimed to have seen Lisa Trammell near the bank? Yes, she did. My partner and I felt that the identification made by the witness was solid. We then discussed Lisa Trammell and the need for us to speak to her quickly. But, Detective, you had a crime scene investigation underway, and a file full of the names of people who had made threats against the bank or its employees. Why the urgency involving Lisa Trammell? Kurland leaned back in his witness chair and adopted the pose of a wise and wily old veteran. Well, there were a couple of things that gave us a sense of urgency in regard to Ms. Trammell. First of all, her dispute with the bank was over the foreclosure of her property. That put her dispute specifically in the home loan division. The victim, Mr. Bondurant, was a senior vice president directly in charge of the home loan division, so we were looking at that connection. Additionally, and more importantly, let me interrupt you there, Detective. You called that a connection. Did you know if the victim and Lisa Trammell knew each other? Not at that point, no. What we knew was that Miss Trammell had a history of protesting the foreclosure of her home, and that the foreclosure action was initiated by Mr. Bondurant, the victim. But we did not know at that time whether these two people knew each other, or had ever even met. It was a smooth move, bringing out the deficiencies in her case to the jury before I did. It made it harder for the defense to make its case. Okay, Detective, Freeman said. I interrupted you when you were going to tell us a second reason for having some urgency in regard to Miss Trammell. What I wanted to explain is that a murder investigation is a fluid situation. You must move carefully and cautiously, but at the same time, you must go where the case takes you. If you don't, then evidence could be at risk, and possibly other victims. We felt there was a need to make contact with Lisa Trammell at this point in the investigation. We couldn't wait. We could not give her time to destroy evidence or harm other persons. We had to move. I checked the jury. Kurland was giving one of his best performances ever. He held every eye in the jury box. If Clegg McReynolds ever made a movie, maybe Kurland should play himself. So what did you do, Detective? We ran a check on Lisa Trammell's driver's license, got her address in Woodland Hills, and proceeded to her home. Who was left at the crime scene? Several people, our coordinator and all the SID techs and the coroner's people. They still had a lot to do, and we were waiting on them anyway. Going to Lisa Trammell's house in no way compromised the scene or the investigation. Your coordinator? Who's that? The Detective 3 in charge of the homicide unit, Jack Newsom. He was the supervisor on scene. I see. So what happened when you got to Ms. Trammell's home? Was she there? Yes, she was. We knocked, and she answered. Can you take us through what happened next? We identified ourselves and said we were conducting an investigation of a crime. Didn't say what it was, just said it was serious. We asked if we could come inside to ask her a few questions. She said yes, so we entered. I felt a vibration in my pocket and knew I had received a text on my cell phone. I slipped it out of my pocket and held it down below the table so the judge would not see it. The message was from Cisco. Need to talk. Show you something. I texted back, and we had a quick digital conversation. You verify the letter? No, something else. Still working the letter. Then after court, get me the letter. I put the phone away and went back to watching Freeman's direct examination. The letter in question had come in the afternoon before in the mail to my P.O. box. It came anonymously, but if its contents could be confirmed by Cisco, I would have a new weapon. A powerful weapon. What was Ms. Trammell's demeanor when you met her? Freeman asked.